Well, welly, well. Holy shit. Starting off straight up by saying thank you so much, Johnny, for the £75 dono. Holy fucking shit. Where does that take us? Where does that actually take us? £489, which means that, I don't know, man, what is that? £11 would make 500. So we are £160 away from reaching the monthly goal right now. Johnny and a couple of other big donators in the stream, yeah, have done a lot of heavy lifting. They've done a lot of heavy lifting. Yeah, we've had a bunch of subs this month. We've had a bunch of big donos and shit. These goals are easily achievable. We're not even at the end of the month. What are we today? This is the 19th. We're not even at the end of the month. We got another week left. Easily achievable. You know? Yay for mule eating and stuff. Yes, well, it's a month now where I'm not going to have to beg my mum or dad to help me pay for some groceries at Tesco. Shit, Aldi even, you know. Yes, thank you very much for keeping me secure and paying me for the job that I do and shit like that. I really appreciate you. Thank you for subbing off Twitch, Johnny. Thank you for supporting the stream. It does mean that we've unlocked Cat Cam straight away at the start of the stream. Look at that. He's not even there, but it doesn't matter, does it? Wait, there's something not right about that. See, I was wondering what the fuck was going on. He's not there right now, but I'll go and get him in a sec. And welcome in everybody just for being here. Thank you so much for bearing with me yesterday. Totally forgot it was my friend Thursday's birthday. So I went and had some food and socialized a little bit with her and some other friends. So that's what I was doing yesterday. And I got back very late. I was not stoned on illegal cigarettes. I'd only smoked legal cigarettes and I was completely sober. So that's why there was no stream yesterday. Val, welcome in. Johnny, welcome in. Network, how are you doing? Welcome in. Middle-earth Marxist, Beanie Gaby, Nappers, Holiday, what's up? Thank you for the 3 consecutive watch stream, Beanie Gaby. Johnny, thanks again for the £75. Vord, hello, how you doing? Napper said I had a dream last night that you stopped calling me Nappers and we met IRL and you called me my IRL name. I was like, who the fuck are you? And what have you done with the real mule? And thank you for the 15 consecutive watch streak. That's what happens when you get a 15 consecutive watch streak. You start to dream about meeting me in real life. Thank you, Johnny, for the blue fella. Early stream treat as well. Getting out and socializing is important. It refreshes us. It really does. Yeah, it's really fucking important. And it was just a really important birthday that I totally fucking forgotten about. So yeah, that was nice to be able to do that. Coincidentally, I am myself a little sad because I spent my birthday alone yesterday, but I ate a pizza and took a nap. So I'm winning, aren't I? Well, I've just got one thing to say about that.
I'd just like to say this gig sucks.
Hey, up yours, Springfield.
1, 2, 3, 4. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
For yesterday, him and Network.
Go to hell, you old bastard.
Hey,
Happy birthday. Many happy returns. I hope you had a great day. I'm sorry that it was on your own. If the Rolling Stones killed. Yeah. What is it? You said you were 21 now? Or some shit? You were freaking out about being 21? I think I remember you saying that like a couple of weeks ago, or like literally last week. 22, yeah, 22. Yeah. Listen, you got your whole life ahead of you. There's so much. Life begins at 30, and then it begins again at 40, and then it begins again at 50, and yada, yada, yada. You know? And, yes, that's very exciting. I wish I was 22. Jinx, Chilavina. Literally, as soon as I was about to say it, Chilavina in the chat with, I wish I was 22, yes. God, I wish I was 22 again. And, you know, sometimes I think, you know, people used to say that to me all the time, and I used to think, what are you on about? It's dead hard. You know, maybe people don't realize how important it is until you get older, and maybe that's just a bit of fact of life, a bittersweet fact of life. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Anyway, listen, we got the Tom Cam enabled straight away. And we are so close to unlocking a bonus stream at the end of the month. And that's very exciting. I'm the greatest Irish number, 33. Hell yeah, you know it, Chucky RLR. Pros and cons to every age. It's so true. Chat, I slept for 12 hours last night. I got in at about 11 and made a curry. And I was messing and playing with Melpert and, you know, just playing a bit of Slay the Spire 2 after being out. And I went to bed at about 2. I went to bed about 2 a.m. and like was just watching shite in bed for a bit and then just fell asleep. And then the next thing I fucking know, it's 3 o'clock. My mate Al's ringing me to be like, "Hi mate, where are you?" Because I was supposed to meet him at 3. And yeah, just fucking totally like slept for 12 hours, man. Slept for 12 hours. I'm still the age I could go to a party and sleep on the floor without slipping a disc, so I'm very grateful for that. Yes. Yes, and don't ever take that for granted. You know? I'm talking about sleeping for 12 hours, and it's like, my bag is fucked, actually. Like, and I'm so glad that Johnny redeemed Blue Fella for at the start of the stream, because that's actually really helped. And it's stupid that I don't do that off stream. Why don't I do that off stream? But never mind. Anyway, so I woke up at 3 p.m. today. So my day's all fucked up. But it is what it is. And it's all good. It's fine. I had a decent day, you know, I've been outside. I've seen the sun. I went on a walk. I've not had a chance to go to the gym, but that's okay. You know, I'm trying not to think too much about my, you know, my fucking, my gym routine and that. I'm trying not to get too hung up on whether I've been in the gym and lifted weights every day or whatever. Because I think that that's something that can really, like, end up playing on your mind. And, yeah, it's been good. It's been nice. It's nice to get out and chill with people. You know, I've had a couple of days now where I've been outside and, you know, I've had a coffee with people and chatted with people and, you know, just getting fresh air and stuff and getting out of the city is definitely a great thing. A great thing to do. But yeah, anyway, that is that. Let me go and get the boy. And then we can have him here before we get into the news. How about that? You know? Give me a minute. That's right. He's like, what the fuck are you doing, mate? What the fuck are you doing to me? Right. Get that right. There you go. He's a very well-behaved boy. Aren't you? Nah, he knows. He knows why I do that. He just wants to get to the treat faster. That's what it is. So he thinks I've got the treat in that hand. That, like, if you watch me do it again, he'll just start like licking my hand and stuff. Right? He just wants the treat faster. He knows why I'm doing it. You know. So there you go. A little bit of Melpert. He's right there, aren't you? Wibbly wibs. So, there you go. There's the little man. Right, let's get into it. I've not really got much of an update. Like, that's it. I've told you everything that I've done. I was out yesterday for my mate's birthday, and, you know. No, don't go. Don't go. You gotta stay. You gotta stay. Yeah, thank you. There you go. He'll stay now. He won't, but whatever. What was I saying then? Yeah, chilled out with me mate. That was nice. Had a nice walk up. You know, through the city and stuff. No, you gotta stay. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck's sake. There's only so much I can do, chat. I can't force him to be there. You know what I mean? I can't force him to be there. It sucks. He'll probably come in a bit. He'll probably come back in a bit. So, you know, I feel like going and picking him up twice is gonna piss him off, and he won't like that. So, yeah, sorry about that. You know. Well, he'll be back. He'll be back in a bit. I'll turn it off for now, but as soon as he's back, I'll turn it back on, okay? Everyone understands that, don't they? Did I say hi to Bubble? Hello, Bubble. Welcome in. Have I missed anybody? No, it's fine. I had a day with my mum, a little bit of politics with her, and then she treated me to lunch for taking her to the opticians. My dad's heart atrial fibrillation fucked off, which is good for him too. That's really nice to hear, Johnny. That's actually really nice to hear, dude. I'm happy for you. And it's nice to hear that that kind of stuff can be, you know, reversed. It's always terrifying when, you know, you hear that someone's got a problem with the heart or something, you know? It's like, oh my god. My mum came into town and we had lunch, and then we walked around Prince's Street Gardens in the sun. A lovely time. Oh, that's lovely, Val. Yeah, that's nice. Kitty's comfort comes first. Yeah, like, you know, I can't, you know. He wants to be where he wants to be and stuff. And I think he's a little bit mad at me because I've been locking him out of my room at night. But I've been putting him in the living room with his litter tray, because if I just lock him out of my room, he like pushes on the door and makes a racket and wakes me up and stuff. So yeah, so I've had to like put him in the living room overnight, which is fine because he's got everything he needs in there. He's got like, if he leaves his food throughout the day, he's got food at night, and he's got his water fountain in there, and obviously, like I say, I put his litter tray in there and stuff. So yeah, he's fine, but I think he's a bit pissed off with me because of it. But I just need, honestly, like, I just need some uninterrupted sleep. I think that's what's been fucking up my sleeping pattern, is having interrupted sleep. And it's not his fault. He's just a cat. He doesn't understand. You know what I mean? Everything he needs except his mule. Yeah, exactly. I was wondering about this with summer coming up. A fan is great and all, but humidity is a concern. You bought a dehumidifier ahead of summer. Right, listen. Check this out. I saw this the other day. You can make one of these if you have a fan. It's called an evaporative cooler. And they used to make them in ancient Egypt and shit, right? An evaporative cooler, also known as an evaporative air conditioner, swamp cooler, swamp box, desert cooler, and wet air cooler, is a device that cools air through the evaporation of water. Evaporative cooling comes from other air conditioning systems, which uses vapor compression or absorption, refrigeration cycles. Evaporative cooling exploits the fact that water will absorb a relatively large amount of heat in order to evaporate. That is, has a large enthalpy of vaporization. The temperature of dry air can be dropped significantly through the phase transition of liquid water to water vapor. This could cool air using much less energy than refrigeration. In extremely dry climates, evaporative cooling of air has the added benefit of conditioning the air with more moisture for the comfort of building occupants. But this can also, help with humidity. In climates not considered arid, indirect evaporative cooling can still take advantage of the evaporative cooling process without increasing humidity. Passive evaporative cooling strategies can offer the same benefits as mechanical evaporative cooling systems without the complexity of equipment and ductwork. If you've ever played RimWorld, right, this is what a passive cooler is. So you can like build a passive cooler out of wood in RimWorld. That's actually what that's based on, and it's a real technology. Like you can see here, this is an Egyptian cooler set in drafts to cool interiors. Porous pottery and coarse cloth maximize the area for evaporation. So that's what they used to do back in the day. And it worked, What's that? We reinvented Stone Age tech in the modern world at a tremendously inefficient standard. Yes, who would have thought it? An earlier form of evaporative cooling, the wind catcher, was first used in ancient Egypt and Persia, Iran, thousands of years ago in the form of wind shafts on the roof. They caught the wind, passed it over a subterranean water in a kanat, which is just, I think, an early ancestor of the word canal, and discharged the cool air into the building. Modern Iranians have widely adopted a powered evaporative coolers. The evaporative cooler was subject to numerous US patents in the 20th century. Many of these starting in 1906 assumed the use of Excelsior wool pads as the elements to bring a large volume of water in contact with moving air to allow evaporation to occur. Now, I found I think it's this. Yep. You could just make one of these. And it's pretty cheap and simple to do as long as you have a fan, right? So this guy talks about this. What the fuck is wood wool? I actually don't know, but hello RTE Clearance, welcome in. So you just need a fan, right? Swamp coolers do not work in areas of high humidity. I've heard that that's not true, but hello, by any means necessary. So you've got, I mean, this person was, this person is referring to this, and it's like, so where I come from, it gets hot. It gets so hot that beer evaporates while in the bottle. My room gets a lot of afternoon sun. I think that this person is from Florida, and it's really humid there. Morton says they don't work at all in the UK. Well, how do we know? Have we tried it? Have you tried it? Are people going around and making these and they're just not working? I don't understand. How does it not work? Explain to me. I live in the tropics. Please don't use these in areas with high heat and humidity. You will die. Yeah, but we're not in the tropics in the UK. We're definitely not. We're not in the fucking UK. Hey Emily. Let's have a little look. You need a bucket, a lid for the bucket. This guy says a USB desktop fan, but I think just use a plugged-in one, right? The north is basically cold swamp biome. Yeah, I know, but it's not as bad as Florida, right? It's not as bad as like the tropics, you know? I bet swamp coolers are a god-tier technology in hot, dry areas. Well, why is it called a swamp cooler if it doesn't work in areas with swamp? That just sounds counterintuitive. Hey, Morgana. You need to be below 40%, and that's the average humidity in the UK. (84 to 89% average in Manchester). What? Oh my god. Harness the energy of evaporative coolers. Superb alternative to air conditioning units, industrial and large-scale commercial applications. Cost-effective, environmentally friendly cooling solution. There are many advantages. Evaporative coolers. How do they work? Water evaporation, air intake, heat absorption, humidified air output. Slightly more humid air is then blown into the room. Right, so it makes it more humid. Right, okay. This makes sense. Well, what do you do when you live in a fucking humid place then? What am I supposed to do in summer? Will a dehumidifier... What if I use a dehumidifier with one of these? Hey Brody, what's up? Good to see you. And hello Rob. Thanks for the 10 consecutive stream watch. Just sweat boss. Heat pumps. The fuck is a heat pump? Heat pump dehumidifier. It's just you gotta use some kind of a fridge. Dehumidifier is indoor heat pump for heating, more efficient than a space heater. He was a dehumidify your home when you use cooling systems. Leave your fridge door open. I can't, it beeps and then the cat gets in. Hey Willow Treason, I'd avoid a dehumidifier. We've had to have one for water damage and mold. It's so fucking expensive to run. Well, that's what I mean. Like, you know, I've got a dehumidifier and I have it for that reason as well. Like, my mum got me one. I also use it for drying clothes, which is dead good. You just have to leave it on for one night and your fucking clothes are dry. Good question. In high heat, high humidity environments, what you do is actually quite simple. Suffer. Well, I've been doing that for most of my life. And I'm kind of done with it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to find the... Just blast a fan into your face all day. That does nothing. It just does nothing. Air source heat pumps are like reverse air conditioning. They take heat out the air and use it to heat the home and hot water. Right, but we don't need to heat the home. I don't need my home to be hot in the summer. I don't want that. This is a lot of energy for something that your body does by itself, albeit somewhat unpleasant. What, you mean sweating? Yeah. Get onto your tenants union. Oh yeah, I would absolutely recommend asking your tenant union for some advice, depending on where you are in the world, Willow. I think that you're UK based on the stuff that you've been saying, but could be wrong. Hey Connor, what's going on? Anise. You can use a heat pump instead of a boiler, for example. Many new boiler. Well, that's what I thought. I thought that heat pumps were just like for a boiler, innit? Hey Bellatrix, what's up? Architecture exists that account for this. Shade and wind maxing. Yeah, but like, what? I'm not gonna get the You need any aircon with a vent. If there's no vent, it won't work. There's got to be a way around it, chat. There's got to be a way around it. I've got a window. I've got windows. Are these not... you know? Are windows not vents? Can they not be used as a vent? I could get a cold shower, lay on my bed naked, still wet, and I'm a big and small fans pointing directly at me, and I'm still sweating within a single minute. Yeah, no. The humidity in the UK is crazy, and it's mad that we just... Like, I know what the real solution is, right? I know what the real solution actually is for it. You just need to, like, spend time in a forest. That's what I've done in the past. Like, when I've been like, oh my god, it's too hot today, I've gotten on a train and gone to a forest and, like, sat in a forest for a bit. You put the vent in the window. Yeah, I imagine, yeah. I have 3 minifans pointed directly at me all day and all night. Just keeps my brain from becoming soup, yeah. I've had 3... Hey, Mushy, how you doing? I've had heat stroke twice in the past 3 summers. I think I just need to move to Iceland, yeah. Cinemas have aircon, they do. Yeah, they do. That is also good. Heat pumps keep things cooler when it's too hot. Most have a dehumidifier function. Hey, I'm gonna have to buy one of these, aren't I? Heat pump. How much do these cost? Brother, what? Brother, what? One of these. I've seen people using these. I can't just have one of these. I would have to get my landlord to fit it and shit. There's no way that's happening, man. No, there's no way this is happening. Are you serious? Can't just, like, have a fucking thing. Like, why isn't there just, like, a thing that you put in your gaff and it's fine? Air conditioners. Oh yeah, one of these. 700 quid! Less than 300. That's still a lot. Bro, that's still so much. Ugh, just suffer, innit? Just suffer, mate. DeLonghi Pinguino. I don't know how I feel about something being named that. That's basically the DeLonghi penguin. And it's not a penguin, is it? I fucking hate corporate shit. This one's 195 quid. Homcom 9000. You see, I'm happier with that. From Ryman's? You could get it from fucking Ryman's for 159 is still a lot of money. It's not like a fucking fan, is it? Hey Alyssa, how you doing? Welcome in. Full blackout curtains was the closest I got to a bearable temperature in my old oven of a flat. Well, I never opened the windows during... I never opened the shades or anything during summer. There's just no way. I think the Homcom is the more realistic one for me, but I would really have to be making a fair bit of money to justify it, because even 150 quid is just like madness. It's actually not 159 quid at all. It's actually 240 quid. So the website is not updated. Ideally, we just have external covering over the windows to block the sun. Yeah. What are electric bills in the UK like? Is electricity affordable? That's a funny joke. That's a good joke. 200 to 300, yeah. Yeah, this is the average. This is the average fucking line one, innit? I'm gonna have to fucking... I'm gonna have to ask my dad for an early birthday present or something. Hiya, Dad. I know my birthday's in December, but... What do you reckon to this? Maybe it'll be a cold summer. How much does it cost to run this kind of a thing, anyway? It's 1,000 watts? Oh, man. It's just not worth it, is it? It's just like, just hope that you don't die. That's just what it is, isn't it? It's just like, hope you don't get heat stroke and die. Cool. What a cool world we live in. That mirrored coating for Windows has done us good. Costs about £10 a window. Do you know what? I was meaning to get that. I was actually meaning to get that. That's a great shout, Willow. Yeah, it'll really piss off me neighbors. It'll really piss off me neighbors. Get loads of plants. That doesn't do a thing. I had a whole bunch of tomato plants. Not last year, but the year before. Like, fucking loads of them. And, it didn't do a fucking thing. It was nice. It was nice to have them about. I'm going to grow some more this year, but, yeah, it just didn't work. Plants want it to be hot so they can photosynthesize more efficiently. Yeah, I know that. I just live in an old house with thick stone walls. I mean, that's the thing, innit? That's why it's so shit here. No, yeah, obviously I've got to decide whether I can afford to pay the fucking bills. Hey, listen, if the stream gets bigger, if we end up getting more people in, yeah, you know, if you tell your mates, tell your mum, tell your dad, tell your nana to watch the Donkus Jonkus Mule stream and give me money, you never know. I do have shutters, yeah. I've got blinds, yeah. I think for now it's just gonna be these, innit? You know what I mean? Just get some of these. Maybe try and get some like decent ones, like this one. But it really will piss off my neighbors, and I know that'll. The reason that I know it will piss off my neighbors is because some of my neighbors on that side of, well, the only side that I've got the window to. Like, what you've got to remember, chat, is that my building is literally like my windows. Fucking 10 meters away is just another building with more windows. Shutters are better, they're outside. Yeah, no, there's no way that's going to happen. There's no way. I wouldn't be able to get my landlord to do that, and the landlord wouldn't be allowed to do that because the building that I live in is a listed building, so they can't thingy. They can't change the way that it looks outside. Sounds utopian. Yeah, it's definitely utopian. It's mint. Seriously, the view from my windows is just another building with a load of windows. And it's actually really upsetting because sometimes I'll be getting about in the nip and then I'll remember that, like, if I've got my light on, there's just like 10 fucking flats that could just see right in. My quality new build flat that is baking hot in summer and freezing cold in winter. Perfect infrastructure, thanks. Yeah, it's so good. It's so sick. Sounds like the UK is definitely ready and prepared for a warming planet. Yeah, it's dead mint. We're doing really well already. It's so good. So, there you go. Anyway, let's get on with news. Speaking of things that are bad. Let's look at the news. Although it's not quite bad. It's interesting stuff. There's interesting stuff happening. There are impoverished Mexican farmhands living in 300-year-old thick-walled adobe houses while I sign contracts to Satan for high ceilings and thin walls in the middle of the Mojave fucking desert. Yeah, so good. I love a really thin wall. You know what I mean? I love a really thin wall. Welcome back, Virulent. Where was I yesterday? Well, I don't think that you would have been unbanned yesterday, but you know, I was at a friend's birthday. F-35 got shot down by Iran, literally going to the bar to celebrate. What was I saying? What was I saying? No, this is it. We're doing the news. Let's check it out. There's all kinds of stuff happening. Let's talk it out. I don't know. I took a day off and now I don't know what I'm doing. I hope everyone's okay with that. Let's just watch a video. I hope it's okay.
Gulf, hitting major sites in Qatar.
Hang on, let's rewind this.
Good to have you. Iran has carried out attacks on energy facilities in the Gulf, hitting major sites in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Qatar says the strikes caused extensive damage at Ras Laffan, the world's largest liquefied natural gas production facility. Those attacks came after Israel hit Iran's South Pars gas field, part of the world's...
Anyone got the skinny on how they shot the F-35 down? Yeah, they're just dead good at it.
Biggest gas reserve shared with Qatar. President Trump has warned Iran against targeting Qatar's Ras Laffan again. And in a social media post, he said the US was not involved in the Israeli strike on South Pars.
Let's have a look at that, chat. Should we have a look and see what Donald Trump said about this? Should we see how normal? Should we see how normal Trump is being about this? I can't wait to read this for you. I've been waiting for this ever since I saw it. Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field. In Iran, a relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this, or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar. In which instant the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran, but if Qatar's LNG is attacked again, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, this is normal posting. He is posting through it. He is posting through it. Yes, no, it is. It's fucking Jova for Israel. Absolutely. Right? No, he's saying Israel could continue attacking that site. No, Bubble. I don't think you know what network is referring to, right? When it comes to this particular thing here, right? This is a test, right? There's a couple of things going on with this post, and we'll break it down. We'll pass it through. We'll pass the South Pars attack post. Yeah, we're going to do it together, chat. We're going to look at it, and we're going to figure out what he's on about. Yeah. So first of all, Israel, do not drop those bombs. This thing here, this statement here, and he's talking about Israel out of anger, violently lashed out. Yeah. Yes, this is a flashback to the 12-day war. Hello, Garlo. It's good to see you. Where, you know, he was saying, Israel, don't you dare drop those bombs, where they're just blaming Israel for the things that the USA has complete and full knowledge of, by the way. Like, you know, what he's saying here is like, You know, the United States didn't know anything about it. Yes, they did. They authorized it. The country of Qatar wasn't involved. Yes, they were. You know, they probably attacked it from Qatar. And they're trying to be like, okay, this is blown up in our face, and now we are gonna blame Israel for it. Like, that's what it is. Hello, Sally. How are you doing? Good to see you. Israel acted out of anger for the war that Israel started. Yes, it's very, very like. I think that he is with this particular bit. I think he is literally trying to be like, let's see how it goes if I just start saying that Israel are a mad dog country and I can't control them. He's doing the Biden thing where he's like, I can't control Israel. They're doing everything. Oh my God. Yeah. And that is what a military base, a colony of the United States is always going to be. It's always going to be a... what do you call it? A fall guy. It's always going to be something that you can blame. It's like, oh, we don't have any control over it. They're just doing whatever they want. And I think that's how this is going to end. Genuinely, I do. I think that what USA and Israel don't understand is that Iran are just going to keep bombing everything in the region until there is no chance that the US and Israel can attack them effectively from it again. Like, that is what their position is, you know what I mean? And there is going to come a point where the USA goes, all right, we've suffered too much here, fuck it, now we're going to move on to Cuba, right? Because that's a smaller nation that we could definitely bully. And I don't say that with any happiness or positivity. I'm just commenting on what I think the reality of how things are going to go next. And I think that Israel will just end up getting completely trashed. I think it's just going to end up getting completely destroyed. And we'll have a look at that in a minute because Israel was hit pretty fucking hard last night. I know that they've been being hit pretty fucking hard recently anyway. But they were hit particularly hard last night, and we are going to be taking a look at that in a bit. But there's a couple of things going on here. Obviously, yeah, this is Trump posting through it. He knows that things are going bad, but I think that he is being told. I've been watching Rob. I've been watching because I can't catch Rob's streams because I stream at the same time as him. But I've been catching up on some clips of Rob on his YouTube clips channel and stuff, and he's been saying things like, yeah, you know, like. Trump is just being told, he's been surrounded by sycophants who are just saying to him all the time, yeah, things are going really well. Look at these polls that are like completely made up. They're saying that you've got 100%, approval rating. They're saying that you're like extremely smart. They're saying you're extremely attractive. Everyone loves you. They don't care that you're in the Epstein files, right? And I do think that there's a degree of that happening, but I also think that Trump is, he's aware that there's going to be people around him who are just telling him what they think they want him to hear, even though that's what he wants. And when people tell him what he doesn't want to hear, he sacks them. I think he does know that. I think that when you have that degree of narcissism and vanity, I do think that there is always a massive underlying insecurity that creeps into your psyche every now and then, right? And I think that that's what this is. I think that this is him posting through it. He's in denial, and that's because he's being surrounded by these sycophants who are just like, yeah, you're doing great, don't worry about it, boss. And but then he's being informed about the reality of these attacks and stuff, and there's going to be people from Israel who are contacting him and being like, this has just happened, it's fucked us up. There's going to be people from Qatar who are just getting in touch with him and saying this has just happened, it's really fucked up. And he's not going to be able to, disseminate like what's real and what's not, right? So he is also suffering a kind of AI psychosis where he just doesn't know what's real. He thinks he's doing really well, but then he's hearing some things where things are going really bad, and he's like, no, you can't do that anymore. It's a mess. It's a total mess. Thank you for the follow, by the way. So that's the reality of what's going on here in general, right? And let's go back to the Al Jazeera report on this. And remember, Al Jazeera is Qatari state media, and the US is saying, we had no idea that Israel was going to do this. And what have I said before, chat? Trump literally prefers the Gulf state Emiratis to Israel, right? He loves Qatar. They gave him a big jet. They gave him a big plane. He loves that kind of stuff. I know that Miriam Adelson gave him $200 million. But when it comes to who's a loser, what country is a loser and what country is not a loser, what country goes around begging everyone to normalize relations with them and then, you know, attacks random countries and then complains and cries when they get shot back. Israel does that. Israel does that all the time. And that's loser behavior. And he will see that and he will be like, yeah, that's loser shit. Why are you being losers? He just prefers them, right? He just completely prefers those guys. He loves oil and countries that could give him oil. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, you know, Qatari state media is going to be saying, like, don't worry, the US didn't know anything about this. And that's because Trump's been on the phone being like, I didn't know anything about this. Sorry about that. Guess it was evil Israel. Right? That's just what's happened. Oh, they're mad dogs. I'm sorry. I can't control them. They do it all the time. I can't believe it. Hey, Hippie Marshmallow, how you doing? I hope Trump's inevitable complete panic breakdown is very public and very funny. Well, it is. It kind of already is. Like, this is not normal posting. Right? This is not normal posting. He is staying up all night. And you know, you gotta remember, chat, he's like 79. This is like, you know, you can't be staying up all night posting on the social media platform that you made because you didn't like Twitter enough. And just posting about how things are not really going the way that you wanted them to, but they are, but they're not, but they are, but they're not, but they're not, but they are, but they're not. And then simultaneously at the same time, like doing all this kind of stuff. Remember, for all those absolute fools out there, in quotation mark, fools, Iran is considered by everyone to be the #1 state sponsor of terror, rapidly putting them out of business. When is too late, Powell lowering interest rates? Like, what is it? Like, look at the posting. No one posts this much. 2 in the morning cracks me up. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Spooky, what's up? Welcome in. No, he can get worse, then he will get worse. I wonder what would happen if we finished up what's left of the Iranian terror state and let countries that use it, we don't, be responsible for the so-called Strait. We don't use the Strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast. And then he's posting stuff like, yay, look at this Republican that I endorsed in Illinois won. You know? He's doing all these retweets and stuff. 3... Look at this. March 17th election update. 3 wins, 0 losses. President Trump endorsements. 100%. Bro. Like, there's like 100 elections in Illinois or some shit. I don't know. There's loads of districts where people are, you know, standing an election and stuff. And he's like 3 wins, 0 losses, 100%. Do you see how there's no like highlighted areas in Illinois where he's supposedly won? Because if that was the case, it would be like here, a tiny section here, a tiny section here, and a tiny section here. It's a fire ass post. It is. It's so good. How long before he alludes to killing himself? I think not that long. He's gonna start sad posting pretty soon. What's this about? Border Patrol shit. What's this? Same post probably. What's he posting here?
So my son was a really world-class athlete, and January 7th.
It's just not nonsense. He's just posting stuff. What's this? What's this? Bro, what's this? Wait, what just happened? Whoa, what do you mean? This method requires an authenticated user. I have a Truth Social account. Oh, where did that go? I really wanted to watch that. No, please give me the fucking rot. Please just give me the rot. Please give me the rot. You're not allowed to watch things in full. Wait, let me log in. Hang on. I've got a Truth Social account. Hang on a minute. How do you log in? How do you just get to sign in? Oh, I can't remember what my password is. Oh mate. My username was something like I love Elon Musk. Oh, I can't remember. Oh mate, that's so annoying. It's not remembered my shit. It's not remembered my login details on Google. Never mind. Maybe it will on Firefox. I gotta watch this video in any way, shape, or form. It's so. I just know it's gonna be good. I just know it's gonna be so good. Right. Okay. That'll have to do, chat. We'll have to watch it like this. What is happening, man? Like... What? 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 It jumped. Yeah, it jumped from 954 to 2025. It's like a mobile game. Bro, what's this? What is this? Why is there a UFC octagon there? This is so good. What is actually fucking happening? The Requiem for a Dream music is just Chef's Kiss, yeah. Did you genuinely not know about the White House UFC card? Did this actually happen? Oh, right. White House UFC event. Oh, wow. This actually happened. That's fucking wild. UFC... Wait, what? Visiting the UFC that sets place at the White House next summer. Did this... It's not happened yet, so it's saying that... Okay, it's talking about a thing that hasn't happened, but might happen. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. No, I know Dana White and Donald Trump go way back. I know that. Yeah. I know that. God, that's so funny, man. Where did the Trump social... Ah, there you go. Truth Social thing. There we go. What else is he posting like? What else is he doing? Free Tina Peters, a 73-year-old woman with cancer, given a 9-year death sentence in a Colorado prison by a Democrat governor, Jared Polis, and a corrupt political machine for exposing fraud by the Democrats during the 2020 presidential election. Free Tina. What did she actually do? Let's have a look. Tina Peters. She was jailed for tampering with voting machines. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom, what's up? That's so good. That's so good, mate. Morton says, I had a look on eBay. There are some DeLonghi Pinguinos on eBay near you for £150 and less. That's thank you very much. But I do need £150 in order to get that, and I don't have that. Yeah, she did fraud. This lady did fraud. She was tampering with voting machines. Rojogan was on his podcast questioning the wisdom of bringing a bunch of VIPs to a large event at the White House in the middle of a war. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, let's go. Rojogan. She pleaded not guilty to all charges, but a jury convicted her on 7 of the 10 counts. Damn, dude, that sounds pretty. You know, juries are just regular people, right? And they, you know, if a jury of regular people can see that she did this, that's just like on 7 of the 10 counts. That's, you know, that's. What is a 9-year death sentence? She has to be dead for 9 years, but then gets to come back? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Okay, well that's what that is. What else is he posting? We read that. Graham tears into European allies over Strait of Hormuz reluctance. Hell yeah. Media and lawmakers downplay the threat from the Iran regime, but evidence shows the true scope of danger. Okay, so he's posting through it. Rare Trump sneakers listed for $180,000 at SneakerCon in Riyadh. Hell yeah. This is such good posting. What's going on here? John McNaughton walking on the forgotten man in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. He's just like an old man doddering around his home. Just, you know, commenting on things that are happening around his house. From Douglas McKinnon, this is a photo from yesterday on the drive from LA to Palm Springs. Hundreds and hundreds of these pieces of junk windmills. They're not windmills, but okay. No surprise to the president, but only 10% of them working as we drove past. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Only 10% of them working. It's like they need wind. It just wasn't that windy. That's so good. Okay. Khamenei's unforced errors proved fatal. The left is petrified that Trump will succeed in Iran and expose them as mind-twisted frauds. We're seeing sentences that have never even been conceived. Asia Pacific allies ink $56 billion in deals with US companies at Tokyo Forum. He's just like, we've done deals with US companies. The corporations that I love are really good. Like, it's like the most insane narcissistic posting of fucking vanity, self-glazing shit, like retruthing this thing, www.israelnationalnews.com, saying President Trump has prevented another Holocaust. Hell yeah, dude. That's true. That's obviously true. Britain had meltdown when China hacked voter files, but US intel kept it secret in America. What? What does he mean? Secret evidence China accessed voter files as Senate weighs election security law. So he's retweeting a story where he's being like, Britain had a meltdown when they found out that China hacked some shit, which they probably didn't. But the US intel kept it secret, and it's like, right, so the US intel they still got hacked, but it was shit. But they did, like, what? They just didn't say anything about it? They just pretended it wasn't happening. All right. Well, there's Trump. There's Trump's Truth Social. That's what's going on Truth Social for him. Let's finish this. Hey, Risky Verse, how you doing? Welcome in. A Chinese IP address always means that the attack originated from China and not a spoof. We're winning, bro. Iran's about to lose, bro. Just trust. One more assassinated old man and Iran will fall, bro. Please don't panic and pop our market bubble. Gas will be cheap again next month, bro. Yeah, exactly.
Now expelled several Iranian diplomatic staff. The foreign ministry says Iran's military and security attaches and their teams should leave Qatar within 24 hours. Okay, well, I'm joined by Mohammed El-Masri. He's a professor of
That's quite
Studies at
significant.
Doha Institute for Graduate Studies to take a look at all of these developing stories. So, Mohammed, firstly, on the Israeli attack on Iran's side of the shared gas fields in the Arabian Gulf. It's called the South Pars field. For the Iranians, it's called the North Field or the North Dome here in Qatar. It's a zone of hugely strategic cooperation, isn't it? But when it comes to this attack on South Pars, Donald Trump says he knew nothing about Israel's plan to attack the field, but insists no more attacks will be made by Israel. Who's calling the shots here?
It was a really interesting post, and it's generating a lot of discussion online.
Really interesting
it's easy
post
to
is
imagine
not saying
here that Trump is.
Well, it's saying quite a lot. Susie, thank you so much for the 5 months. How are you doing? Good to see you, Queen. What's up?
Hi.
Is not telling the truth.
Hi.
That he authorized this.
Enjoy your ad-free
Israel
viewing
would
in your
not have
remotes.
Done this without his authorization, but that he's just trying to kind of calm the markets and allay the fears of his Gulf allies. However, it's also not difficult to imagine that Benjamin Netanyahu has once again gotten his way with Donald Trump and forced the hand of the Trump administration. Netanyahu has been to Washington 7 times over the past 13 or 14 months.
And chat, remember, this kind of talk on Al Jazeera, Qatari state media, is quite significant in the fact that Qatari state media, especially Al Jazeera English, is used as diplomacy toward the West, and that's why they're bad on stuff like Iran, and will appear to do things like slightly glazing Israel and the United States by, backing up their accusations that Iran is terrible and belligerent and doing all this stuff. And I think that even though the Qatari government have said, get rid of your attaches, we won't be having you back, I don't think that that's going to be a permanent situation. I think that during the war, that's probably what they're doing, because I think that they think that these diplomats are doing spying. And yeah, embassies will often do spying and stuff like that. So, I'm not saying that that's not entirely possible. But it won't be permanent, I don't think. And I think that even though it's not entirely true, well, it is. I think it's broadly true that Israel pushed Trump's hand, especially Miriam Adelson giving him $200 million to his estate to be like, you should do what Israel says more. I do think that that's a thing that happened. And I do think that that's something that contributed towards this. As well as, just these imperialists just loving war. Like Rob was saying it in that clip that he was talking about last night as well. It's like, what we have to remember is that, like, it's very easy to sit there and be like, this is Israel's war, yada, yada, yada. But it's like I've been saying, like, totally agreed with Rob, because Rob was essentially saying what I've been saying, for the last 2 or 3 months or whatever, that, this is something that the USA wants. Like, they want to do this. They want to just do imperialism. Like, there is a section of people in the administration who love US imperialism, and they truly believe that attacking Iran is going to be the thing that cements and secures US hegemony all over the world, and also benefits US corporations, and also the petrodollar, right? So yeah, that's also a massive part of it. But again, I'm not too bothered. Like, I'm neither here nor there. I'm not going to sit there and, like, yell at the screen when on Qatari state media they're going, Israel have pushed them to do this, because I think that Israel becoming a pariah. I think that's already happened, and I think that, you know, that continuing to happen is only good. It's only good that is continuing to happen, and I hope it escalates, and I hope it expediates, because it hopefully means the end of Israel itself. But I think that this is significant. I think it's massively significant that there are, like, even in the cases when they're talking about things that benefit empire, and Qatar is a client state of empire, they are discussing things and being like, yeah, this is pretty much Israel's fault, right? You know? Yeah, I've already got that link. Thank you, Virulent, though. Generating a lot of discussion is an interesting phrase. It is. My t-shirt saying war crimes are cool is generating a lot of discussion that is explained by my shirt. Spying is 90% the point of embassies. Without spying, they'd just be sitting around doing nothing all day. Yeah. The Iran war cost ticket will pass $25 billion at some point today. Yeah. They're desperately trying to come up with a bribe that might work on Trump to stop the war. So they're expelling people performatively. Yes, I think that's true. I think that's part of it as well. Yeah. At the end of the day, the US has the final say. They could have put a stop to this at any point. Correct. Yes.
And he has pretty much gotten his way. And it's to such an extent that even Trump's own MAGA base is starting to question whether it is Israel that is actually dictating many facets of American foreign policy. And on that...
This is great. They're having Iran's discussion. Do you remember we spoke last week? Or maybe it was earlier this week, about Iran having multiple discussions with multiple people in all places all over the world at the same time. And this is the part of the discussion where Iran is saying to the American people, your president is willing to do what this evil, pedophile, rapist, genocide state does. What's that about? You should vote for someone else, right? So Iran is doing this psychological manipulation, which it doesn't have to do that hard, to be honest, because Israel has already done this, you know, where the people in America, you know, are going to end up having to deal with a destabilized political situation because everybody thinks that either Jewish people, if they're Nazis, are in charge, or Israel, right? And you're going to have a minority of people who know the truth, which is that, like, Israel is being used by the United States, but that's the situation that's happening in America. And Qatar is having that conversation for Iran, on Iran's behalf now, on Al Jazeera English.
There was Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, a couple of weeks ago, who sort of let the cat out of the bag, if you will, by suggesting that it was Israel who sort of forced that.
Hey, Kairos, how's it going? Everybody, please go follow Kairos, another lefty streamer. A lot of people are hesitant in saying that Israel caused this war to benefit itself because it sounds too similar to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories of Jewish world domination, but there's a lot more nuance in that take. America gave Israel definitive regional power so they could consolidate America's regional needs and preserve the petrodollar global dynamics, and Israel took advantage of the power it was given. Yes, absolutely. And also, you know, two things can be true, and the two things that are true is that Israel is taking advantage and has become some kind of a monster that the USA can control or can't control in some, like, it has its own influence over the USA that is related to how the political apparatus in the USA is falling apart and has cracks in it due to the way that Donald Trump has destroyed the country, right? And the other thing that is true is that the USA also wants this. So it's like, yeah, you know, you have to be able to hold those two truths, but that's the folly of a, you know, an entity like the Zionist entity, which is that they are just going to end up making themselves massively unpopular, and eventually it will probably lead to the end of their project. So yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing right now.
Hand of the United States to attack Iran once again.
Why would it strategically then be in Israel's favor to attack South Pars, knowing that the Iranians would retaliate against Qatar, an ally of the United States? What's the purpose here?
Well, I mean, certainly this serves the Israeli purpose. The Israeli purpose is to create chaos. They would like to generate, of course, a collapse of the state. in Iran, but also I think they would love to generate chaos in the Gulf and in the wider Middle East region. Israel's goal, going back many years, one of their goals is to create weak, fragmented, subordinated states and to become the region's only true power. Benjamin Netanyahu has been speaking recently about Israel becoming a global superpower. He has mentioned previously his greater Israel ambitions. Israel, of course, is an expansionist.
This is great. This is great that in a time where Qatar has had their energy infrastructure attacked on the main news channel in Qatar, which is, in English and in Arabic, they're going to be even more. They're going to be even more fucking, sympathetic to Iran. On their English channel, they're sat there going, yeah, Israel wants to fuck up relations. Like, they're slightly saying that here. Israel wants to fuck up relations between Iran and Qatar. That's what they're saying. This is fascinating.
It is seeking to expand its borders. So this is all part of that.
Yeah.
So we can see how this benefits Israel from their perspective. But the interesting thing is that it doesn't really seem to be benefiting anyone else. It's catastrophic, I think, certainly for the Gulf countries, for Europe, and I would argue for the United States as well.
The concern across the Gulf that Gulf states are potentially being drawn deeper into this overheated situation across the region. We have Iran's UN ambassador sending this letter to the Secretary General, this is according to Iranian media, asking for compensation from the UAE, Kuwait and Qatar for allowing their territories to be used to either facilitate or indeed even stage attacks directly.
Now, this is going to be where the difficult conversations happen. And this is going to be either where this fella here says, well, this is the limit, right? Yes, Al Jazeera is state-funded Qatari media, yeah.
Against Iran.
He's either going to sit down here and he's going to say, this is too much. We are, they're asking us for too much now. It's their fault that they bombed us, yada, yada, yada. Let's see how they spin this.
Has been categorically denied by all of these countries in the past. They've held firmly onto their position of neutrality here. But talk us through the significance of Iran digging its heels in when it comes to this perspective.
Well, I think it's going to be really important going forward. Whenever this war ends and when the dust settles, there are going to be scores to settle. I think there's going to be a kind of realignment. There are going to be tensions for a very long time. There is a deep distrust now, and that's putting it lightly. Obviously, Iran resents the fact that these Gulf countries host American military bases.
You see, this is a really interesting diplomatic way of answering this question, because there has already been that distrust. Iran has not seen the USA place military bases all around it in its neighbors while maintaining relationships with those neighbors and just gone, yeah, that's fine. We totally trust these people. The distrust that this guy is talking about is from a Qatari position, right? You know what I mean? And it's I think that, it's very fucking important to be talking about the fact that they are going to want to paint this picture of them being a small bean. Qatar, that is. They're going to be like, we're just a small bean in all of this. We didn't know. The USA tricked us, right? And it's going to be really easy to do that. And if they just do that, I think that Iran will forgive them. And I think that Iran will go, well, okay, let's make a deal. You need to give us money. Yeah. This whole relationship that you've had with the USA has left us in pieces. You've been, involved in these sanctions. You've been complicit in these sanctions, in ruining our people's lives for the last 50 years. You got to do something about it, right? That's the end of it. I think that it is just going to be like that, right? What else was I taking a look at? Did you see that British journalist nearly killed by Israeli strikes? Yeah, we're going to get onto that. Absolute rubbish. Yeah. Do you mean the Russia Today guy? Or do you mean another guy that I've not seen? Because I know about the Russia Today guy. We're going to cover that in a bit. Hey, Morrigan, how you doing?
Iran argues are used one way or another to help, at a minimum, coordinate U.S. military action against Iran. So they're very angry. And obviously, we see that in
Steve
their
Sweeney.
actions.
Yeah. That's the
both
Russia Today guy.
countries,
Yeah.
From their perspective, and we sit here in Doha talking about.
Hey, Black
this,
Phillip, what's up? How you doing?
From the
Good to
Qatari
see you.
perspective, they're kind of caught in the crossfire. They do have these security arrangements, but these are matters of a sovereign state. These are Qatari decisions, and they, for their part, did lobby Donald Trump to not attack Iran. They've been
Small bean. See what I'm saying? They're doing it. This is going to be the line. It's going to be like, no, sorry, the Qatari government is a small bean in all of this, and we didn't mean to do it.
Adamant that this war should not have.
Please don't use your bases that we said that you could have in our country to attack Iran, our neighbor. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? No, you didn't. You didn't give a fuck about that. Sorry, that's bollocks, and everybody knows it.
Started, and they also told the United States that they could not use the military base here.
I believe to an extent that there will have been some amount of, okay, I believe that this is a security arrangement with the United States. And, there has probably been some kind of hubris amongst Emirati monarchists in the region who are just like, we could control the United States. We could be the United States betrays everyone, but we're not Rojava. We're not the Kurds. We're the Saudis. We're the Omanis. We're we're the UAE. We're the United Arab Emirates. We're the Qataris. We're Bahrain. We're Kuwait, right? And I think that there's a degree of hubris there where they've gone, no, we'll make sure that they don't fuck us around with this. But you just can't do that with America. You can't trust them as far as you can throw them.
To launch attacks on Iran. So from their perspective, they've done all that they can do. But again, they're caught in the crossfire, and I think their options going forward are bad options and worse options.
Okay, Mohammed, let me bring in another element to this as well, because Iran's foreign minister has responded to US media reports.
By the way, the bad option is to kick US bases out. The worst option is to keep them.
Reports that the Pentagon is looking for a $200 billion boost in its budget to support the Iran war. Early on Thursday morning, he posted on X saying, we're only 3 weeks into this war of choice imposed on both Iranians and Americans. The $200 billion is the tip of the iceberg. Ordinary Americans can thank Benjamin Netanyahu and his lackeys in Congress for the $1 trillion
Hell yeah, dude.
Israel first tax.
Hell yeah, dude.
The US economy. Back to Mohammed Al-Masri. I mean, there is no doubt.
No, they're not. They're not both shit options. Kicking the US bases out of Qatar would immediately make things much better for everybody in the region. That would be the best option. It would be the Qatari government is trying to have a line where it's like, we don't really want to do that, and that would be bad, right? That's why this guy is presenting it as bad. The reality is that kicking the US bases out of the region would be, at this point, completely easy to do, because the USA has been totally fucking hamstringed by this entire operation. There's no way that they would want to retaliate against Qatar, because they have a relationship with Qatar because of the oil and shit like that. It's the best option. It would be the best option, and it would be the easiest option. And in fact, I imagine Iran would say, whatever security concerns you have, we can help you with that. Right? It's been fun seeing nations go hat in hand begging Iran for peace and oil. Best has been the anti-Muslim Narendra Modi learning Persian in record time to beg Iran for oil. Is that true? No, that's not true. I don't believe it. You don't have to give me proof of that. You're making a bold claim here. You're telling me Hindutva fascist Modi is learning Farsi so that he could beg Iran for oil. I've heard that too. Get out of town. Oh, that's great. I like how he's linking it to be forced on the US people too as well. Yes, absolutely. Look, Donald, we saved you so much money. We've doged all your bases, yeah.
That the arithmetic of this conflict has put the Americans in an incredibly tight spot. Now they've gone cap in hand asking for an extra $200 billion. Iran's strategy seems to be to last as long as they possibly can and inflict as much economic pain as possible.
That is what they're going to do, yeah.
Probably Iran's only choice is to make this so costly that the U.S. has to withdraw support for the war. They have to end the war, and that they don't think about attacking Iran again. But it's interesting, this post.
India's Modi reaches out to Iran as energy crunch fears grip the South Asian nation. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi called Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian for the first time since the war in the Middle East. His New Delhi's top priorities were the safety of Indians and unhindered transit of energy. That's so good, bro. He's scared that Iran is going to see India as a nation in collaboration with Israel and start fucking bombing it. That's so funny, dude. What the fuck? He did a post in Persian? What? No. This is no. I think this is just Arabic, right? This is just Arabic. I don't think this is Persian. I think, like, why would he? He's talking about speaking to Qatar. Eid greetings. Oh, this is nuts. He's wishing him a happy Eid. Oh, by the way, Eid Mubarak, everybody. Yeah, this is Arabic. It's not Farsi. It's Arabic. No, but this is still significant. He's speaking in Arabic and saying fucking Eid Mubarak. Bro, this guy murders Muslims. Bro, this is fucking crazy. Modi's gonna fucking convert. Iran is gonna make fucking Modi convert. He's gonna be reciting the Shahada. He's gonna be like, I'm so sorry. I'll go to prison for fucking what I did in Gujarat. That's absolutely mad.
This post to X is a pretty aware quote. He's aware of the criticism.
No. It's not just posting, Morgana. Like, Modi is a out and out the most vile fascist Islamophobe you could possibly conjure in your entire fucking imagination, right? It is extremely significant that he is speaking in Arabic and saying happy fucking Eid to Qatar. Like, that is insane. Completely insane. It's extremely significant. I know it is just a post, but it's extremely significant.
He's using this kind of Israel.
Well, it's not just like Netanyahu tweeting in Arabic, because sometimes Netanyahu will tweet in Arabic to be like, I'm going to murder everybody, right? But it would be like if Netanyahu tweeted in Arabic and was like, we spoke to our brothers in the you know, the nation of Lebanon, and you know, wish them a happy Eid and shit like that. That would just never happen. It seems like he just wants oil. Yes, no, he does want oil, but it's significant. The way that he is doing it, the way that he is doing this is completely significant. It's not just that he wants oil. Absolutely, that's his major motivation. I'm not saying that he's changed his opinion on Muslims, by the way. I'm not saying that. That bit was sarcastic. He's not gonna recite the fucking Shahada and shit. That's just a joke. First non-suicidal fascist. Yeah, for real. Yeah, a guy that actually has like sustainability in mind. Hey, ground level news, how you doing? They should take that airplane back. Yeah, Qatar. Yeah. Capitalist versus fascist. Who's the biggest loser? Yeah.
First language, and I mentioned that.
Yeah, no, sorry. No. Sorry. Look, if I ever say something completely exaggerated like that, it is going to be sarcastic. Yeah.
Response to your
I know that's hard to pass sometimes, and I will remind people. Sorry about that.
You do have major Republican figures accusing the president of abandoning his America First agenda. People like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Megyn Kelly, and a whole host of others. So he's tapping into that. And then obviously the economic concerns. He understands that this is not a popular war in the United States. It's the least popular major war at the start of a war in American polling history. And it's already having economic ramifications. Gas prices are up about 29%, which is very significant.
Yeah, we do a little hyperbole, yeah.
And then you're going to get an inflation effect, a ripple effect throughout the economy. The stock market is down, and so I think he's tapping into a lot of that.
Okay, the Iranians clearly aware of the US.
All right, well, there's that Al Jazeera interview. Let's take a look at this. What is this? This is Iranian missiles hitting the Haifa refinery in major escalation. So what's happened over the last couple of days is Israel has assassinated Ali Larijani, who was the Security Council, something like the head of the General Secretary of the Security Council. And they've also assassinated a intelligence security officer. Again, they are desperately trying to pull off this so-called regime change. They're not doing so well at that. And this wasn't exactly a targeted strike either, because the way that this happened was they bombed the shit out of one particular area in Iran, and they killed hundreds of Iranian civilians, along with Ali Larijani. So in retaliation to that, Iran has absolutely fucking pummeled Israel. And the escalation at this point is exponential. So let's take a look at this.
Developments really across the U.S. and Israel war against Iran, developments in the Middle East, developments in the Gulf, developments really across the world. Noor O'Day is southwest of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, monitoring developments in Israel. Noor, there was a strike on the Israeli city of Haifa. Do you know what was hit?
Well, Sarah, we know now, after the Israeli military censor also cleared the information, that the oil refinery in the Haifa Bay was hit, as was the electricity company. There are some power outages reported in the Haifa area. The Israeli Minister of Energy has said that work to repair that damage is ongoing.
Sorry, I was muted. Gas is at $7 a gallon in California. What the fuck?
There were messages of reassurance to the public that there are no dangers of leaks, petrochemical leaks from that hit to the oil refinery. But this is a significant development, if you will, one that was considered remote even earlier on in the day, when we heard from a member of the Israeli security cabinet who was basically
oh my God, she's right,
being targeted now by Iran, and said,
oh my God, she's right. $5.99. Bro, what? Supreme is at $6.39. No way, man. Encino, it's up by San Francisco. Yeah, I mean, but that's still significant, though. Where is Encino? San Fernando. No, this is LA. This this is close to downtown LA. Hang on a minute. Come on, man. No, it's not close to downtown. Is it like Palm Springs? Encino is catching up to the Bay Area. It just said it was in LA. What do you mean catching up to the Bay Area? What do you mean? Hey, Chud Destroyer. Catching up to the Bay Area. Chatters will just say anything. It's fucking yo. It's near Beverly Hills. The Bay Area. Bro, the Bay Area's up here. What do you mean? It's like fucking here. It is near downtown. It is actually near downtown. That's mad. That's crazy. Hey, Mr. Dank, what's up? Oh, you were saying the prices are catching up to the Bay Area. Sorry, I misunderstood you. But you did say earlier that location is up by San Francisco, which is just not what it is. There you go. $4 in the DC area, $2.75 last time I filled up. What? Yo, what the fuck, man? Time to get those BYDs, motherfuckers.
Saying that basically that Israel didn't have oil resources and gas resources to speak of, and that Iran wasn't targeting them. Haifa port.
It's a lot, hippie marshmallow.
Strategic for Israel. It is home to Israel's navy, to the nuclear submarines, to the oil refineries and the petrochemicals. And now it has been hit. It is not clear whether this was a shrapnel, an interceptor shrapnel, or Iranian missile shrapnel, but the damage is unmistakable.
Noor,
I imagine the typical price in that kind of area would probably be $4 a gallon. Everyone's cool with it though because prices went up more when Joe Biden was president. Oh yeah, you just wait. You just wait.
Noor, I'm looking at just recent developments in Israel. So the Israel has hit the oil depots in Tehran. They also hit yesterday the Iran's gas facilities. And Iran has said, well, in that case, if you're going to do that, we're going to hit energy facilities across the Gulf. And now you're just reporting that they hit an oil facility in Haifa. Are more Iranian missiles getting through in Israel? Are more Iranian missiles actually hitting Israel now than they were 19 days ago when this war started? Because
your mom
Israel
called you paranoid, Morrigan.
They had a 97% interception rate against Iranian missiles.
This is so funny. Israel said that they had a 97% interception rate. Why are they not letting anyone post videos on Twitter? Why are they not letting anyone post videos on Twitter about what's happening in Israel? Hey, Dirty Bird Distiller. Yeah, we were just looking at prices around that area, yeah. Yeah, Israel wouldn't lie. They're famous for being very truthful, yeah.
97% interception rate against Iranian missiles, but they are being hit.
I heard putting up the oil prices is the intention of the USA government. I feel like this isn't true. This is something that I've said on the stream. And I think that it is true. And I think that that has been a big part in the decision of all of this. Going to war with Iran. Because there's no way that they would not know that this would happen. I just think that there's no way that they couldn't have known that this was a possibility. It's bad for the bag and they don't like anyone touching the bag. Yeah, but I think that the way that I think of it, right, is the way that Sophie explained it to me. The way that she put it made so much sense. Trump got into office. They told him He was sat down with a bunch of, like, you know, advisors and shit like that. Like, this happens. You get briefed. When you become president, you get briefed on the situation, right? And I think that they will have sat down and said with him, Israel has completely destroyed any kind of soft power that we had in that region. Things are going very badly. The US empire can't afford to... Yo! RTP Talks, thank you so much for the raid. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate that. I appreciate you taking a chance on me with your community. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news from a left-wing perspective, commie perspective, anti-imperialist perspective. That's what we're doing. How you doing? Welcome in. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. Who's coming in? Dragon Wizard. Mad Eye Missy, RGZ Mom, The Anachronista, Kara757, JW2255, Katie Cat, welcome in. Another Brit, RTP is a Brit. Is RTP another Brit that I should be getting to know? No, RTP is American. Does the same from an American perspective. Hell yeah, let's go. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. It's nice to know that there's another streamer out there that I don't know about. Hell yeah. Let me tweet you a follow, man. Everyone go and take a look at RTP Talks.
Follow me, old chum.
Thank you for all the follows, folks. And I will also take a look at RTP Talks. Appreciate you. Yo, thank you for the 100 bits already. You don't have to do that.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass.
Thank you so much, Complicated25. Appreciate you.
Follow me, old chum.
Yeah, take a follow,
Follow
man.
me, old chum. Follow me, old chum.
Follow
me, old chum.
This is just off the top of my dome, but think we secured Venezuela basically as our own. With this, we can have an excuse to damage Iran oil capabilities, then try and take over their customers to buy our Venezuelan oil. Side benefits hurting China and stroking Israel. They haven't secured Venezuela oil as their own.
Me, old chum.
That's not happened. I think that's the key part that's missing in your analysis.
Follow me, old chum.
Thank you for all the follows. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're just taking a look at the Iran war. That's what we're doing, Raiders. I can't remember what the fuck I was in the middle of. Oh yeah, we were talking about whether the US government knew the oil prices would go up and whether they care about that, right? You know? And I think
Follow me, old chum.
that they did know. And I was explaining about how my good friend Sophie, who I do a podcast with every Sunday, or every other Sunday, Red Planet, which you should also go check out if you're a fan of shit like this. Yeah, when Trump got made president, he was sat down with a bunch of advisors who said the genocide in Gaza has completely destroyed any kind of faith in our biggest ally, Israel. We have to work really hard to bring that back from the brink. And I think that's where he came up with the idea for a ceasefire and the border peace and all this kind of business. And he just couldn't be bothered getting to it until things got, whatever, to the point that they got to, because what he was doing before all that was the Doge cuts, right? And they were just there like, hey, listen, there's a load of money in this fucking empire, and we could probably save a bunch of it by doing an American version of extreme austerity, like the Brits did, but even worse, because it actually harms empire. But I don't think that they were saying it harms empire, because I just don't think that Trump has any idea of like what soft power is, and he doesn't get it, and he's just like, all right, well, we fucked soft power, so let's just fuck soft power even more, right? You know what I mean? And Sophie said it to me in terms of They are stripping the copper wire out of the empire. They are trying to make money for themselves. They're trying to fiddle with the books as much as possible to make themselves a bunch of money, either through corrupt bribes or, insider trading and shit like that. And it's like, they did this with the Iraq War as well, right? They totally did this with the Iraq War. There was a bunch of people who had put options the day before the fucking World Trade Centers got hit. And this isn't like a conspiracy thing. It's like the World Trade Centers got hit. There's a lot of fucking, evidence to suggest that the Pentagon knew about it, but they wanted an excuse to go to war with Iraq. And so they let it happen. And I think this is just something that happens when you have capitalism. Capitalism is the highest stage of imperialism. Yeah, the anti-soft power stuff will be coming from Stephen Miller, who's like, might makes right. Fuck all this like US aid shit. Who cares? And they're making a bunch of money. Like if you think about it, it'll probably come out. Some people who are more savvy with this stuff, not me, because I don't know how to find out if people have done short options or put options or whatever in stocks and shares before they went to war with Iran. I'm not going to be able to find out if that happened, but I'm sure some people will find out. A bunch of stuff regarding that, and I think that it'll come out that a load of people made a bunch of money in investing in oil because like oil prices going up like this aren't very good for people who have to buy oil as a commodity, like the working class, right? They're also not good for companies, and they're also not good for militaries and shit like that, but that's whatever. But they're very good for people who invest in oil, So it's going to be that, right? Most of them are just doing it on Polymarket now. There'll be Polymarket stuff as well. Yeah, there'll be a bunch of Polymarket shit. Yeah, it benefited his oil buddies. And, I've been speculating that I think that Lindsey Graham's probably got some money in oil. I think that all these Senator Warhawks have got money in oil. The entire point of Doge was to steal Americans' data and shut down federal investigations into Elon's malfeasant companies. Yeah, but there was more than that. It was much more than that. I think that that's pretty reductive. I think it was stripping the copper wire out of the empire. Lady G has. Lady G. The fuck's Lady G? Don't know your wee daffy pals. Okay, anyway, let's get back to this Al Jazeera report talking about the missiles hitting Israel's Haifa refinery. Lindsey Graham. Lady G is Lindsey Graham. Yeah, we're not calling him that here, okay? Just so you know, yeah, new chatters, we're not calling him that here. Okay? As a queer man, we're not calling him that here. Yeah? I know what the joke is. It's not funny. Sorry.
Hello, me old chum.
Loads of other ways that you can say that Lindsey Graham's a piece of shit. Don't have to bring up the fact that he's gay. Do you?
Regularly 19 days into this war.
Yeah, I mean, they've dropped that percentage now publicly to 90%. But let's keep in mind that the missiles that Iran is using now, Cyril, are different from the ones used on day one. They're using far heavier missiles, supersonic missiles, missiles with cluster warheads that splinter into several missiles with an impact radius of about 10 kilometers. They are hitting more regularly. They are creating damage to facilities like the railroad station in Holon and in Tel Aviv, damage to now the oil refinery and the electricity company in Haifa, and damage elsewhere that the military censor is not clearing. This is a strategic challenge as it is being described by military sources in Israel. These missiles, even if they're intercepted, even if they're down, they still can do a lot of damage because, again, they splinter into many, many missiles And when they enter Israeli airspace, when they re-enter the airspace, they re-enter it at supersonic speed. These are very, very challenging for the interceptors, sophisticated as they may be in Israel, Sarah.
And Neuroday reporting.
All right, so a little bit of information on the escalation from Iran there, but that was, of course, a very small report because Qatari state media is not going to spend a lot of time being like, Iran are really strong and they're fucking everything up. Because, of course, Qatar is a client state of empire. Speaking of client states of empire, let's take a look at what the UK state media is saying about this. This is a BBC report on oil and gas prices surging after Israel's world's biggest gas field has been struck.
Iran just got worse after Israel reportedly attacked the world's biggest natural gas field.
Oh, wait. After Israel strikes the world's biggest gas field, Iran's gas field, right?
In Iran. The facility is shared with Qatar, which called the strike dangerous and irresponsible. Oil prices rose sharply again today, with Iran saying it would take decisive action in response. And there are reports.
I know Mule knows Ball based on his Berserk shirt. Wait, Ball?
Company.
I know Ball. What, as in baseball? What are you on about?
And missiles also targeting Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. So what could all this mean for energy costs? With our top story tonight.
Just that I know my stuff. This is American for knowing my stuff. That's what that is. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I do.
Filled with black smoke above South Pars, the world's largest natural gas field marks a new frontier in this spiralling conflict. It's a dramatic departure from America's previous aversion to hitting Iran's energy infrastructure. It's reported Israel alerted the US ahead of carrying out the strikes. And already, Tehran appears to be responding in kind. Tonight, a refinery in the Ras Laffan area of Qatar has been hit by missiles.
No, yeah, we went through that already, Mr. Dang.
Damage. It follows this warning from Iran.
This is a firm warning to those responsible for attacking parts of Iran's fuel and energy infrastructure in the south. In response, the fuel, energy and gas facilities at the source of the attack will be set ablaze and reduced to ashes at the earliest opportunity.
Damn, that goes hard.
So where are the facilities Iran says are in its sights? Well, as well as that refinery in Qatar, it's warned of attacks on sites in Saudi Arabia and a gas field in the United Arab Emirates. And today's attacks by Israel...
And don't forget, chat, they warned that they would do this stuff before the attacks on them even happened. They said, this is how we will respond. If you do this, this is what we will do. You know, if I knew that that was what Iran was going to do as a fucking chump streamer from Britain, right, then the CIA knew that that was what they were going to do, that that was how they were going to respond. And, you know... The BBC being here like, well, what are they going to do next? These crazy Iranians doing whatever they want. Sorry, no, it doesn't work anymore. Like, come on, man. What will crazy Iran do next? Will they blow up a toilet?
Gas field has already affected Qatar as it shares that field with Iran. It's a major supplier of liquid gas with customers around the world. So what does that mean for gas supplies in the UK? Well, over a third is...
Putting a lot of credibility in the US Imperial Court there, but no, they absolutely... I'm sorry, they absolutely fucking knew. They absolutely knew. I know that we have been sat here saying, like, the USA wasn't prepared for this. They're fucking things up and shit like that. You know what I mean? Their military is not as strong as they said it was, and all this kind of business. I know that this has been what I've been talking about in the stream, but I do believe that they will have gone. Like, Donald Trump is not going to sit there and be like, the CIA's woke and we need to fucking, you know what I mean? We need to completely eviscerate it. They probably dodged it to the point where it was like there were some people in there and they were saying like, yeah, we can't be doing it this much. And they might have made like a good argument for it, and Trump will have just gone, okay, fine. I don't think they're as clever as they think they are, which is how fuck-ups happen. Yeah, but... I agree with that, but this is very basic stuff. Again, if I, a leftist British streamer, you know, well, this is what I'm saying, Mikey. This is exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. I think that it's possible that the CIA went, yes, this is going to happen if you attack Iran. And Trump went, I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to do it. I think they say they're going to do it. They won't do it. They'll never do it. I'm also sure you're a lot smarter than you pretend. I don't think I am. Do Brits eat hot dogs? Here in the States, folk be eating some fucking glizzies. Yes, hot dogs exist in the UK, and we do eat them. I wonder how many of the last year's fuck-ups are directly because of Doge. Not this one, but there's going to be a lot. Oh yeah, no, there's fucking tons. Like every single time that what was the oh my god, what was the thing that happened? Something happened recently, and it was like sensitive information of national security intelligence has been leaked and hacked and shit, right? Yeah, everyone who's got those rhizome emotes, you know what to do. Absolutely. Now you've made me want hot dogs, actually. I heard you could get canned hot dogs in the UK. Yeah, but no one gets them. Hot dogs in jars is what Germans think Americans do. Yeah, but they're better. They are actually just better. Hey, Rocktoir, the famous war game where Iran won, so they had to change the rules to have the US win the war game. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Baldwin, what's up? The hearings of the 2 teenager Doge employees also? Yeah. That's some good, there's some good insights in there, right? What's your dry cupboard? It's just what posh people call a cupboard. Are you all talking about Vienna sausages? Are those Vienna sausages? If you read some of the CIA field reports from WikiLeaks, they know what's going on and what people really think. Yeah. I could be really posh and call it a pantry. A pantry. Are they different? Dry ingredients live in dry cupboards. Yeah, but what if you've got a fucking things can get wet. Do you not? Why don't people consider that? There is a wet cupboard. It's called the fridge. Hey Thriller, what's up? What was I looking at then? What was I going to talk about? I'm getting distracted by chat talking about. Oh yeah. What's the difference? No, we don't have them. No, we don't have these. These look odd. Why don't they have an end? What's going on there? Why did they chop the end off like that? Why do they do that? These little tiny ones, they look like cocks. That's why they call it a wiener. Because it's a Vienna, it's a wiener sausage, a Vienna sausage. Because you don't pronounce the W correctly. You betray your ancestors, the colonizers, who spelt it correctly. Circumcised. No, we have hot dogs. No, we have these. These are the things that we have. We have them. It's not Vienna sausages. We don't have them. My neighbor sounds like Alfie from Peaky Blinders. What part of the UK would he be from? Nowhere. Nowhere in the UK sounds like that. I don't know. I've never seen Peaky Blinders, so how does he sound? I don't know. Fantasy Birmingham. Yeah. Does he really talk like this? Is that really how he talks? A bit like that. Hello, I'm from Birmingham. I like to go to the church. Mid-country. The Midlands.
Produced domestically. A similar amount comes from Norway and a smaller but growing amount from the US. We've actually reduced our reliance on Qatari gas. Imports from there make up about 1% of our usage. So this attack doesn't risk turning down the taps, but we buy our gas and oil on global markets where prices are spiking once again as countries are scrabbling to secure alternative sources.
Cillian Murphy's Irish.
Hasn't reached the heights of last week, but
Dudley.
they are now, take a look at this, almost 50% above where we were ahead of the start of this conflict. Already, petrol prices here.
The Raiders have got a good
10 pence
banter
per
level,
litre,
yeah.
Diesel, 20 pence. This could spell more rises, an issue weighing on politicians' minds around the world.
But we recognize this is an issue, we are fighting against it, and we promise that when this conflict draws to a close, when this operation draws to a close, we're going to see those energy prices come back down to reality, because that's what the president promised to do.
What's your favourite British accent? Okay, I shit on Southerners a lot, but I actually really like working class Southern accents. I actually really like working class Southern accents. Those are some of my favourites.
Hello, me old chum.
Obviously, British accent is like, I love Scots. I love fucking, I love Wales. You know what I mean? Those are some phenomenal accents. But if we're talking about English, it's definitely working class Southern. There's just something about it that I really like. Stanley's pretty peak. What's this? Lancashire? You mean, is that what you're on about? Stanley? My favourite British accent is Cornish. Yeah, it's alright. No offence. Cornish is alright. Moi lover. You love that like that, moi lover. Liverpool or whatever, Stephen Flynn's accent are my faves. I don't know about that. Well, the Bristol accent is kind of like the Cornish accent. It's like I don't know. Isn't that more West Country? West Country is Cornwall, in it? Is that not what Cornwall is? Or am I doing Gloucestershire? Working class Southerner here, but I don't have the accent. My mum gave me TV bans if I spoke like our neighbours. Bless you. I thought it was distinct. It's all the same, innit? It's all the same. I'm just being offensive now. Alright, let's carry on. Let's have a look at this.
These pictures from Saudi Arabia point to further attacks on infrastructure. Billions of pounds perhaps going up in smoke across the region. A potent economic weapon that risks burning holes in pockets thousands of miles away.
Just so much turmoil, Darshini. What could it all mean for economies, including, of course, our own?
Indeed. Well, Clive, it's a new level for oil prices, but I'm afraid I'm going to tell you the same old story we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, because it all depends on where this goes next and how much longer we see prices at this elevated levels. Does it impact things like shipping costs, fertiliser prices, even household gas and energy bills? It all depends. But just to give you an idea, the US Central Bank have made their latest announcement this evening, and they've been relatively relaxed at the moment, saying it could add a pretty modest amount to inflation as things stand. We'll hear from the European Central Bank tomorrow, also our own Bank of England. Now, they're likely to indicate that hoped-for decline...
When I was in England, I met two guys. One had a Cockney accent, the other was from Morocco, who taught himself English. I could understand him way better than the guy born and raised in England. Oh, you like it? You're down there, you're down there. And the apples and pears and that right out. Oh, you on that? Down south, we say apples and pears when we mean stairs.
In inflation this year is at risk, and so too, therefore, maybe the possibility of further interest rates.
He does with this one.
Already we know, don't we, that new mortgage deals
That's what it sounded like.
are more expensive because expectations are that interest rates will be higher than they otherwise would have been. So that is likely to cost homeowners,
Hey, Barack.
landlords, even their tenants, hundreds of pounds perhaps. Whether or not they choose to follow the developments in the Middle East, this is going to cost millions.
Play the Hot Fuzz clip. What's the Hot Fuzz clip? What Hot Fuzz clip? Post it in the chat. I don't know what you're on about.
Indeed. All right, Darshini, thank you. Darshini David, our Deputy Economics Editor. There.
Hello, me old chum.
You had that one in the bank.
Why do we need the dog? It's not the dog we need.
I can see the view more. What's he mumbo?
Right. What did he say?
Said edge is edge, huh? He only chopped him down because he couldn't see the view no more. What's he mumbo?
What did he say?
He said an edge is an edge. He only chopped it down because it spoiled his view. What's Reaper moaning about?
Look, I appreciate your position, Mr. Webley, but you can't go around chopping down other people's hedges without permission.
I suppose.
Yes, I suppose. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Mr. Webley, I trust you have a license for that firearm.
I don't for this one.
Does for this one.
He does for this one. What do you mean by this one?
It's such a good movie as well. It's such a shame that it's about being cops, because fucking cops suck, but like, this is just such a great setup for how the movie goes later on. Do you know what I mean? There are, in every single one of these little shots, I fucking love Edgar Wright as a director, man. He's so good. In every single one of these shots, there's like a weapon that fucking Simon Pegg's character uses at the end. Like even the mine, like it sets it all up. Do you know what I mean?
Is this sea mine?
See mine.
Well, Mr. Webley, this is an extremely dangerous collection. It's a wonder nobody's been hurt before.
Nah, just a lot of junk.
Just a load of junk. It doesn't blow up, does it? Does it actually blow up? No. That's the joke, because they do it at the end instead. Yeah, they set it up like that. It's an amazing film set in the fictional world where the police are going to protect the community, yeah. A classic!
And in Iran, crowds turned out for the funeral of the country's powerful security chief, Ali Larijani, in the capital, Tehran. He was killed in an airstrike yesterday.
Chekhov's Armory, yeah.
To Iran's new...
It's not that much spoilers. The movie's called Hot Fuzz, Susie. So like that in the chat. There you go. Everyone's doing it. Everyone's talking about it.
Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei says those who murdered him must be made to pay. Here's our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette.
Today in Tehran, some streets filled with the loyalists of the Islamic Republic.
Some streets filled.
A show of strength and sorrow. Funerals for their latest leaders assassinated by a...
Oh my god, chat, look at who's here! Aww. There he is. Hello, Melpert. Are you here to say hi to the new raiders? There he is. So, here we go. We unlocked the cat cam already today. Already done. Already been done. So he's here to hang out. Here to stay, aren't you, mate? By the way, this is a great fucking clip from the other day. Is it this one? Yeah. Wait, there's no sound. Hang on. Hang on a hot minute. Here we go. You still can't hear it, can you? What the fuck is going on? Hang on a minute. What the fuck? So weird. Why does it do that? Why the fuck does it do that? All right, try this. Try this one. He's so funny. All right.
And these are with
he just bit me.
Although we're going to see on the next slide
that's classic. So classic. Classic cat. Classic Melpert. He's so funny. All right.
And these are with
he's just like, yeah, mate. What? Look how shocked he is here. He's like, what are you on about? That was fine. It's completely normal for me to bite you. Why are you so scared? What's wrong with you, bro?
And America, including Ali Larijani, the top security official said to have been running Iran.
Welcome in, Soul Chicken. Welcome in, Raina. Welcome in, Mads Quinn.
Slogans sounded again.
It was a love bite, yeah.
America, death to Israel. But last night, Israel killed one more on its list. The black-turbaned intelligence minister Ismail.
The black-turbaned intelligence minister. Why you gotta say it like that, bro? It's so crazy. There's just so much latent racism that happens in fucking Western reporting, like black-turbaned. Like, it's like, that means evil. You remember when you see, when you see a black turban in a film? That's a scary one. Describing him like a fanfic author. Yeah, exactly.
Khatib. Iran insists its system is safe.
I do not know why the Americans and the Israelis still have not understood this point. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a strong political structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure.
Arakchi is so fucking smug all the time. I love it.
Another wave of missiles into central Israel, hitting multiple streets in a city just east of Tel Aviv, slamming into this residential building. It's the second time this area has been attacked. Today, the Israeli President Isaac Herzog came to see this scene for himself.
We shall overcome because the enemy is getting hit, and getting hit very hard. And eventually, when we are getting closer to the moment, the people will rise up, and they rise up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Breathe that copium in deep, dude. You've been saying that for the last fucking 18 days, by the way. Yeah, I think that if Israel doesn't want its residential buildings to be hit, I think it should probably stop using its people as human shields. Why does everyone speak like Trump? Yeah. Yeah.
In Iran, too, residential neighborhoods are in ruin. Red Crescent workers rushed in to rescue people from the wreckage of their homes.
If you killed the British PM, there wouldn't be an overnight regime change. They honestly don't think Iran is a real fucking country, yeah.
By Israeli fire. In this building
But also, you know, it's like I was talking to that chatter the other day who was talking about doing adventurism, right? That chatter was like, oh, we should just do a revolution now, right? And it's like, no, I was explaining adventurism, and I was saying, like, it doesn't work like that. There's no centers of worker power in the USA or in the UK or in any countries in the imperial core. And the best example for that, the best example that you could give in terms of, like, just shooting a guy or just assassinating a guy, and that all of a sudden, resulting in like a different mode of government or whatever. The best argument for that not working is that even with all the fucking money that the CIA and the USA poured into insurgent Kurdish militias in the Iraq war, and all the power that they had built organically without that support, did not lead to a successful, stable country that made things better for people after that, right? You know? Did you cover the rumors on the new leader of Iran being gay? Yes, we did that 2 days ago. And it's not that, you know, it's just nothing. It's just dog shit. Not gay. Like, even if he was, who cares? His wife and child were killed in the attack on his family. And I know that having a wife doesn't necessarily mean that you're not gay. You know, especially somewhere like Iran. But it's just cope. It's just total cope. It's like, you know, they're looking for absolutely anything. That message was more for the people of Iran than it was for anyone in the West. Because what they're doing is they're being like, oh, you hate gays, so your new leader is gay, by the way. Did you know? That's what they're saying with that. That's what they're doing.
Iran, one woman was pulled from the rubble, injured but alive. Both sides say they're not targeting civilians, but more and more civilians are suffering.
Both sides, chat, both sides.
And in Iran, they're trapped between threats from the skies and from the streets.
It's something that Pete Kegsworth keeps saying while he scrolls Grindr, yeah.
This crowd gathered for a traditional...
It's funny to see the guys who demand an army of hot, hairless warfighters calling other people gay, yeah. Yeah. Pete Hegseth's fucking no fats, no femmes in the military anymore. Just hot hunks, hot mask hunks. That's all I want.
Celebration in the run-up to the Persian New Year on Friday, until machine gun fire shattered the night.
No, it's total horror spooky, yeah.
Another
being buried in rubble.
Message from security forces.
Wait, what?
For a traditional celebration in the run-up to the Persian New Year on Friday, until machine gun fire shattered the night.
Wait, what?
Gathered for a traditional celebration in the run-up to the Persian New Year on Friday, until
these people started running way before any gunshots. Listen, chat, listen, wait, hang on.
In the capital, this crowd gathered for a traditional celebration in the run-up to the Persian New Year on Friday, until machine gun fire shattered the night. Another menacing message from security forces.
Also, that doesn't sound like machine gun fire. That sounds like it could be anti-aircraft fire, possibly. Yeah, they're like a menacing message from security forces.
Even rituals and daily routines are now fraught with risk as this grievous war grinds on. Everyone, everywhere, in the dark about how and when.
Echo takes longer to hit the camera than the visual. No, sorry, not at that distance. Not at that distance.
And from the streets.
Like, this guy is fucking 50 meters away. This is from fucking 50 meters away. There's no way that there's going to be that much of a fucking difference.
In the run-up to the Persian New Year on Friday.
It's like 4 seconds. There's no way. There's just no fucking way. There's no way. There's no shot.
Till machine gun fire shattered the night.
Anyway, let's move on. Let's get back to this bit.
Jusette, BBC News.
Here, counter-terrorism police have tonight said 2 men who hold Iranian nationality have been charged in relation to spying on locations and individuals linked to the Jewish community. Daniel Sanford is with me.
Oh, cool. We're just arresting random Iranian people. Hell yeah. That's so good. That's so good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that this is how things are going. Hey, Lesbian Hot Sauce, how you doing? Welcome in, everybody. Please go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce, another legend lefty streamer from the UK. Well, from Ireland, really, but she lives in the UK. But yeah, echoing when the vid plays. It's echoing a little. I don't think I understand what you guys are trying to say. You're trying to say that because you can hear it echoing, it means that there's like a significant delay. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Yeah? Look at this. This fucking shot.
Civilians, but more and more civilians are suffering.
Listen to what I'm saying. These people are all gathered here, right?
They're trapped between threats.
Oh, the video audio is echoing. Oh, sorry. That's because I had to turn the other thing on. I'm getting mad at chat for no reason. Sorry. I was right. It was something that I didn't understand what you were trying to say. Thank you.
Everyone, everywhere.
No, it wasn't my mic gate. It was because to play the clip earlier, I had to turn a channel on that is normally muted. That's what it is.
About how and when it will end.
That's what chat's for, stream boss.
BBC News.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, counter-terrorism police have tonight said 2 men who hold Iranian nationality have been charged in relation to spying on locations and individuals linked to the Jewish community. Daniel Sanford is with me.
Individuals linked to the Jewish community is also extremely vague.
Well, these 2 men were arrested 12 days ago on Friday, the 6th of March, less than a week after those Israeli and American attacks began on Iran. And the counterterrorism detectives who arrested them
nice one,
investigating alleged surveillance of both locations and individuals linked to the Jewish community in London. The Crown Prosecution Service has described the alleged activities.
Linked to the Jewish community, how? And what has the Jewish community got to do with anything?
As including reconnaissance of targets. The 2 men who've been charged are Nematollah Shahsavani, who's 40 years old and a dual Iranian-British national, and Al-Reza Farasati, who's 22 and holds only Iranian nationality. And they're charged under the National Security Act, the new National Security Act, with engaging in conduct likely to assist a foreign intelligence service. And the foreign country being referred to there is...
Hell yeah, that sounds like a really good, fair piece of legislation that can't be abused whenever the state wants to. It sounds like there's definitely a whole bunch of processes and very important briefcase wankery going on here. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Iran, it's been made quite clear to us tonight. A senior counterterrorism officer
probably means we need a few more thousand disabled people to die in the UK when they cut our budget so we can get like a new plane to kill people overseas or some fucking crap. Yeah, I mean, they're already doing that, right? This is what they're already doing.
Extremely serious, and the 2 men will appear at Westminster Magistrates Court tomorrow morning. 2 other men who were arrested at the same time have been released without charge.
All right, Daniel, thank you. Daniel Sanford, our UK affairs correspondent.
Wow, thank you so much for that vague nothing statement. We learned nothing.
The Israeli military has also conducted more deadly airstrikes in central Beirut and ordered mass evacuations in southern Lebanon as it escalates its campaign against the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. The Lebanese authorities...
Well, they're not hitting Hezbollah, they're hitting fucking citizens.
Authorities say at least 12 people were killed. More than 800,000 people have been displaced because of the war. That's according to the Norwegian Refugee Council. From Beirut, here's Wera Davis.
This was the 5 o'clock wake-up call. Just 4 blocks from our city centre hotel. Israel is no longer just targeting those areas of Beirut regarded as Hezbollah strongholds.
They were never doing that!
Now going after its infrastructure and financial institutions.
No, they're just fucking attacking random fucking buildings. That's what's happening. Random residential buildings. Hello, Donut Holehead. Welcome to the stream. These Iranians are being accused of paying too much attention to the Jewish community. Yeah, supposedly. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
These were also civilian homes. After too many emotionally and physically draining wars, few here want another conflict, and those Israelis trying to damage remain defiant. At least...
Wow, that's crazy, bro. You're telling me that bombing a fucking civilian population into submission doesn't work? Wow, that's crazy, bro.
People were killed in Beirut today. But in Lebanon's south, it's at another level. Today we return to towns where Israeli airstrikes now happen around the clock. A family escaped with minor injuries from this huge blast because the projectile initially failed to explode.
No, there was no warning. It happened suddenly.
It suddenly hit, but didn't explode for 5 more minutes. There is no one here related to a political party. We are all civilians.
There was no warning at
The
all.
exclusion zone makes people understandably tense. When they're sometimes willing to speak, they're often stopped by others. Also feeling the pressure, staff at this Nabatea hospital, dealing today with horrific injuries from multiple airstrikes. Victims with severe burns and shrapnel injuries. Israel says it's only attacking Hezbollah sites. People here say many victims are civilians. Medics and civil defenders treat them irrespective of who they are, and even though they're also coming under attack. We're now leaving.
It's only a matter of time before they start referring to it as the Hezbollah Health Ministry chat. They'll start calling it the Hezbollah Health Ministry, I promise.
Rather earlier than we had intended to, because the Israelis have put out a warning ordering people inside the exclusion zone that they have to head north of the river Zarani. And
talk about the last time they did something like this.
The southern exclusion zone.
Talk about the last time they did something like this and how that went. Talk about Gaza. Talk about fucking Gaza.
Southern Lebanon.
You know? But they won't. They won't, because the BBC is completely bought and paid for by Zionist interests. Rafi Berg, editor of the BBC, I'll always mention it. He is an ardent Zionist. He is an ardent supporter of Israel. Let's take a look at this. This is about Iran's intelligence minister, the man with the black turban, killed last night. Let's see what this reporter from Doha is saying. Again, she's BBC.
In this conflict engulfing the region is that in the last hour or so, Israel's defense minister has said its forces have killed Iran's minister of intelligence. This comes as Iran and its militia allies continue to launch missiles across the Gulf. There's been no confirmation from Iran of Ismail Khatib's death. He was appointed as Iran's intelligence minister by the late former president Ibrahim Raisi back in 2021.
You guys have those too? Wait, what?
Ministry of Intelligence and the Office of the Supreme Leader. He was also sanctioned by the US Treasury for his role as the head of Iran's Ministry of Intelligence for engaging in cyber-enabled activities against the United States and its allies in 2020.
No, you're right. Hunter Biden's bathroom, yeah. Iranian-backed group Hezbollah is such a funny way to say that. Didn't say it like that when Hezbollah was fighting Israel on their own over Gaza, yeah. Did you see Rafi Berg's lawsuit against Owen Jones failed? Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. Like, this is the thing. It's like you can't. We're lucky in the UK that our court system is what it is. And it's bad. It's deeply flawed, but it is what it is. And a lot of the protections that have been sought for by left-wing activists, you know, prison abolitionists and prison reformists, justice reformists over the last fucking, 1,000 years. We have those things enshrined in, what's it called? It's like a pretext for our Constitution is based on, what would you call it? It's when something has been passed in the past and worked, and so they're like, well, this is the level that we go from. I don't even know how you would say it. A precedent, right? It's a legal precedent. Yes, case law and precedent. Thank you. Yeah. So we're lucky that we have stuff like that. Yeah. Zionist-controlled media. Well, I would always be wary about saying things like Zionist-controlled media, and that's just because that does just feed in to actual narratives that are, about Jewish conspiracies and stuff like that. I think it's just easier to say that, like, yeah, there are, Zionist interests that are present within our media, and that is because the UK is invested in Israel, because the UK is part of empire, Israel is part of empire, and the USA is the head of the empire, right? So I think it's important to specify that particularly.
Well, this news is emerging as the funeral takes place now of the top Iranian security official Ali Larijani, who was also killed in an Israeli strike on Tuesday. These are live pictures from Tehran. You can see a sea of Islamic Republic flags there as people gather.
Yeah, it's capitalist class solidarity. It's capitalist class solidarity and empire solidarity, yeah.
For his funeral, Larijani was widely believed to be running the country following the killing of its supreme leader in US and Israeli strikes late last month that sparked the widening war. Well, let's now cross live to Parham Gobadi from BBC Persian. Parham, just talk us through how significant Mr. Khatib was for the Iranian regime.
As you mentioned, Israelis have confirmed that Ismail Khatib, Iranian intelligence minister, has been killed overnight during attacks. Now, he was an important figure in Iran's intelligence apparatus and system because he was not only the intelligence minister in Masoud Pezeshkian.
Yeah, no, I would say that you can't call the American Revolution a revolution because it's a bourgeoisie revolution, right? Yeah. So I don't think that what Bubble is saying applies to the USA.
Current president of Iran, who's a reformist.
Even just calling them Islamic Republic flags is a coded way to fearmonger about Muslims. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
The conservative hardliner president, he was also the intelligence minister at that administration as well. So it is usually believed that Iranian supreme, and that shows that what kind of close ties he had with Iran's late supreme leader Ali Khamenei. As a matter of fact, he was the head of its security, the head of the security of Khamenei's office for some time. And before that, his background comes from the Revolutionary Guard. He was known to be as one of those people who founded and established the Revolutionary Guard's intelligence.
That's right, Mr. Dan.
So he was, and as you mentioned, he was also responsible, he was believed to be responsible for the crackdown of protests back in 2022 during the movement that was known as Woman Life Freedom Movement. But if you look at the number of the people who've been assassinated overnight from yesterday to today, Ali Larijani, the secretary of Iran's national...
This is cope. They're just like, look how many people they assassinated. It's going to fall down any day soon. Any day, bro. Just trust me, bro. One more guy. One more guy will assassinate another guy. I promise it'll work this time.
National intelligence... Supreme National Security, and then Soleimani.
Wait, what? Hang on a minute.
National intelligence, Supreme National Security.
No, it's not that. Hey, DJ. It's not. The National Supreme National Security. This is so good, bro. This guy speaks Farsi. How is he not getting it right? Thanks for the follow. He's like he's what he's trying to say. To be fair to him, this was probably recorded live, and he's trying to say Ali Larijani, who was the General Secretary of the National Security Council of the Islamic Republic. That's what it is. But he's just like National Supreme National Security. And anyway, this is the next guy.
Then Soleimani, who was the head of the Basij. So all these people are the people who were involved in the crackdown of protests. Benjamin Netanyahu promised that he's going to pave
That's
the way
not true.
for Iranian protesters, that after the war they can take to the streets.
Hey Krill, what's up? Welcome in.
Their fate into their own hands, according to him. So these people who are being targeted are the key people who played an important role in the crackdown of Iranian protests.
That's cool.
Actually was added to a U.S. sanction list in January after the brutal crackdown.
That's totally cope.
That thousands of Iranian protesters were killed. So this seems to be a new phase of the war against Iran.
No, it's not a new phase. It's just the same. Great reporting from the BBC. All right. Key regime leader. The only reason that I included this is because this is more cope. They're calling it the Supreme National Security Council. Is it called the Supreme National Security Council? I thought he was just the he's got his thing on Twitter. He's got his fucking maybe I'm wrong on this. I mean, he's dead now. But no, it just says servant of God. I don't think it was called the Supreme Council. Anyway. Iran confirms key regime leader Ali Larijani killed in Israeli airstrike. Now, there's another thing that I want to point out here with this massive cope that keeps going on. All over Western news, right? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, yeah. Emma Vigeland posted this. This is from the New York Times. So, the front page of the New York Times had this incredible graph. Incredible chart, right? Which, in their eyes, I suppose, presents an easy to understand structure of power within Iran, right? So it's so cool, right? It's really cool because what they've done here is they've got like, right, Ali Khamenei, supreme leader, killed, right? And then you've got directly beneath him defense, and so you've got the leader of the Basij military, you've got the head of the intelligence council or minister for intelligence, and you've also got this guy here. He was one of the heads. He was one of the generals that was killed on the first day. Right? They've got all these under like a broad definition of defense. Yeah, and then to the left here, you've got inner circle. Right? And this is great. Killed, Israel said, is always good. That's always good to jump the gun and, you know, confirm this guy as killed, according to Israel. That's always a really good source. But Ali Larijani would also be in defense. He's literally in the National Security Council. That would count as defense. If we're just like slamming all these boys together, then he would be in this one, unless you're going to say domestic security, national security. You know, a circle could be one guy. And then you've got other leaders. This guy is the president. They've got Mahmoud Pezeshkian here under other leaders. He's the president. It's fucking fascinating. It's like a completely incoherent, like, and the reason that they're portraying it like this is because they're trying to tell people, don't worry, this is going to be over soon. We've just got one more guy to get, and then the Iranian people are going to rise up and take control. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. The irony is that despite Iran being a theocratic state, you can make the argument they're more modern in terms of statecraft than many Western nations purely because of how they reviewed their legal system. Yes. Hey, Val. Yeah, just one more guy. It doesn't tell you anything of value. Yeah. Where's the phrase supreme leader come from? Well, he was named the supreme leader. That is what his title refers to. In terms of like, yeah, that was his position. He was elected to be supreme leader. You know, but this is not a, you know, people often will say things like, oh, we don't have anything like this in the West. We don't call our leaders supreme leaders, so that means it's a dictatorship. But then if you look at the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, is it this guy? No, it's not. There's a guy in NATO, Supreme Commander of NATO. What's this guy? Yeah, this guy's called the commander. Yeah, this guy's called the Supreme Allied Commander. This guy, General Alexis Ginkovich. You know, So in NATO, there is literally a guy who is like the supreme allied commander. You know, so it's like, we have these things, bro. It's just that you just don't hear about them because, you know, the West doesn't want us serfs to know about the ins and outs of how NATO works and shit like that, and how it projects power and this, that, and the other. It's like Cobra, yeah. Let's take a look at this.
Donald Trump's top counterterrorism officials has resigned over the war in Iran. Joe Kent said it's clear the conflict was started because of pressure from Israel, and Iran posed no imminent threat to the US. In response, Mr. Trump accused him of being very weak on security. And the president...
Very weak on security, even though I kept him in the role after he said all these things to me.
The president has again lashed out at NATO allies, singling out Sir Keir Starmer, saying America no longer needed help in the war. Well, Sarah Smith
he hired him,
at the White House for us now.
We don't need any help anymore from Kid Starver. They're calling him Kid Starver. I always said he was weak. Have you seen that? Did you see when I dropped my papers and he picked them up straight away?
Yeah, officials here are angrily rejecting that accusation that Donald Trump was duped by Israel into declaring war on Iran. They say that is laughable. And they are tearing into Joe Kent, the counterterrorism official, saying that he was kept out of meetings about the Iran war because he was known to be a leaker. They've even called him a crazed egomaniac. But...
yeah, I just listened to him talk too much, Chud Destroyer. That's the problem. I think that's why every leftist streamer has like a Trump impression that's fairly good. And I just think it's because we just listen to him talk too much. And it's like, when you listen to someone like that talk too much, it's like, yeah. You know?
Criticism has struck a chord with many.
Give Lindsey Graham some credit, yeah.
A very important topic, especially...
Joe Kent was not the best known figure in the Trump administration, but he was a true believer who backed the president's policies and even supported his baseless claim that the 2020 election was stolen from him. He had to resign, he says, because the president has abandoned his principle of putting America first. I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure...
Chat, this is great, by the way. You know, this is really good. It's really good, but it's really bad. The majority of people in America right now, including far-right fascist Republicans like this guy, is like, we don't want war. We don't want to be doing these forever wars. We don't want to be doing war. Right? It's over. When all is said and done, Americans will unfortunately suffer. Working class Americans will suffer because things like ICE will increase, you know, ICE assaults on the community will increase, which is why, you know, this is something, and again, I'm not saying I'm a fucking soothsayer, I saw this coming, or this, that, and the other, you know, because just with the way that things were going, I tell everybody, every American, every US fucking citizen that's out there, please try, talk to your neighbors, do something, get out there, go on Instagram, Google it, local ICE community defense, right? Very important. In terms of how things are going to go in the future, the boomerang is going to come back home. They're going to be pissed off that they lost the war. And the oppression on the US people is going to be bigger and bigger, right? That's why Americans have got to get outside and organize. The key thing. I'm pretty sure Republicans approve of the war at very high rates, 90% or higher. I mean, you know, you are predicating your counterclaim on the idea that polls would never be biased. Polls would never be in Trump's America, where Trump just wants everyone to think that he's doing really well, and the Republican Party wants everyone to think that their president is doing really well, that they would never fudge a poll. Right? You know, The 90% are MAGA specifically, yes. Yeah. But, again, these polls will be fudged. A crapshoot. And they will be cherry-picking the polls that present what they want the most in order to present this as like, look, no, we're really popular. We're really popular. Hey, Timmy, what's going on? And hello, by the way, Mr. Parry. Yeah, organize like your lives depend on it, because they do. And if you don't know what to do first step is speaking to your neighbors. Do they ever specify what the pollsters mean by MAGA? This is also a thing. That, you know, these polls are fudged. And, you know, a guy like this making a statement like this and feeling secure and safe enough to do something like this, alongside Marjorie Taylor Greene, alongside Tucker Carlson, alongside a bunch of other people, you know, Nick Fuentes is someone who's been gaining popularity. They're all saying this is shit. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Yada, yada, yada. You know. And if the 90% of people who are, you know, like, we seriously approve this war, if they're still calling themselves MAGA, that's why. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why. There is now a big split from MAGA because of this, you know? Talk to your neighbors, get them in Signal group chats, talk about the struggles you're all dealing with. Rent is too high. Yeah, rent is too high. My wages aren't paying me enough. I can't get groceries. I can't get shit like this. Yada, yada, yada. You know? That's how things get started. And watch Red Planet, because we got tons and tons and tons of interviews with organizers on there. And, you know, and there's all kinds of tips and tricks and stuff like that to you know, figure out how to build an organization from the ground up, or, you know, ways to get involved with organizations, you know? Yeah, what happened to the $1 menu? Now it's a $5 menu. Give them burger struggle if you have to. Abso-fucking-lutely, yeah. Nick Fuentes saw this shit coming a mile away. He's a piece of trash, but he has his finger on the pulse. Yeah, sadly he does. Like, when you are a guy like him that has been, you know, astroturfed into oblivion by some of the most irresponsible platformers of all time, like Molestany, he is going to be spending the majority of his time going like, okay, what do reactionary Americans actually think? Like, what do they actually think? You know? Epstein, yeah. Anyway, let's carry on with this.
From Israel and its powerful American lobby. This St. Patrick's Day meeting with the Irish Taoiseach was interrupted by questions about Joe Kent's resignation.
When I read his statement, I realized...
Well, the reason that everyone was talking about him the other month is because fucking Piers Morgan platformed him. You know, speaking of another irresponsible platformer, Piers Morgan was like, I'm going to get you on, and I'm going to tell you you're a naughty boy for being a Nazi. And Nick Fuentes was like, wow, you sound like an old granddad, bro. And everyone went, even me. Because how laughable is it that fucking Piers Morgan thought that he could debate Nick Fuentes out of being a fascist, or like chastise him into thinking that being a fascist is embarrassing or some shit. And he's like, you're just woke and you're just crying and you're fucking stupid and gay and shit. And everyone was, and you know, whatever, like that just worked to popularize Nick Fuentes even more, like, you know, expose him to a broader audience. You know what I mean? And it's like, cool, thanks, Piers. Good stuff.
That it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat.
Yeah, no, Destiny going to Israel and telling IDF soldiers they need to stop filming themselves doing war crimes. Yeah. Really normal stuff. Piers had we watched the whole thing. It's on my VOD channel. Hang on, let's see if I can find it. When was it? Vino out. When the fuck was this? Nick Fuentes defends Jeffrey Epstein, so that was then. I think it was before Christmas, right? Was it before Christmas? Sorry, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnails and it's just funny. I can't find it. You're gonna have to have a look for it yourself, chat. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it was before Crimbo. Hey Ash, Morgan is honey for grifters because he himself is everything that they are, so charges of hypocrisy and exposing contradictions reflect straight back at him. Say what you want about HS Sticky Tocky, but he had Morgan right off. What the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? HS Ticky Tocky. Oh, you're a wee daffy pals. Fuck's HS Ticky Tocky.
Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
Manosphere guy.
The US was dragged into this war by Israel, seemed to be supported by America's top diplomat at the start of the war.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them...
He was in the Louis Theroux documentary, right?
We would suffer higher casualties.
War on Iran. A number of popular MAGA influencers are accusing the president of being pushed into this war by Israel.
Our government's job is not to look out for Iran or for Israel. It's to look out for us. And this feels very much to me.
You see what I'm saying?
It's clearly Israel's war.
When you have it, like, what you have to remember about Republicans, right? What you have to remember about fucking what you would call it? The way that the MAGA base and the broader Republican base is thinking about this, they are all podcast brained. They are all influencer brained. You know, they're watching Candace Owens. They're watching Megyn Kelly. They're watching Nick Fuentes. They're watching Tucker Carlson. They're watching people. Even Alex Jones is now going, it's so obvious that Trump is in the deep state. They got him. They got a hold of him. I don't know how it worked. They got him. That's it. It's over. I don't know what to do about it. You know, that's the kind of shit he's saying. He's saying this, and they are watching these fucking content creators that they love and shit, and they're going, yep, obviously. Yep, it should be America first. You know? Mule, when are we going to reveal Theroux for the utterly based Chad that he is? Wait, what do you mean? Is that not broadly accepted? Do people not think that Louis Theroux is a Chad? He is a Chad. HS Ticky Tocky, mate. What the fuck?
It's hard to say this, but the United States didn't make the decision here. Benjamin Netanyahu did.
President Trump reiterated his...
Look at this fucking cunt. Yes, Mr. President. What a great relationship we have, Mr. President. Merry Christmas, Mr. President. Merry Christmas. I hope you enjoy this present. No, in this situation, it's Starmer. He's just such a fucking wet, horrible winnet. Let me pick this up for you, Mr. President. Let me polish this for you, Mr. President. Let me suck the shit out of your arse, Mr. President. You know? Butler of the Empire. He is like the butler of the Empire.
Deep disappointment with NATO allies who he believes have let him down by not joining the war on Iran.
And you know, this is where it gets you. This is where it gets you. It gets you to a place where the fucking paedophile emperor of the dying empire that you're a vassal state of goes, I can't believe Keir Starmer, he's such a weak man. You thought that Britain won the war in World War II. No, it was America.
Especially the UK and Sir Keir Starmer, damaging that long-standing special relationship.
Always was the best until Keir came along, and I like him. He's a nice man. He says everything beautiful. He's a very nice man with a beautiful family. Everything.
What is he doing? Is he fancying? What's happening, man?
Everything's perfect, but he doesn't produce.
President Trump also posted online that we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did. By choosing to go to war with Iran...
Oh, it's such a good picture. This is my favourite fucking picture of him. This is my favorite fucking picture of him, man. Like, you just, like, he, you know, he's had like 10 strokes in the last hour because they're saying, oh, we just took out Ali Khamenei, and he's like, right, well, that's it then, yeah? And they're like, no, they're still firing, they're firing missiles all over the Gulf. They just hit Qatar, they just hit the UAE, they just hit Israel, actually. And he's like, what do you mean? And then he has a TIA, and he's like, where am I? And he has another TIA, he's like, what happened? He looks like he should be at the back of a Range Rover. Looking like a mithered testicle. Yeah. With a face like Scooby-Doo's Christmas dump. There's an interesting book by Oliver Bullock called Butler to the World, specifically about the UK being the butler of global capital. Well, that's what happened. Like, the UK was in charge of global capital, and then, you know, everything went to shit. The empire was receding, and the USA took over, and, like, you know, the British, strong British general of the empire retired and became a butler. You know? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Hey, Crescent. Did I say hi, Crescent? They're hitting him with the stroke gun. Yeah, no, they are. It's just like, you could just see, like, look at the slump on it. Like, anyone who knows someone who's, like, had a stroke, just like, yeah, man, like, this guy's so unwell. His face is, like, leaning to one side. It's crazy, man. It's crazy that he's still getting up and doing shit like that. You know? It's madness. They are weekend at Bernieing him. You know? Hey, Audrey, how's it going? Everybody, please go show some love to Audrey Rains, another fantastic streamer, lefty streamer, who does some incredible streams, gaming, just chatting, going through politics, yada, yada, yada. It's true, we do ableism here. That's just the reality, I'm afraid. Hot Pocket Baby, welcome in. How you doing?
Demonstrating an urgent, imminent threat, Donald Trump has alienated allies and is being.
Are they doing it more or less than Biden? I think at this point they're doing it less than Biden, because Biden was obviously really incapable of doing anything, even within like 2 years. He could end up going that way. I mean, like, you know, he just like he could have. I don't know. That happened to Biden in one term, right? And this is Trump's second term. So, I don't know. I think, yeah, it's hard to know. He was obviously younger in his first term. That's just a stupid observation to make. But he's getting older. Like, this is what happens when you have a gerontocracy. Like, it's just the reality. You get older, you get ill. And when you're someone like Trump and you just eat burger... You eat burger and drink Diet Coke, that's it, you know what I mean?
Some of his most dedicated supporters. Sarah Smith, BBC.
By the end of his term, he'll be the oldest president? Yeah, that's right.
Meanwhile, President Zelensky, who's been at Westminster today, has told the BBC he has a very bad feeling about the impact of the war in Iran on the war in Ukraine. He says peace talks over the conflict with Russia are being constantly postponed. Earlier, he told a packed room of MPs and peers that the Iranian regime and Vladimir Putin's Russia were brothers in hatred. He's been speaking in an exclusive interview.
Brothers in hatred.
There is another war, one on the edge of our continent that's been raging for years, not weeks.
Wait, what?
Dead in attacks around Kyiv just days ago.
What?
Ukraine's leader back touring Western capitals. President Zelensky arrived to say, I'm still here. Our conflict continues.
Don't forget about me.
The risk, perhaps, as he told us, America is looking elsewhere.
I'm your other proxy. I'm the European Israel, please.
I have a very bad feeling.
He does support Israel. He loves Israel. He loves Israel so much.
About the impact of this war on the situation in Ukraine.
Laura Quensberg is so horrible, yeah.
The focus of America is more on the Middle East than on Ukraine, unfortunately. Yep. Therefore, you see that our diplomatic meetings, trilateral meetings, are constantly postponed. There is one reason: war in Iran.
You say they've been delayed. Are they actually happening at all?
President Trump
is concentrating on Iran. The negotiation.
It's just, bro, I'm not being funny, man, but like, if you can't find a way to negotiate with Russia, you have to admit that you have been used. Like, you have to admit that you have been used by the imperialist powers to do what they wanted to Russia without making them a threat. And you need to be able to negotiate at this point. There is no end in sight to this war. It's been going on for fucking 4 years. And every time there is a fucking discussion about negotiations, you scupper them by attacking fucking randomly. Well, not randomly. It seems like you're purposefully trying to fuck up negotiations by, like, doing operations within Russia's borders when you're doing negotiations. And it's just like, but everyone's like, oh, Putin's not coming to the table. It's like, they are coming to the table. You're just bad at this. You're fucking bad. And actually, I don't think that you want the war to end. I think that's what it is. But, you have to admit at some point, you just have to admit at some point, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I fucked it up. It's just so fucking embarrassing, man.
Groups are talking among themselves.
No, yeah, absolutely, Chud Destroyer, yeah.
The American side every day. I know that Americans are talking to the Russians every day too.
You're gambling with World War III.
He knows what it's like to be the focus of Donald Trump's frustration.
And what you're doing is very disrespectful.
This was crazy, by the way. This was so crazy. I'll never fucking forget this. You're gambling with World War III. But this is part of Trump's fear of nuclear annihilation coming out. That's what it is, because he grew up. He was at his heyday in the 80s, right, when the fucking Cold War was at its, like, it was just coming, to a close, but it was really like the tensions were getting a little insane. You know what I mean? And I think that, like, this is that coming out in him. He's like, you're messing with Russia. You're messing with Russia. World War III. Yeah, they are actually on a live service model. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Alejandro, how you doing? Yeah. No, correct. Yeah, Putin dying won't do anything. Putin, if anything, is the CIA fucking installation that was supposed to destabilize Russia, right? He met Putin in 87. Probably. I don't know. But yeah.
Just over a year ago, one president's jaw-dropper targeting another. But now, it's the UK leader being criticised from the same gold perch.
What? It's not for the same reasons. This is so stupid.
Almost every day.
You see that man right there? You know who that is? Churchill. Winston Churchill. The late, great Winston Churchill. Unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
He loves to say this. He loves to say this.
More than drama.
Putin can't be the one who benefits.
Maybe a risky wrench in a vital alliance. Not just in the US and the UK, but to the fortunes of Ukraine.
I
can't tell Trump what to do.
He married Marla Maple in Russia. Russia's a big country. You're saying that when you go to Russia, you just meet Putin straight away? What do you mean? What do you mean he met Putin when he met Putin when he married his American wife in Russia?
Keir is a smart and very cool partner.
I need more information.
We know there are emotions in everyone in different ways. I think that Keir, he's in touch with President Trump. He can meet with him and he can reload that relationship again.
What are you talking? This is so stupid. Can you not? He doesn't pay attention to anything that's happening. What do you mean? That's when Trump and Putin say that they met. Right, okay, I'd not heard of that. I confirm I went to Russia and Putin was waiting for me at the airport gate to greet us. That's what happens. He has a friendly game of judo with you.
Do you believe that President Trump and his actions have made the world more dangerous?
He's gonna say no, right? He's gonna say no. He's gonna say no, and that's because he has to. This is so weak. Oh, it's pathetic. Fuck me. Oh, shit, dude. Hey, Litty Bros, what's up?
У мене не буде на це справедливої відповіді.
I will not have a fair answer to this. I will probably not be able to. I always try to speak objectively, not subjectively.
Я вважаю, що будь-який розкол
I believe that any split of NATO will weaken both sides. I would really like President Trump to meet with Starmer, central countries, so they have a common position.
На це справедливої відповіді.
I will not have a fair answer to this. I will probably not be able to.
I won't be able to. That's so good.
Always try to speak objectively, not subjectively.
Я вважаю, що будь-який розкол
I believe that any split of NATO will weaken both sides. I would really like President Trump to meet with Starmer, central countries, so...
What are you talking about? That's not going to fix anything.
They have a common position.
Common positions? All the photo ops in the world won't end conflicts alone.
Yeah,
Handshakes,
it's true.
no substitute for hard power. Laura Kunsberg, BBC News.
I think Ukraine is part of the UN, yeah.
In the last hour, Iranian media has confirmed that a key advisor to the late supreme leader has been killed in an Israeli missile strike. Ali Larijani was filmed last week marching with government supporters. The US had put him on their most wanted list. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has also confirmed the death of Golem Reza Soleimani, the head of a prominent paramilitary force killed in another Israeli attack. Overnight, Iranian missiles struck neighboring Iraq, where the US embassy in Baghdad came under drone and rocket attacks. Israel has continued its aerial and ground assault in Lebanon, targeting the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah, and in central Israel, an Iranian attack.
Iranian-backed group Hezbollah.
To be cluster munitions.
Cluster munitions.
Cars,
not cluster munitions.
Bus and a train station. Well, Jeremy Bowen is with me now. So confirmation.
Even though people all over the world are probably not bothered, right, that if Iran was using cluster munitions in so-called Israel, for everyone who doesn't know, they're not using cluster munitions. They're not what they are. No, they do believe in great man theory with these assassinations. Yeah, they do. But it's not going to happen. Just not going to happen.
Jeremy, in the last hour, Ali Larijani, a senior figure in the regime, he's now dead.
Yep, and this is part of Israel's mission. It's very clearly, explicitly stated war.
Thank you for the follow.
To destroy the...
Does the UN not have any geopolitical strength? Okay, that's a crazy thing to say after 2 years of genocide. Where the UN was being like, Israel, please stop attacking... Israel, please stop attacking Palestine. And they were like, nah. The UN, the best way to understand the UN, right? And this includes the standard UN and the Security Council. The best way to understand them is that they are a way to, fucking dominate and control imperial periphery countries. That's what it is. You know what I mean? They have no kind of retaliation doctrine if they're targeted by countries that are sanctioned. Do you know what I mean? Well, sanctioned, I guess not sanctioned, but, countries that are being asked to, stop being belligerent and stuff, Yeah, they have veto power over UN resolutions, It's just, No, I don't think the UN signing off on the Gaza plan makes a difference if they'd have signed off on it or not. I don't think that proves that the UN has any power. I just think that it's like, it just does whatever it's told. It's a farce. It's the best way to see it. The best way to see it is just like it's a smokescreen because it doesn't really like force anything to happen. in terms of like make the imperial core countries do things that are evil and wrong. The imperial core countries do things that are evil and wrong, and the UN will just be like, yes, we approve this, right? That doesn't mean it has any power. It's just like trying to legitimize it. But, you know, conversely, if they try and protect imperial periphery countries, the imperial core powers will ignore it. And so it's like, it serves this purpose of like, well, we're trying to do it. We're trying. Yeah. So-called Israel loves to murder UN peacekeepers, right? Hey Mia, how's it going? Yeah, don't do war crimes, please.
Regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran by wiping out its leadership as well as its military capacity. Now, what kind of man was Mr. Larijani? Well, he has effectively been the guy who's been running the war.
What? Oh, brother, please. This is fucking... pharmaceutical grade cope. Pharmaceutical grade cope. Madness.
Very central figure. The center of the regime for 40 years. He's been there. His brothers are also senior people, seen as a pragmatist over the years, but a regime insider with the clout, if eventually a deal was put on the table to end the war, the clout perhaps to make that sort of deal. Now, if he's replaced by someone who's much more of a hardliner, maybe someone from inside the IRGC, then he might be rather less pragmatic and want to fight it out to the end. So look, let's quick look at where we are at the moment. Donald Trump's anger at his allies is palpable. Harsh words about Keir Starmer, about NATO. It shows the bind that he's in. Does he declare victory? Can he declare victory and go home?
Yeah, he can. He probably will.
Does he escalate? Talk of going for the Iranian oil facilities on Karg Island. That brings its own dangers of Iran hitting back at Gulf Arab oil installations, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. So for Donald Trump, no easy options, no good ones, and if anything, the indicators are pointing to more escalation coming from his side.
All right. Jeremy, thank you. Jeremy Bowen, our international editor there.
Well, how is he escalating? What is he escalating? How and why is it escalating? This ends when isn't real says so now? No. This ends when Iran says so now. That's the reality. If the USA and Israel says, please negotiate with us, Iran will go, not until we've successfully removed you from the region. And that is their current doctrine. So, you know, any kind of like thing that you're hearing about like, oh, well, Israel will beg for mercy and shit like that, they're not going to be interested. They're not going to be interested. There's talk of a strike on the Bushehr nuclear plant in Iran. What, that one that they already took out? They already took out that. Did you not hear?
Now, video and interview material obtained by the BBC gives us a rare insight into the experiences of Iranians living through the war.
Oh my God, are they going to play this again? I can't believe they're going to play it again. They're going to play it again. We watched this 2 days ago.
We've protected the identities of those appearing in this report from our special correspondent, Fergal Keane.
The war approaches.
There's no way it's going to be the same footage. There's no way.
A steady...
Surely they'll have different people saying different things, even though they're not real people.
Strange lights erupting in familiar neighborhoods.
Do you know what the difference is between our sky and the sky of the rest of the world? They sleep under the stars at night, and we sleep under rockets. Both skies give light, but different kinds of light.
This is different. This is a bit different. But it is still, like, pretty sus as to whether this is actually in Iran or a real Iranian person. You know, particularly when it is not illegal to criticize the government in Iran. So even if these people were protesters who went out and did fucking protesting in the January protests, they would be allowed by the Iranian state to speak to the BBC and be like, yeah, I was in the protest and I don't really like the government. Like, it's just, like, what are you doing?
Is a businesswoman. A rare voice cutting through the
If she's a businesswoman, she would absolutely... Oh, by the way, women allowed to run businesses in Iran? Well, it's a good job she's getting her identity hidden, because you know what happens? They just kill every woman, don't they? They just kill every woman in Iran.
It's repression. Trapped inside her flat, afraid to venture out. We've changed her...
Yes, it's the Iranian state's oppression that is making her afraid to go outside at this moment. I'm so certain that that's what it is.
Name and voice to protect her identity.
Uh-huh.
On the nights when they bomb, from up here you can see the smoke and the place that has been bombarded.
Even though she's broadly speaking about the country being fucking bombed. Right? In this, you know, okay.
I fear for my tomorrow. Today I survive somehow, but how will I get...
Oh, no, this is the same one! It's the same one! They've used excerpts from this in the fucking... Is she the one that says Iranian regime, or is it the next one? I think it's the next one that says the Iranian regime.
Tomorrow. Will I even live tomorrow?
That lady was just talking about whether she's going to get bombed by fucking Israel. That's all that was. And the fucking BBC just like inserted this like, I'm so scared. She's so scared of the Iranian regime. That's why she stays inside. It's definitely not because they're getting fucking bombed.
What the world can see and hear is tightly controlled by the government.
Completely depraved.
The state's watchers are everywhere.
What do you mean? Show us some evidence of it.
The public narrative is the official one.
Bro, it's so crazy. They're showing these massive crowds of people like holding up pictures of fucking... And they're just like, everything is tightly controlled. State watchers are everywhere. If you don't support the regime, you get killed. You get your willy torn off and shoved under your fingernails.
Are everywhere.
The state's watchers are everywhere is so crazy, bro.
The only public narrative is the official one.
Yes, they just have all these people who are burning all of these pictures of Netanyahu and Trump at gunpoint, making them do it. It's just so depraved. Yeah, like CCTV, right? Hey, Fireman Fi, how you doing? What?
The only thing we can do is at least participate in these marches, renew our allegiance, and prove to America and Israel that the Iranian nation is a great nation.
That's probably exactly what that guy said, but they cut it in a way that made it sound like, you know, he's like, the only thing that we can do is take part in the protests. You know what I mean? Like, implying that, like, he has to do it. There's, like, an imperative for him to do it.
By night, the supporters of the regime control the streets. Just cars
with... They're just cars with flags on! Can you imagine if they said this about fucking the flag shaggers who were putting up flags in the UK last summer? The supporters of the regime patrol the streets.
America and Israel, that the Iranian nation is a great nation.
All right, Morgana, thanks so much for being
here.
By
night, the supporters of the regime control the streets. This convoy glimpsed through the window of a Tehran apartment.
Now I see groups of people in the streets who are not from among us at all. They are people who support the government and who have, in effect...
This is the one, yeah, this is the same one from the other day, yeah.
Ali, again, identity and voice changed, is like many who find their emotions torn by the war. He vehemently opposes the regime, but at the same time feels it's also his country being bombed.
He also calls it the Iranian regime. This guy is like, yeah, I really hate the Iranian regime, and that's definitely like a real thing that an Iranian would call their own country's government, you know?
The situation is frightening. Now, after almost 2 weeks, when I see my relatives, I see both hope and fear for the future. fear that the skies of your country are controlled by enemy forces.
That's a completely insane way to say it as well. He feels it's his country being bombed. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
But at the same time, there is always
maybe that's because it is being bombed
in people's hearts. It's not that we're supporting America or Israel, but hoping simply that for one moment something might happen that ends the current Iranian regime, and that the people will be able to create change.
But like, what, this is like adventurism. It's total adventurism. Like, what group is gonna seize power, and what power have they built? And in what way are you going to be able to do this? It's like, it's just fantasy nonsense stuff. Anyway, if it is real, it totally could be real. I'm not saying it's definitely not, but it is just like, if the BBC have gone into Iran and interviewed people like this, there is no reason for them to be blanking out their faces like this. There just isn't. Unless this guy actually definitely said this. I don't know. But I feel like even if he called it the Iranian regime, I don't think that's gonna like end up in you getting like your fingers cut off or something. You know what I mean? It's so like...
This was the world the people of Tehran knew on the evening before the war began. Now, Lalanjekbam Park is closed. The city below has become a place in which to hide and to try and hold on to hope.
War is not just bombs. This war will not end soon, because this war is inside our homes, inside our families. The war has entered our blood and has entered our lives.
Okay, and if that's like an actual Iranian being interviewed in fucking, in Iran, who's saying that, there's no indication there that they're like, that they hate the regime or they hate the government or anything like this. She's talking about the way in which war actually affects people, you know what I mean? Yes, if you are being fucking bombed, if you know people that are dying, if there are people who are dying all around you, and you know that it is like a genuine war of aggression on your sovereign country, you're going to be like, yeah, man, this is in my fucking blood now. This is my life. It's traumatized me. That's what she's saying.
Citizens of a 6,000-year-old city live in fear of American and Israeli bombs, of the regime and its torturers.
Hell yeah, dude. Just got to get that regime and its torturers in there. Yeah, man.
Fear. It is the only constant.
Yeah, sick, mate.
Fergal Keane, BBC News.
Yeah, sick. Yeah, it's the same thing that they did the other day. But just like, there's just like extra bits to it. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's have a look at this. It's time for some lols and furthermore lamaus. US F-35 damaged by suspected Iranian fire makes emergency landing, sources say. A US F-35 fighter jet made an emergency landing at a US airbase in the Middle East after it was struck by what is believed to be Iranian fire, according to two sources familiar with the matter. Captain Tim Hawkins, a spokesperson for US CENTCOM, said the fifth-generation stealth jet was flying a combat mission over Iran when it was forced to make an emergency landing. Hawkins said the aircraft landed safely and the incident is under investigation. The aircraft landed safely, the pilot is in a stable condition. Oh yeah, okay, that sounds... Okay, that sounds safe. That sounds safe. F-35s only do this when they're scared. Yes, exactly. The incident will be the first time Iran has hit a US aircraft in the war. No, that's not true! This is just not true! Both the US and Israel are flying F-35s in the conflict. The aircraft costs upwards of 100 million. Yeah, famously those 6 Stratotankers, they just, I don't know, they got scared and they just exploded, you know what I mean? Hell yeah, that's how that goes. Fucking... The US has lost other aircraft in the war thus far, though none known to have been hit by enemy fire. What are you talking about? The aircraft costs upward of $100 million. Yeah, more like fucking like, $300 million or whatever it is. I don't know. I think it's like $2 billion. They're gonna dissect that plane now. Yeah, they just explode randomly sometimes. You know, it's a known issue. 3 US F-15 fighters were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. Yeah, mistakenly doing a lot of heavy lifting there. With all 6 crew members ejecting safely. Wait, hang on a minute. I thought it was 3. I thought these were like single-person jets, the F-15s. A KC-135 Stratotanker refueling aircraft crashed in western Iraq, although the cause is still unclear. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Oh, F-15s are duos. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought they were single pilot jets. Navy F-35. Hey, Rebel Phoenix, how you doing? This is crazy, man. It just crashed in western Iraq and the cause is unclear. Yeah, man. Famously, when like a plane that is designed for war goes down, they in a theater, by the way, in a theater of war, they just don't know why that is. All 6 members were killed. Questions remain about the timeline of the conflict and what could come next. CNN previously reported that a Marine Expeditionary Unit was heading to the region. A US official confirmed it's the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit out of Okinawa and the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group. The USS Tripoli was seen approaching Singapore earlier this week. As the war is nearing the end of its 3rd week, senior US officials continue to claim widespread success in its campaign against Iran. Yeah, mate. Definitely winning. Let's have a look at another Trump tweet from last few days. This is a really good one. I just wanted to read this one because it's just fun. Iran has long been known as a master of media manipulation and public relations. They are militarily ineffective and weak, but are really good at feeding the appreciative fake news media false information. Now AI has become another disinformation weapon that Iran uses. Hang on a minute. That can't be good for AI stocks. When did he do this? Let's just have a quick look. Oh. This means things are going well, right? This is the stock market performance over the last month. This means things are good, yeah? Right? Is that right? A lot of red. Red is the color of blood. And that can happen when there's war, right? When it's in wartime, the stocks just go red because of the blood. That's right. It can only good happen. Yeah, unironically, red does mean communism in this sense, yeah. I'm so tired of winning, boss. I'm so tired of winning. Quite well, considering they're being annihilated by the day. They showed phony kamikaze boats shooting at various ships at sea, which looks wonderful, powerful, and vicious, but these boats don't exist. It's all false information to show how tough their already defeated military is. The 5 U.S. refueling planes that were supposedly struck down and badly damaged, according to the Wall Street Journal's false reporting, and others are all in service. It's like they didn't go down, bro. They're still here. Trust me, bro, they're still here. With the exception of one, which will be soon flying the skies, buildings and ships that are shown to be on fire are not. It's fake. Generated by AI, for instance. Iran, working in close coordination with the fake news media, shows our great USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, one of the largest and most prestigious ships in the world, burning uncontrollably in the ocean. Not only was it not burning, it was not even shot at. Iran knows better than to do that. The story was knowingly fake. And in a certain way, you could say those media outlets that generated it should be brought up on charges for treason. For the dissemination of false information. The fact is, Iran is being decimated, and the only battles they win are those they create through AI and are distributed by the corrupt media outlets. The radical left-wing press knows this full well, but continues to go forward with false stories and lies. That's why their approval rating is so low, and I can win, and I can win. The press have an approval rating? Is this real? And I could win a presidential election in a landslide, getting only 5% positive press. They have no credibility. I'm so thrilled to see Brendan Carr, the chairman of Federal Communications Commission, FCC, looking at licenses of some of these corrupt and highly unpatriotic news organizations. They get billions of dollars for free American airwaves and use it to perpetuate the lies, both in news and almost all of their shows, including the late-night morons who get gigantic salaries for horrible ratings and never get, as I used to say in The Apprentice, fired. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Hell yeah. Hey, Bites. How you doing? Their approval rating is low, unlike mine. The media is being insanely charitable to him. That's what I mean. He's just seen some stuff. You know what I mean? He's just seen some stuff that is bad. And he's gone, this is fake, it's not real. Hey, Blue Vixen, how's it going? Welcome in. Hot Sauce Jr., welcome in. How you doing? Oh, God. It's all just people glazing Trump in the replies. Baron showed him some Reddit comments. Yeah, probably. All right, let's take a look at this. What do we got here? This is another... This is a Washington Post thing. Article. I suppose you could call them articles. You could call them articles. I call them shorticles. I know it's gonna ask me to renew my subscription, so let me just do that real quick. You know? Okay. All right. Just renewed my prescription. Subscription? I can't even speak. I've been reading too many Trump truths. Made me not able to speak. I've just renewed my subscription to the Washington Post, and I'm going to read this article now. Drones over base where Rubio Hegseth live raise security concerns. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Lockdowns at US bases and a global security alert underscore concerns that Iranian retaliation could extend to officials on US soil. Yeah. They're calling this the little Shahed. Yeah, they're calling this the little Shahed that could. Yeah. Shahed drone flying right over the Atlantic Ocean, all unimpeded, right around the Mediterranean, and then all across the Atlantic, all the way to the Washington Army base where Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth live. According to 3 people briefed on the situation, officials have not determined where they came from. 2 of the people said the military is monitoring potential threats more closely because of the heightened alert level. as the United States and Israel strike Iran. According to a senior administrator official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive security matters, multiple drones were spotted over Fort Leslie J. McNair on a single night in the last 10 days. That's crazy. The Washington Post just like telling Iran where it is. Hell yeah. The drone sightings in Washington come as the US issued a global security alert for overseas diplomatic posts and locked down several domestic bases because of threats. This week, Joint Base McGuire Dix Lakehurst in New Jersey and MacDill Air Force Base in Florida raised their force protection level to Charlie, a designation that means the commander has intelligence indicating an attack or danger is possible. On the only higher level alert, Delta, is when an attack has occurred or is anticipated. The drones over Fort McNair prompted officials to weigh relocating Rubio and Hegseth, two of the people briefed, said. The senior administration officials said the secretaries haven't moved. Their quarters on the base were publicly reported by multiple outlets in October. This is so good. They're just like doxing the fucking... They're just doxing where Hegseth and Rubio live. That's so funny. Oh, that's so good, dude. McGuire, Dix, Lakehurst, good for them. Hell yeah. Threat level Charlie means they get to do a line. Fuck yeah. Sniffed up. They named it after Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's right. I don't think Tom's coming back. Let's just get rid of that for a minute. Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell declined to discuss the drones. The department cannot comment on the secretary's movements for security reasons. Reporting on such movements is grossly irresponsible. Twice this week, officials locked down facilities at MacDill Air Force, home to U.S. Central Command, which is responsible for U.S. military operations against Iran. The FBI is now investigating a suspicious package that closed the base's visitors center for hours on Monday and on Wednesday. An unspecified security incident left the base under a shelter-in-place order for hours, the base said in a statement. I mean, this could be like fear-mongering for a potential inside job false flag attack, but, you know, with such an unpopular war, I believe that these could just be like anti-Trump, ex-Trump Republicans who are just like sending fucking bombs to airbase, you know, Air Force bases and shit. To military bases in the US. You know, that could entirely be what's happening here. Fort McNair houses National Defense University, so are the Pentagon's most senior military officials. The base does not traditionally house political leaders or soldiers. It could be serving soldiers. They could be doing mutiny. Absolutely. Yes, correct. Can't Hegseth just hold one of those warrior culture pep talks again? That sounds like a good idea. Maybe in the UAE. It's a nice place this time of year. Yeah, that would be a great place for him to do it. McNair is conveniently located close to Capitol Hill and the White House. It doesn't have the same safety buffer as other bases in the capital region. Similar drone threats surfaced surrounding President Donald Trump and other top officials in recent years as Iranian leaders sought revenge for the U.S. strike that killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani in 2020. Really? Did this really happen? According to U.S. officials spanning both the Trump and Biden administrations, during the 2024 presidential campaign, the Secret Service detail protected Trump's team repeatedly encountered unidentified drones, including during a news conference in Los Angeles and a motorcade ride through rural western Pennsylvania. That September, officials told Trump that Iran wanted to kill him and had multiple kill teams in the country. And while there was no evidence linking Iran to either of the assassination attempts that year, they could not rule out a connection. No, this is nonsense. This is complete nonsense. Multiple kill teams in the country is absolutely insane shit. I'm so glad that I subscribe to the Washington Post. It's really good reporting. Really, really good reporting, and I'm always a fan of it. All right, chat. I'm going to take this opportunity to remind people that my stream is my full-time job at the minute. As you can see above me, there is a dono goal. There is only £160 to get to the dono goal for this month. We could do it, chat. I believe in you. Hit up the tip link in the chat right now. Donate £1, £2, £3, £44, £86. Whatever you like. It's up to you. And if 80 people donate £2 each, we will hit that goal today. It could be done today. You could also give me some subs, because we have got very little to go to hit the new and extended sub goal, which is in fact 200. We would just need 27 subs in order to get the sub goal. So there you go. There's so much you could do to support me. Please consider supporting me. Anyway, let's have a look at this. This is Owen Jones on his anti-imperialist arc. He's getting better. He's learning more and more. It's very exciting to see. Here he is chatting with Jeremy Skyle, who is also a independent journalist, but of course we know Jeremy Skyle from Dropsite News, and it's very exciting that he is chatting to Owen Jones, and we will have a little look and see what it is that they are chatting about. I think that what they're mainly chatting about is how the US is losing the war in Iran. I'm going to run to the toilet real quick. I won't be back. I won't be too long. I'll be back in a tick.
In perspective, what Iranian officials...
I'll leave you with these boys.
Largely erased from most Western media coverage. We're getting bombarded, of course, all the time by the perspective of the US, by Israel. But what Iranian officials are saying and thinking and their strategy is just being completely neglected. Now, there's one exception to that, which is Dropsite News, a brilliant media organization, which has actually been reaching out and speaking to Iranian officials to work out what their strategy is. And it is pissing off the Trump administration, to say the least. And the Trump administration, as we know, is acting all surprised and shocked at, the idea that the Iranian regime would have shut down the Strait of Hormuz, that it's attacking Gulf allies when they'd just been broadcasting what would happen if they were attacked. Jem Scarhill, brilliant co-founder of Dropsite News, great to speak to you. Now, you've been doing this brilliant journalism. You've been speaking to Iranian officials. Just tell me about that. Tell me kind of why that's important, because I think that angle is you have to go to Dropsite News a lot of time to work out what's going on.
I've been a journalist for a quarter of a century, and never in my life in media have I ever seen a more intense effort to criminalize talking to the other side or speaking to forces or groups, or in this case, officials from a nation state that the Western world and specifically the U.S. public is told these are the enemies. This should just be a central part of journalism. That particularly when the president of the United States has made a decision without the approval of the United States Congress to go to war. And throughout the genocide in Gaza, I've interviewed leaders of Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And in doing so, you remove or...
Yo, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Chud Destroyer, Spooky. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Appreciate you.
Strip away a kind of cartoonized version of who the other side is. And in doing that, you also are able to predict or understand what actions may come next. So in the case of Iranian officials, even before the first bombs started falling on February 28th, we had been speaking to senior Iranian officials about what was going to happen during the negotiations. Some of the first stories that we broke after the U.S. and Iran started talking again was the concessions that Iran was making in these negotiations. And we didn't just speak to Iranian officials. We got information on what they were putting on the table in terms of uranium enrichment, in terms of potential future discussions on non-nuclear issues. And what we were understanding was that the terms went beyond the 2015 nuclear deal. But we didn't just talk to Iranian officials. I then talked to Rob Malley, who was one of the lead U.S. negotiators on that 2015 deal. And Malley told me, look, Trump could just declare victory right now and say, I got something out of the Iranians that Barack Hussein Obama could never do. And Rob Malley said to me, look, the Iranians are doing something quite unprecedented.
Yo, Spooky, thanks so much for giving us up to Beanie Gaby.
That is an indication it was never...
Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Nasli, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Talks to Wall. Thank you so much. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes.
About the nuclear issue at all, and it was just about buying time to amass forces in the region and to try to, sort of absorb what Iran might do. So during the negotiations, talking to Iranian officials gave us insight to the fact that this wasn't actually about nuclear.
Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
And then
the war, Magic Mia.
In talking to Iranian officials, there
holy fucking shit,
where we've reported what
with the 13 months. Thank you so much for subbing on Twitch. Enjoy your ad for reviewing and your emotes. Feeling generous? It was your birthday yesterday? Well, you know what they say about that on this stream.
I'd just like to say this gig sucks.
Hey, up yours, Springfield.
In the meantime, thanks, Ants. Thanks.
Chud Destroy with the 10 bits. Chat desperately trying to start a hype train, but Twitch is just not having it. Oh my god. Thank you so much, chat.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
For yesterday, Spooky Wildin.
Happy birthday to you.
Go to hell, you old bastard.
Happy birthday for yesterday, Spooky Wildin. Many happy returns. I hope you had a fantastic day. And there you go. That's the whole reason that I didn't stream yesterday, because I knew that it was yours and Network's birthday. So I thought you'd be doing something different. So there you go. Thank you so much for another 10 bits as well, Chud Destroyer. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Hey, I think they liked us.
All right, let's get back to that.
Iran is saying it's going to do, the kinds of strikes it's going to do in the Persian Gulf against GCC.
Oh, is that right, Mia? I didn't know.
The kinds of intensification of the attacks against Israel that they were going to be engaged with, and then also Iran's posture on potential negotiations or a so-called ceasefire. All of this should just be basic journalism, but so many news organizations seem to believe that it's okay to just, and including news organizations that spend all this time calling Trump a liar and saying that he's the greatest threat to media freedom that's ever existed in the White House. They're then on certain issues saying, oh, well, U.S. officials say this. And that's a real problem. It does a disservice to a democratic
society, what's up?
To democratic participation in decision making.
Is this too loud, chat?
The decision to go to war.
It's interesting that, isn't there? Because on foreign policy issues, there's always been a deference, I think.
I think there's just a difference in frequency between Jones and Scales' voices, and it makes Scales' voice sound look a bit louder in the meter.
Which is foreign policy establishment position.
Thank you, chat. Thank you for checking for me.
At any given time. And even though you'll get media organizations denouncing Trump as a fascist, or sorry, certain journalists, all the rest of it, as soon as the war starts, there's a certain amount of just deference to what the official position is, and talking to, in this case, the Iranian side is almost seen as treasonous.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly true. And that's been true also of speaking to Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. I mean, just to give you one example, 3 days into the U.S.-Israeli bombing of Iran, I started hearing from Iranian officials that the Trump administration, through third countries, was reaching out to Iran and sort of saying, like, let's discuss endgame right now. You know, remember that even though Trump portrayed this as a regime change war and started talking about his concern for the Iranian people, he dropped that very quickly. He recognized—
Don't worry, Morgan, you don't have to do that.
The economic shock of this was going to be real. He was wanting to just sort of declare a win and move on from it.
Yeah.
And so the U.S. starts reaching out to Iran. The Iranians told me they didn't reply to that at all, didn't respond to it. And then
they ghosted him. They ghosted him. That's so fucking funny.
Early last week, I started hearing that Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy, had been texting Iranian officials in an effort to try to restart talks, and that the Iranian officials had decided that they weren't going to respond to Witkoff at all. And what was extraordinary about this, Owen, is that Trump has been running around, either he's on his airplane talking to media, or he's, on his way to his helicopter, or he's taking 30-second or 2-minute phone calls from anybody that has his cell phone. And he's saying, oh, we've won and the Iranians are begging us to talk. Well, what I was hearing was that, in fact, the opposite was true, that it was the U.S. that was reaching out to Iran. So I did what you're supposed to do as a journalist. I went to Steve Witkoff and asked him about this. And I went to the White House and asked them about it. Now, typically, when we go to the White House for comment, and I don't think this is unique to Drop Site News, but it certainly has been our experience. What the White House will typically do is they'll find the most recent remarks that Trump has made, or the most recent Truth Social rant that he's posted, and they'll kind of copy it, paste it, and they'll say, we refer you to the president's, remarks. But this time, very quickly after I sent the query about this, they wrote back a full paragraph that read like it could have been one of Trump's Truth Social posts, except it didn't use all caps. And what they said, they launched this attack against Dropsite News. They called us a radical, left organization that were carrying water for Islamic terrorists, and said that that we are engaged in abhorrent conduct, and they said that we're engaged in what they called America Last behavior. So they send this in response, and I write back, and I literally just said thank you, and we printed their full comments because I wanted the public to understand the response here. But it didn't end there. What happened then is that the White House goes to one of their preferred journalists to leak stories to, and they often leak false stories to Barak Ravid of Axios. The Israelis also do this via Axios, and Barak Ravid not only works for Axios and does analysis for CNN, but he also writes for Israeli news outlets. He's been one of the main conduits in the Gaza genocide.
And people also accuse Barak Ravid of being a member of Unit 8200, which is Israel's super secret service. They have Mossad and they have the super secret service, Unit 8200.
For Israeli leaks and Trump administration leaks. So what they do is they spin to Barak Ravid less than an hour after our story comes out, a bizarro world version of this story in which they say Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, has been desperately texting Steve Witkoff trying to ask for talks on a ceasefire, and that the Americans are not yet ready to speak to the Iranians. So, this is a front running of this story. And what's
again, chat, if you remember when I brought up Barak Ravid as someone to listen to, I said the right way to listen to him is always to remember that he is repeating what the state wants us to hear, right? And sometimes the state will say something like, we are going to bomb Iran. War with Iran will probably happen in the next 2 weeks or something, and that will be correct. But also, the state will say something like, we are negotiating with Iran, and that's because Iran reached out to us, and that will be wrong, So it is always important to remember, it's like he's just repeating whatever the state is telling him. And sometimes those things are true, sometimes they're not.
Interesting, when you understand the scope of how they normally respond, until you get this kind of a denial from the Trump administration, it's hard sometimes to know if your story is true. It's very clear that what's been happening behind the scenes is that the Iranians are doing what they've said they're doing in public. And that is, they don't want a ceasefire that looks like the June deal of 2025. From their perspective.
Yeah, exactly, Emily. Yeah.
Accepting a kind of limited ceasefire deal that keeps open a door to the United States and Israel bombing every few months under the guise of, Iran's nuclear threat, or, Iran is not cooperating. They're not going to accept that anymore. They view this as an existential war, and they say that the war is going to end on their terms.
Hey, Oxpecker, how are you doing? Yeah, the super duper secret service.
Is the White House is in a bit of a panic. Trump is clearly in a quagmire. They keep doubling down on the massive bombardment. They keep, projecting we're winning. The Iranian missile capacity, it's 90% degraded. Their drone capacity is 95% degraded. Last night, they hit Tel Aviv and other sites in Israel very, very hard. They're still attacking.
Morrigan, thank you so much for gifted a sub to Sustuk. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and remotes.
U.S. military bases across the region on an ongoing basis. So what's happening here is that the White House is in a bit of panic mode, and they're compensating for it, which Trump has done on all kinds of issues throughout his career, by sort of, saying, don't believe your lying eyes, don't believe your lying ears. The opposite is what's true. It's classic, not to be cliche, but it's an Orwellian thing. War is peace, loss is victory. It's not that Iran can defeat the United States militarily.
Why don't you stream on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays? I am sad. Well, I do stream on Sundays, but I just do it on Red Planet. It may not be me every time, but it will certainly be me, Soph, and Tim. Most of the time, maybe with a guest, so you can check out Red Planet. It's not as long as the stream that I normally do, and I don't stream on Fridays and Saturdays because I need a weekend. I'm a worker that wants a weekend, that's why.
Of course they can't. But in asymmetric warfare,
Streamer, why don't you stream every day?
Do is survive.
Why don't you stream like Hassan every single day? I don't have that ethic, I'm afraid.
Tact. And in Iran's case, they clearly have been saying in public what they're deciding to do in private.
I mean, don't get me wrong, chat, right? Don't get me wrong, right? I know that if I streamed every single day, it would probably grow my stream. We would attract more people. That's the kind of thing that you could do to grow and shit like that. I understand that, you know what I mean? But it's a lot of work for me, you know what I mean? And I'm also trying to run a YouTube channel as well. I'm trying to, yeah, burnout won't grow anything, exactly. Here's the other thing, right? Here's the other thing. I have a YouTube channel. And I am going to promote my latest video, which is not doing too well, because I think there's a few more new people here. I know streamers who stream way less. I think you're doing above average, frankly. I'm not comparing myself to other people and saying, oh, I should be streaming more. What I'm saying is, like, you know, I think I am streaming average. I agree. Like, yeah. I don't disagree with what you're saying, and I wasn't saying that I wasn't doing average or whatever. You know what I mean? Anyway, please, chat, go and look at my video and my YouTube channel and watch it. Tell your friends about it, share it, because it's performing very badly and it's making me sad. I'm not gonna lie. It's about Palestine action prisoners in the UK. I'm going to put it in the chat in a second when I get the link. There you go. Please go and look at it. Put it in your watch later. Check it out later or watch it now. Whatever. It's up to you. You know? I respect you committing to make sure you get rest. Yeah. It's got to be done. Hello, 8-Bitverse. Welcome in. This is hilarious. More countries being let through the Strait of Hormuz, including Turkey and Pakistan. Big fuck you to the US, but sending a message to anyone who doesn't support the US or Israel could go through. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. You do you your way. Grateful for what you do. Thank you very much. There's no way this pays enough to justify streaming every single day. Well, yeah. You know? The video is great. I watched it and made my dad watch it, and we agree it's a banger. Thanks very much. That's mad that you got your dad to watch it. People's dads are watching my video. That's mad. Yeah, I love that. I actually love that for your dad. What a legend. I'm happy with where I'm at, by the way. I hope that people know. I think that, you know, in terms of the money that has been donated to the stream this month and the subs and gift subs and bits and shit like that is fucking great. It is growing. Like, the stream is growing, and I'm really happy about it. And it's all down to you lot, chat. It's all down to you. Yeah? All of you up there. Or there. You know, you're there as well. There and there. Thank you very much for being here and supporting me like that. That's you know, that's why we're growing, because you come every single day. What was I gonna say? I'll sort out my sub in a bit. I do watch a lot of your stuff, just don't want to give my money to Amazon. That is why the tip link exists, right? That's why the tip link exists. If you go to the tip link, it means that you could just donate via PayPal, and it means that no money goes to Amazon, right? If that's what you're concerned about. You know? djmuel. This is you? This is you on Twitter? Simple as, mate. You're the 69th comment. Nice. Nice. That's great work. More and more people are saying this. Yeah, you could sub off Twitch, and that's good. If you sub off Twitch, that is also good for me. So just remember that.
It's a huge story. You know, the US is claiming that the Iranians are begging for negotiations, but actually the evidence points to Iran's refusing any.
Chud approved. Yeah, it's mad that your dad's a chud and he watched my video and thought it was a banger. That's crazy.
Whether on the basis that
That's
there has
crazy.
to be a maximum cost inflicted to prevent a renewed attack on Iran being prepared weeks, months, whatever down the line. I mean, they could just release a text message as well, couldn't they? The Trump administration to prove that this is happening, and they haven't done that. I mean, what does that, do you think, from your conversations look like? Because how would Iran get any commitment from the US that means anything? You know, that they would just not bomb again? Or is it just a case of they will just drag this out, impose so much cost economically and militarily that nobody rationally would ever dream of doing this again?
Yeah, I mean, it is the $1 million question at this point, and I'll share with you what Iranian officials have said when I posed this to them. First of all, it's important to just put on the table what have they actually said are the conditions under which they see this war ending. They want long-term deterrence. In other words, they recognize that the United States, particularly with Trump as president, a man who has twice told the Iranians they're negotiating and then twice launched massive bombing campaigns in the middle of those negotiations with another date already set to have another round of negotiations. They're very clear-eyed about the fact that Trump is a pathological liar and that in the case of Iran, he's twice lied about being in negotiations and bombed them. So what they want to do is inflict enough pain, cause enough consternation in the world, show that Iran has an ability to impact the global economy and oil supply, so that the stakes of doing it again are as high as they possibly could be.
Yeah.
Recognizing that they could do that and someone like Trump decides, well, I'm still going to keep bombing them. But that's one thing. The second is that they want UN Security Council resolutions to bring this war to a formal end, and they want it guaranteed by both Russia and China. Now, again, Trump has completely, tried to dismantle the United Nations. It doesn't have anywhere near the already kind of fragile credibility that it had up to this point. But with his Board of Peace and them endorsing it at the UN Security Council, the UN is not what it used to be. But the Iranians are saying we still have to work through international institutions. They also have said, and this is the one that has almost certainly no chance of happening, they want all U.S. bases removed from the Persian Gulf. But on a practical level, they've said something quite interesting, which is that they don't want a ceasefire only to apply to Iran. They want it to apply to Lebanon, and they want a full Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, as well as applying to Iraq. And the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said last night that that Iran is not looking for a ceasefire. They're looking for a permanent resolution to this crisis with the United States. So that's Iran's position on the table. I think that for now, there isn't a chance that Iran is going to shift its position imminently.
No.
In fact, I would predict, based on what I'm hearing from Iranian officials, that the war is going to open into a new front. The Israelis bombed the largest gas fields in the world in southern Iran overnight, and there are massive fires there. And it's a field that is enormous, and it's not just Iran that has interest there, it's also Qatar has interest there. The Israelis bombed this field. They leaked to Barack Ravid that the U.S. was aware of it and greenlit the bombing of it. We have to see what the White House says. But Iran very quickly responded. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps put out a statement saying, we are now going to attack oil and gas facilities across the Persian Gulf and in Israel, and they issued an evacuation warning to citizens of Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Haifa in Israel. Iran's position is that if the United States and Israel begin attacking their energy infrastructure, which now has happened in a very clear way, that will trigger an Iranian response. And thus far, when they've said that they're going to engage in this, they do it. So I think we're going to see a massive escalation. And there's a potential that Ansar Allah in Yemen, often referred to as the Houthis, if they decide to enter the war, they can blockade the Red Sea again. And what's been happening, Owen, over the past days with the Strait of Hormuz in full dominance of the Iranians. The Iranians, by the way, are still shipping oil through the Strait of Hormuz. It is open. It's just that they're saying that they won't allow U.S. or Israeli-linked ships or any country that is supporting them in this. But if Ansar Allah in Yemen blocks the Red Sea, you have this armada of oil tankers that have gone up the western coast of Saudi Arabia, and they're using that as a kind of alternative route. If Ansar Allah blocks that, then you're going to see exponentially more shock to the global economy, and it's a very real possibility that this could happen. So Trump has painted himself, from the Iranian perspective, they think Trump has painted himself into a corner. They believe their pain tolerance is higher, and they think that those Gulf countries are in a state of disarray and wondering, why is the United States not protecting us and doing everything in favor of Israel?
But here's what I don't understand. So I just, for example, chatted to Trita Parsi, brilliant Iranian-American commentator, and he said about this latest attack on the Iranian energy facilities, which Qatar's shares and is just condemned, that they're doing this because they want Iran to escalate. And they know that will mean Iran potentially hitting crucial energy facilities all over the Middle East. I don't get why, I guess. What does Israel think will be the beneficial consequence from their strategic position of Iran doing that?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of how to say this in a kind of brief way. The only points at which there's a divergence between the agendas of Israel and the agenda of the United States, certainly under Trump, are on sort of minor tactical or technical issues. And I think this may be one of them. It's going to be interesting to see how the White House responds to this issue of oil infrastructure. I do think that Netanyahu wants to go total scorched earth on Iran. He wants to dismantle. It's not about, getting rid of the mullahs. He wants to dismantle the state institutions that have been built over the past 47 years in Iran. He wants to smash it into a failed state so that it is malleable and Israel can do what it pleases in the region, because it's removed the only nation state deterrence against its policy if it does that. So for Israel, to have Iran start massively striking oil facilities in the Persian Gulf, Israel's calculation is that this will further enrage Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, push them close.
Yeah, so, Chilavina in the chat saying, so the plan now is to escalate until Arabs think Iran is the villain. Do they actually think Arabs have no brain? Yes. Yes. They think that Arabs have no brain. That is genuinely what they think. I'm being serious. That's why they're doing this. Like, because they're so racist that they're like, these idiots will only see this in the way that we want them to see it. And they won't see it in that we are escalating against them and they are escalating against the fucking, the regions that support them and shit like that. The the collaborationist Gulf states that are, sat there doing business with Israel and shit. Same mentality they had to the old East Bloc during the Cold War. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, they're all idiots. They're all idiot Slavs who just like can't make their own decisions, etc., etc. Attack until overclocked. So far, enemy brain is pushed past midnight into negative. That's a way of wording it. Pretty sure the West has not got the memo that Arab people are human beings. Just others who live in a place with oil. Yes, that's it.
Closer into, Israel's camp, or at least into the militant anti-Iran camp. Senior officials and advisors to the UAE leadership are openly saying that this is going to make the relationship closer with Israel. I think this is all part of Netanyahu's plan, but I think that the end game for Netanyahu is not so much about like regime change. It's regime destruction. And by regime, we mean state institutions. They want Iran to be a totally failed state. And so, the cards are in Trump's hands to an extent right now. But certainly that is Netanyahu's agenda. And unfortunately, the Miriam Adelson Netanyahu wing of Trump's movement, and I think that's what we have to call it, they are in pole position right now. They are in control of U.S. policy in this regard. So we'll have to see whether Trump's oil company buddies and some of these Gulf monarchies that he's become very close to are going to prevail in trying to get him to wrap this up, or if Trump's going to run defense for Israel's war of annihilation and attempt to smash the Iranian state into a million pieces.
I mean, a couple of final things. I mean, the assassinations of senior Iranian officials, and I mean, many seasoned commentators have made the point that this is just destroying any off-ramps. It's actually consolidating more hardline factions who would be even less likely to be amenable to some of ceasefire. Do you think, I mean, Israel's outcome there is to just have a failed state, like Iraq or Libya or whatever, or Syria? But do you think that's likely about where this would head? What do you think? I mean, what do you think going through the heads of Iranian officials as their senior figures are being picked off one by one?
One thing I was thinking about, and you and I have talked about this before, when the so-called war on terror sort of was launched by Bush and Cheney, and they sort of started to normalize assassination as a central component of American foreign policy. The U.S. has always engaged in assassination, so has Israel. But if you go back and read about how it was discussed in the broader discourse in the media or even by officials, it was considered something that was like, this is a very serious thing. There's been assassinations. And when Barack Obama, the constitutional law scholar, became president, and he leaned into that and embraced this formalization of assassination as an acceptable part of the state's posture in the world, it was an embrace also of a longstanding Israeli doctrine. And what we're seeing now is the sort of natural conclusion to that, where anyone who's in any form of government in Iran at a senior level, the Israelis last night issued new orders saying they don't even need to get clearance anymore. You can just assassinate them. It doesn't matter who they are or if there's a strategic reason for it. So it's industrial scale assassination masquerade.
That's crazy. That's crazy that this is what the doctrine is, The doctrine is simply just fucking assassinate everybody and hopefully something will turn out good. It's just nothing. There's no strategy. They have literally fucking nothing. They thought that taking out Ali Khamenei would decapitate the regime in the way that they thought it operated. It didn't. And now they're like, wait, hang on a minute. They just simply do not. They don't fall apart. Like when we kill Larijani, it doesn't fall apart. When we kill Soleimani, it doesn't fall apart. When we kill, the intelligence minister, it doesn't fall apart. Oh no. They both assumed to be way further along by now and didn't plan ahead. Absolutely. Another example of, central planning massively failing by Western capitalist states. I wonder what that's about. I wonder why that is.
Foreign policy. And in the case of some of the specifics here, Dr. Ali Larijani, who was the secretary of Iran's Supreme National
Shit posting as an admin,
a scholar of Kant, a highly educated man who in the 1990s was widely perceived as a kind of very conservative hardliner. He was the head of the National Broadcasting Corporation. A lot of, pro-democracy Iranians viewed him very negatively, but and he was involved with also nuclear negotiations in the 90s. Yeah. He then had ambitions to try to run for president that didn't pan out. But during that period, which was not that long ago, he began making overtures to the reform camp, started to be perceived as being more moderate. And ultimately, when he was killed earlier this week, the perception of him in terms of the echelons of power in Iran was that he was a very flexible figure that would have been a potential person that would be sitting at the table to negotiate how this thing ends. By eliminating figures like that, and you look at Saeed Jalili, who's just been put in his place, much more conservative, much more in sync with the most militant elements of the IRGC. At every level that they're killing,
they're making Iran stronger. At every level that they're killing, they're making Iran stronger. They're making Iran more militant. They are radicalizing Iran to do more harm to the empire every single time. It is just like, come on, man. What we're seeing in Iran, right, is a sped up version of what happens just across the board when the US tries to do this interventionist adventurism. They create more radical opposition to empire. If you bomb a country like a sovereign country, state that is pragmatist and reserved and patient in the face of massive aggression and complete disregard for international law, if you attack that and try and destroy it when it is prepared for this very same scenario, you are going to end up, as Morrigan says, creating these power vacuums where more people come in who are like, well, we told you so. The guy that was in charge before, see what happened? Right, well, that's why I need to be in charge, because I've been talking about this for fucking decades. No one would fucking listen to me. Look, I was right. Boom, you're in. What should we do now? Maybe we should attack the US on their own soil. Maybe we do have the capability to do that. Maybe we do have the capability to create internationally ranged ballistic missiles. Maybe we can create those. Maybe we should start creating them right now. You know? Like, come on, man. Like, this is fucking easy to understand shit, even if you are, like I say, a little fucking British, streamer from Manchester. Like, yeah, maybe we do make nukes. Maybe we do make nukes.
These kind of long-term Iranian figures from various political stripes. Iran is not the sort of mono policy state that it often is portrayed as. What you're doing then is you're ensuring that a more kind of hardline group of people take over. And I think that's part of why you saw the response early on in, when the U.S. bombed on February 28th. They were ready to roll with strikes, no choreographing, no back channel discussion with the United States, because they had killed people who advocated some form of restraint. There's probably a way in which Israel prefers that, in the same way that they do this with killing Hamas negotiators or Hamas officials, that it's better for Israel to have the public perception that the real radicals are in power right now, because they use that, they weaponize that as a way of justifying their war. But I think it would be a mistake to just think that's the strategy. I think they want to kill any key figures in Iranian society, whether they're dissidents or not dissidents. Trump even said it himself. We killed a bunch of the moderates on the first day that we thought we would have been doing business with. So again, I would just emphasize to people, Israel's broader picture here, war of annihilation against the Palestinians, trying to wipe out Hezbollah in Lebanon. When Assad was taken down in Syria, they bombed the entire conventional military of Syria to make sure that whatever government came in place would never be able to serve as a deterrent against Israel. And they want to smash the Iranian state for the primary reason that it's the only established modern nation state that has dared to confront it over its genocide of the Palestinians. Yeah. So if you look at it through that lens, when Trump says things like, we can have a religious leader, we can have a leader who's internal and eternal, that's not what Netanyahu wants. Netanyahu wants this state completely smashed, and he couldn't care less about what happens to the Iranian people.
Final question, and this is something that I declare an interest. I'm writing a book called The Fall of the West. But if Iran gets...
It is crazy that Owen Jones is now writing a book called The Fall of the West. Like I've said, many times, when we look at Owen Jones and his trajectory in becoming more and more woke, he's going to be a tanky next year. I'm calling it right now. He's going to be like, shit, man. I thought that those guys were freaks. I thought that they were making apologies for Russia. I thought that they were crazy fascists that were just like, supporting a team just because they're, this, that, and the other. But he's going to be like, no, they're just right. They were just right. And I am now a tanky. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. I'm a third worldist, actually. But I'm a pragmatist, and I understand there's some states that are not that are going to be in direct competition with the West. And, and that's important. It's important that these sovereign states do this stuff. Yeah, can't wait. He's always going to be positioned in the safest broadly leftist position. This can only be a good sign. Yeah. Fall the West sounds like some right-wing Facebook page. Yeah, no, it kind of does. Yeah. But I think that that's why he's titled it that, because he knows that. He knows that there are people who say Fall of the West, and what they're referring to is all the immigrants coming. So maybe it will be some kind of a surreptitious gotcha to any kind of fucking gammons who end up reading it. You know what I mean? Who knows? He's probably not thought about it in that way, but you know what I'm saying.
Desired outcome, which is to basically impose such a cost that this war has to end. And even if the US declares victory and goes home, which it can't do, by the way, in the sense that Iran could just carry on blocking the Strait of Hormuz and attacking Gulf states and all the rest of it and Israel until it sees fit. If that happens, that is the biggest strategic defeat the US has suffered since it emerged as a superpower, I would argue. It's not the same as being whittled down by a guerrilla war over several years as it was in Afghanistan and Vietnam. It is launching a war, and the regime you are targeting, because that's not what happened in Iraq and all the rest of it, those regimes collapsed very quickly. There's guerrilla warfare afterwards. That regime has defeated you. You launched a war and you were forced into defeat. And it would be a catastrophic humiliation.
Yeah, I think that's accurate to say.
Now,
even though I would never, I don't know if Jones is doing this on purpose or doing it from his Western brainwashed mind, but obviously I would never discredit the fighters of the Vietnamese resistance. You know what I mean? I would never do that. But I don't think he's trying to downplay that. I think he's trying to say it's different, and he's right. It is different. In terms of, you've actually not shaken the core power here that you're trying to shake. This isn't a small country that you're bullying. This is a country that is much bigger and much more prepared for something like this. And it is. It's humiliation.
Being humiliated and all the rest of it. That's one thing. I just cannot imagine the US doing that without just accepting its end of its hegemony. And that's how I find it hard to see how this ends.
He's just saying the USA never lost this quickly before,
don't have an answer for, and I've really contemplated a lot, because if you look at it through the lens you're describing, I think it's a really important lens. Trump doesn't have an off-ramp. He's claimed that the United States has already won, and if this Iranian state remains intact, and the Iranian government and officials I talked to point out that it was Israel and the United States that asked for a ceasefire in June of 2025, not Iran. If that happens, then history will be recorded as a similar outcome to what happened in Vietnam, where the United States was fought to an ultimate retreat. And
that took years. That took years and years and years.
It took years, but this is So we're looking at decades of history truncated probably into a few months. So
he's saying what I said before. He's saying what I said before about the way that they tried to do regime change, and basically Iran is speedrunning that process of you killed our leader. Our leader was a moderate pragmatist. We now have a guy to replace him who's in revenge mode, right? You also killed another of our military, apparatus. Here's another one that's more insane and more ready to murk you off. You know what I mean? That was more ready to murk you off way before, all the while maintaining the state structure that it has. So, they're speedrunning the radicalization against America massively. The speed of it happening is insane. And they are maintaining the state structure, so they're remaining as strong as previous, but even more dangerous in the immediate sense, right?
Imagine we're going to see, you already see the Trump administration widening the goalposts of what the ultimate agenda was here. It very quickly shifted from we're going to change the regime and the Iranians are going to seize power to we need to deal with the nuclear, to then, we need to deal with the ballistic missile threat and the conventional threat. And so what I would imagine Trump's going to end up having to do is declare some kind of fabricated victory and treat it akin to how he treats every issue domestically in the United States, which is just to continuously lie about how much winning he did there. And, because I don't see the Iran.
And then Iran is going to continue to attack Israel and continue to attack US bases in the region. Trump is going to be like, we've won, but Iran is still going to be bombing these positions, particularly Israel. That's what's going to happen.
Surrendering. I don't think there's any chance of. When I say the Iranians, I mean the state, the government. I don't see a surrender. If there is an attempt to send in ground troops, there's going to be a bloodbath, which is going to cause a massive amount of protest from the American public. Trump's having trouble getting any European allies to even send a ship to help him on his mission in the Strait of Hormuz. So yes, the Iranians are.
I think it will happen, Morrigan. I do think it will happen.
Severely damaged and degraded, but there's no evidence yet that the United States has effectively stopped Iran's ability in any way to retaliate and to continue doing it for a very long time. So I think you're asking the question all of us should be thinking about. And at the end of the day, we've got an erratic character in the White House. We have Netanyahu at the apex of his career. We have Miriam Adelson and others in full control of this wing of American foreign policy. It's an
Jeremy Scahill said Miriam Adelson. When I've been talking about Miriam Adelson, this is what I'm saying. Like, he knows what's up. Jeremy Scahill knows what's up. It's Miriam Adelson. And by extension, Sheldon Adelson from Beyond the Grave, the biggest billionaire Zionist lobbying individuals in the world. It will be sooner rather than later, Morrigan. Like, they're gonna pull out drastically sooner than anyone ever expected him to. What are the ultimate outcomes either way, actually? Iran does what the West wants and revolts somehow, or Iran continues to resist Western influence no matter what, the West blows shit up until there's nothing left, right? If your house gets too hot, perhaps a second-hand AC would keep you cozy. Well, yeah, we were talking about that earlier in the stream, innit? And the conclusion to that was I would need an extra £150 in order to afford that I don't have. So, yeah, that's that.
Extremely dangerous situation, especially because I think Trump knows he's losing this war.
I think Jeremy's right. This is what I've said. I think he does know he's losing, but I do think that he is getting people saying, like, look how well you're doing. And then, they're gonna fucking, he's gonna know. He's gonna know that there are brown noses around him. You know what I mean? Plus the added running cost to your bills. Yeah, also that, right? Also that. Sounds like Rebel King Mule needs a throne. Trump is a silly Billy. That's my political take. It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. Alright, let's move on. What do we got? I saw this go by on YouTube. Very interesting stuff. This is a aircraft pervert who's been filming stuff at RAF Fairford. And in this 9-minute video, we see B-1 bombers fully loaded Epic Fury mission, consecutive takeoff launch at RAF Fairford. No, that's what these guys are. They're aircraft perverts. They're aerosexuals.
I bet there's a fourth. You reckon? There's 3 at the moment, but I bet there's 4.
Hey, Vod, what's up? Aero pervs. Is there an equivalent Walmart in the United Kingdom? We have Asda, which is owned by Walmart, yeah. Such mixed feels. B1 is a cute flappy wing boy, but also doing genocides. Yes. The sad reality of being an aircraft pervert. Hear that? That's the sound of every single time you turn the lights off to save the planet being a complete fucking waste of time. Yes. Looking through Adelson's Wikipedia as a disgusting mix of all the worst takes on everything. Yeah, she's a horrific, horrendous, genocidal fascist. And Sheldon Adelson particularly. Can we talk about that watermark for a sec? What, Bob's your granny? What that's a reference to is a British saying, which is Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, right? But often what happens, like I do this often, Bob's your Fanny, your uncle's your aunt. Like you just mix it up and say shit. So some people will say, Bob's your granny, Fanny's your Fanny or something. You know what I mean? That's what he's saying. Bob's your granny. Bob's your granny, Fanny's your granny. Bob's your aunt, uncle's your Fanny. Yeah, no, that is completely mental. Virulent. Like the Pope, how the Pope shits in his bare fursuit, yeah. I mean, this is just, it's just evidence to be used at The Hague. In Keir Starmer's Hague trial. You know what I mean? Asda was only a Walmart company for a few years and hasn't actually been for a while now. Oh, is that right? Oh, I thought it was still Walmart. Oh, Asda got sold 5 years ago. Well, who owns it now? Walmart. Oh, TDR Capital is the largest market share. Walmart have got 10%. So Walmart still got it, but only 10%. And then you got Motson Issa, who is... Oh, they're the guys who founded... Wait, what? The guys who founded fucking Euro garages? That's crazy. That's mental. TDR Capital, who are these? British private equity, right. Okay, there you go. That's that. No, it's okay, Mia. Don't worry. You could bring up weird watermarks on this stream. Given a call to Adelson by Trump in early August 2020, complaining that Adelson had not done enough for him, there was speculation of the amount of a donation that the amount of a donation could be effective. Yeah. The Adelsons were like just bribing Trump, and that's what Miriam Adelson has continued to do. After Sheldon dying. If you enjoy the video, hit the hype button. What's the hype? What's the hype button? What do you mean? Thank you very much, Mia, for being here. Sleep tight. Does he mean like? Does he mean the like button? Fucking aero perverts, man. What are they on about? This guy's 80 years old. He doesn't know how to use YouTube. Hitting the hype button so hard right now. Only truly hype fans get to see the hype button. True. You've heard of it, never seen it in the wild? Yeah, don't believe the hype. Look at the description. 3 mighty US Air Force Rockwell B-1B Lancer bombers launched one after the other from RAF Fairford, heading out on their first mission to Iran for Operation Epic Fury. The USAF deployed the most bombers ever at once to RAF Fairford. That's mad. Greatest low flybys. So romantic. Miriam keeping her husband's legacy of bribing Trump alive and well. Who says love is dead? Yeah, that's right. Hello, Bardic Inspired. There's another one, right? What is this? A quiz? I've got to do a quiz? What the fuck? The B-1... This is so aerosexual, honestly. The B-1B Lancer is famously nicknamed The Bone, but it's known for being one of the loudest aircraft in the world. When taken off with all 4 afterburners lit, how much thrust does this supersonic swan generate to get its 477,000 pound frame into the air? It's just described so sexually. It's just disgusting. These people are fucking disgusting. How many pounds of thrust? Yes, one hand typing. It's proper wrong. Okay, these are all even. These are all rounded up to the 10,000. So it's got to be 144,000 because that's like an odd number. Yes, of course, of course. A guy who's never done a quiz before. Guy who's never done a quiz before. Do you know what I mean? Just wanted to do his fucking aero pervert fanfic. That's all. He just wanted an excuse to do that. Hang on a minute. I just typed in sex music. Right. The B-1B Lancer is famously nicknamed The Bone, but it's also known for being one of the loudest aircraft in the world. When taking off with all 4 afterburners lit, how much thrust does this supersonic swan generate to get its 477,000 pound frame into the air? Can you feel the temperature rise? Forget the world. Okay, that's enough of that. I prefer the Marks and Sparks advert voice. Okay. If a video's been out for less than 7 days from a creator with under 500,000 subscribers, you can hype it and go beyond liking and sharing. The more hype it gets, the higher it climbs on a new leaderboard with the top 100 hype videos from the week. Anybody can hype up to 3 times per week. In the future, we plan to allow fans to purchase additional hypes, unlocking another revenue stream for creators too. All that sounded like to me in my head was this. That just sounded like this. Do you remember this one? A lot of y'all still don't get it. Ape holders can use multiple slurp juices on a single ape. So if you have 1 Astro Ape and 3 Slurp Juices, you can create 3 new ape. Tonight's Slurp Juice Mint event is minting event for both Lab Monkeys and Special Forces. That's all that sounded like to me. That just made the same amount of sense. But thanks for trying, Emmy. I appreciate you. Welcome in. All right. Okay. Well, look, you know, there's an Aero pervert video. We're going to move on. Hey, look at this. Who's this? Who's this? It's our boy, Omid Djalili. Omid, a.k.a. Graham Linehan Djalili. They've got him back. Krishnan Gurumurthy is having a little look at what kind of things Omid Djalili is saying now, including it's good to bomb people that may want a better life. Hell yeah. Let's go.
What do you do with this regime that doesn't mind being killed? Because they think the more we get killed, the more we get some kind of sympathy in the West, and there's more chance of us staying in power.
So are you left as somebody who is anti-war, wanting this war to continue until it achieves the end of the regime?
Yes, if it meant getting rid of them. The people of Iran, not me, the people of Iran saying...
The people of Iran, not me. The people of Iran are saying...
It's a cancer, and if it's painful, we've got to go through it. We're prepared to go through it.
Bro, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Hello and welcome to The Forecast. I'm Krishnan Gurumurthy in Jerusalem. As we approach 2 weeks into this war, we wanted to talk to a prominent voice in Britain, and Omid Djalili is a British-Iranian...
I can't believe that they're still doing this. I can't believe that this was published... This was published 8 days ago. This has to be before he made that mad tweet where he was like, Iran have got fake babies in a freezer and they're bringing them out. They're bringing them out to pretend. You know what I mean?
Comedian, writer, and cultural commentator. He's been very outspoken.
Comedian, writer, and cultural commentator. I'm sorry, but that last one, you just gotta get rid of that.
Throughout the protest movements in Iran.
Absolutely batshit mental crank is the right way to describe him.
And since the war broke out. Omid, welcome. How are you feeling about where things are now?
Well, look, at the end of the day, the whole reason I even did interviews in the first place, we were trying to keep this whole issue on a humanitarian issue. If you remember, we were always talking about responsibility to protect the UN norm in 2005. When a country is exterminating its own people, the world has to stand up.
Exterminating its own people.
Diplomacy first, and if that doesn't work, there's some kind of intervention to stop the machinery of repression. We saw...
He's a comedian. I mean, he definitely makes us laugh.
The massacres of January. In fact, I was very traumatized because we'd heard at the time it was like it was being reported as 3,000 people, 12,000 people. We don't even know because the internet was shut. Whatever the numbers, it's horrific.
No, we do know because even the anti-Iranian government, which some people have speculated is a CIA outfit, H-Rana, based in Virginia, USA. You could probably guess what the address is. Have said that the number of people killed is 3,000, right? And that does include police officers. So, you know, it's... It doesn't matter what kind of way you try and spin it. Is he Israeli? He's very spiritually Israeli, like a lot of the Iranian monarchist supporters. Yes, he's extremely spiritually Israeli. Yeah, you can't just spin it now. You can't just be like, we don't know what the numbers are. It's like the organization that would inflate the numbers to the most of what they could possibly be is saying that it's 3,000, and they're also saying this includes police officers, this includes some fucking local councillors, etc., you know what I mean? It's like, what are we doing, man?
And now we see that this particular conflict, which we thought was a rescue mission, is now being politicized, is now being seen as something that is left versus right, that, you know, it's Trump is crazy, Israel is crazy. And the people who are losing out here are the people of Iran. And I will tell you this, it was profoundly moving to see, nothing to do with any politics or anything, the Iranian women's national football team arriving from the Gold Coast in Sydney.
How can you say that this is nothing to do with politics? How can you say that this is nothing to do with politics? It's totally political. The entire discussion around the Iranian women's national football team, you know, going to Sydney in Australia is entirely political. They politicized it.
And there's 150 Iranians there trying to make an intervention to try and stop them from going home. And so far,
it's so good. 150 Iranians are just there like, yeah, mate. Fucking yeah, mate. You've got to stay here. You know what I'm saying? It's like 150 like Iranians who live in Australia, these like insane monarchist, restorationist sects of the diaspora being like, no, don't go home. And these like Iranian women who live in Iran and they love Iran and they're just like, they're looking at these freaks and being like, what are you on about? I want to go back. I don't want to be here. Yeah, they left. They went home. They went to Iran. They were like, I would rather go to Iran, even though my country's getting bombed, because you lot are fucking freaks. Freedom for women by not letting the football team go home. Great stuff, lad. Yes, famously, what feminism is about getting brown women and telling them that they understand things differently and wrongly, and that they should change and understand things in a more white way, the way that we do. You know? Those 150 freaks have direct lines to the Sky News Australia newsroom. Did the last 3 leave? I don't know about the details, but I just think that anything that we're hearing in the media about this is just going to be wrong. You know?
7 of them were given immediate, they were given asylum, 2 more then joined, and the rest got on the plane. It just shows you that this conflict is real. This problem with this regime, we are not lying when we're telling you they are absolutely genocidal, tyrannical, whatever word you want to use.
Genocidal is so insane, bro. Like, I'm sorry, you just can't, like... Even if there was this issue that happened in January where the government and the military threw... Well, I don't even think it was the military. I just think it was the besieged militias and the police forces in various places in Iran encountered foreign entities supplying protesters who were being, agitated with weapons and shit. Saying, and they had this like issue where like, they started shooting some police and then the police shot back and then there was a whole fucking thing going on and like, yeah, it was like a massacre. They had this huge issue, right? You just, even with understanding that as it is, you just can't call it genocide. You just can't. Some people went home and some people didn't. That proves the regime is genocidal. It's just fucking mad. Like, exactly. Who are they genociding? What do you mean?
The stuff they have done is beyond even...
An Iranian spokesperson says the football players were threatened with being disqualified for doping unless they agreed to signing an asylum application. Fuck yeah, dude. That's so good. That's so good, dude. Legendary shit.
Decent, normal person could think of. So in that sense, it's good to talk to you because it's always about bringing it back to that humanitarian level and reminding people of that.
Yeah, just reminding people about this fake thing.
Mind us, what is your Persian heritage? What are your links to people in Iran now?
Kristen Gurumurthy asking the real questions. By the way, on Omid Jalili's Wikipedia page, it's all there. It's like he was born in Kensington, right?
Yeah, we've got almost nothing because the internet is still shut.
That's not what he asked you.
Raised in Britain, but my parents would go back to Iran. I've been back twice when I was younger.
He's been back twice when he was younger to visit family. For what, like more than 10 days? It's like I said, he's spent more time in the USA than he has in Iran. He's probably spent more time on holiday going to Thailand or some shit than he has in Iran. A TV presenter asking a guest to provide their ethnic background is wild. No, I don't think it is in this case. I don't think it is in this case. Because he's you know, I think that what's happening here is that the Channel 4 have seen the kinds of things that Omid Djalili is saying, and they've sniffed a bit and gone, oh shit, we got this guy on before the war to talk about Iran, and he was saying all this insane stuff and we couldn't verify it. We should act like we're a little bit more suspicious of him now because he's just chatting rubbish. And what he said is true. He's like, yeah, I only went back like twice when I was younger. So like, you know, he doesn't know anything about Iran. They're establishing that he doesn't know anything about Iran. What they do next is going to be the more interesting bit, to be honest.
Now involved, and people, you know, look to me, and I should tell you, Christian, when we talk right.
Whoa. Pull that back. Pull it up.
Almost nothing, because the internet is still shut. I was born and raised in Britain, but my parents would go back to Iran. I've been back twice when I was.
He also started by saying my parents would go back to Iran, and then he was like, I've been back twice. You know? Okay, all right. It could have been a flub.
Younger, I'm now involved, and people, you know, look to me. And I should tell you, Christian, when we.
I'm now involved, and people look to me. I'm now involved, and people look to me. That's a great explanation. That's a great explanation, actually.
Right now, it's not even me giving you my opinions. My opinions don't.
It's not even me giving you my opinions. What is he saying? That he's been psyoped? What the fuck?
At all. Because the internet's been shut, all we are doing is try and amplify some of the voices from inside Iran.
Oh, no, he's got a handler, man. No, exactly, Krill. That's the first thing that I thought. He has a handler. He has got a handler. He's got an MI6 handler. Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. He's got a mate who is like, don't worry, I'm Iranian, and I'm going to tell you all this stuff. But it's not his mate. He's just a fucking MI6 agent. Mental. Hey, Finger, what's going on? This is just so mad.
Who have been cut off by the internet, and just try and say a few things about what some of the narratives they want out.
Yeah, how are they hearing voices if they can't?
In your network have. I mean,
here we go.
As you say, the internet is largely shut off for most people, except those voices the regime wants to allow to speak, and they tend to be supportive voices. But we understand some people are getting through on the phone. I mean, have you been able to speak to anyone?
No, I've not been able to speak to anyone. If you try, it's very sporadic. You're on for about 3 seconds, it's gone. So it's mainly through the few people can get VPN when the Starlink satellite, the Elon Musk Starlink satellite.
Bro, they all have VPNs to use Twitter.
Works, we can get a little bit of connectivity. Messages are coming through, which are very, very strong.
The full circle where he came out as a transphobe. Yeah, people just hanging up on him. Yeah,
he tweeted yesterday, which is very, very representative of what the people of Iran feel. And it's kind of shocking because
no, he did name drop Elon Musk there. Yeah, he was doing a Starlink commercial. Yeah, exactly, Alyssa. Yeah,
I'm not pro-war at all. I did a whole documentary called "We Are Many" about the February 15th, 2003 anti-war demonstrations after the British and American invasion of Iraq. And so I'm very anti-war, but I'm quite surprised when you see these videos that Iranians cheering when things are getting bombed. And you think, well, how do they reconcile that? What do they think? And this is the kind of thing that people are saying.
Okay, I think he's actually struggling now. This is very interesting. If you look at his body language, he is actually kind of struggling and he doesn't know. I think that he was very much, before this war happened, ready for it and ready to be like, yeah, no, this is what the Iranian people want. This is what they want. It's going to be a regime change. It's going to be really good. But I think, this was 8 days ago. And that means it was 10 days into the war or 11 days into the war, whatever day we're on now. I think we're on day 18 or day 19. I can't remember. He is going to be out here now like, yeah, I've seen like babies getting blown up. I've seen shit. It kind of looks a bit like Gaza. And like, I did speak about Gaza. You know, so let's see.
I think people should be really aware of. Those of us inside the cage know that cutting out a cancer is going to hurt. We are willing to take that pain because it is better to die once than to be tortured every single day.
You could just leave Iran. You know that, right? I'm not being funny yet. I'm not trying to be cruel. But like, there's a lot of people who are like, we want Iran to be like the USA. And you can go and do that. You could go and live in the USA. Like, I don't think that people get stopped from leaving Iran. It's like, yeah, you could just leave, bro. Like, you might get, you know, monitored and stuff. That's certainly something that happens. But it's like, bro, if you really just want to, like, fuck off and not be there, you could just go. You could just leave. And it's there, they're saying, like, yeah, man, it's better to die once than to be tortured every single day. You don't have to be tortured every single... If it's torture for you living there, you can go. I know that people are fucking poor and shit, but it's like, you could apply for asylum from Iran. The entire fucking Western world is like, yeah, Iran's an evil dictatorship. Of course we could give you asylum. Hey, let's get you in touch with these fucking Iranian monarchist restorationist groups. Because that's a really good community for you to be part of when you're moving away from your fucking homeland. You know what I mean? Mental. Absolutely mental. Yeah, and also he doesn't live there.
If this war stops, which is very interesting, and the regime survives, we are all dead anyway, and our execution dates just get moved up.
No, someone from the CIA wrote that. Someone from the CIA wrote that on Grok.
Just a snippet of the kind of messages I'm getting all the time on Telegram messages, on my Twitter, on my Instagram.
On my Twitter, really on my Instagram.
When we think about this conflict, we're trying to remind people that when we had the Bosnia conflict in the 1990s, there was a NATO unilateral, intervention there to stop it and to bring peace to the region between the Bosnia.
Yeah, how did that go, bro? How did the NATO intervention go? How was that? Explain it to me. How big is Bosnia? Yes. This is nuts. This is nuts that he's bringing up Bosnia, by the way.
The Serbs and the Croats, and that was seen as a very, very positive thing. It gave a lot of credit to all the leaders who were involved in that. Now, there is a problem people have with, so-called Western imperialism,
So-called Western imperialism. Brother, this is so confused. He's so confused. He's so fucking confused.
But are we really going to see, like, Finland and Jamaica stand up and lead some kind of intervention to save the people of Iran? It just so happens to be two countries, and a third regarding Britain, who do have existential threats. When you see in the Iranian government, who are they?
He's cracked. What is he talking about? Jamaica and Finland for? What does he mean? What does he mean?
Death to America, death to Israel, and Margbar Ingilis. Death, that actually means death to England.
No one is doing that. No one in Iran is doing that. No one in Iran is doing that. No one in Iran is saying death to England. Sorry. They wouldn't say death to England. They would say death to the United Kingdom because that's the name of the broader country. That's what they would say.
But they call England the UK. Margbar Ingilis. So we are the people.
They call England the UK. Yes, they probably do.
They want to kill. And also,
we're the people they want to kill. Okay.
Want to kill their own people. I mean, even
they want to kill us. They want to kill their own people. They want to kill Americans. They want to kill Jews. Bro, come on.
Now we're seeing people literally by their balconies screaming, anti-regime slogans. They're getting shot at with military-grade weapons. So,
military-grade weapons. Military-grade weapons. Who's firing those weapons, man? Ingilis is Azerbaijani? Is that right? Is it Turkish? Hang on. Turkish. They'll have it as Persian on here, won't they? It also means it in Persian, apparently, so, yeah. It's both. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities in the region, yeah.
These are the messages we feel are more important than, Israel is wrong and Donald Trump's a madman.
I mean, the question and what's...
Hang on a minute. What?
Israel is wrong.
Wait.
They're getting shot at with military-grade weapons. So these are the messages we feel are more important than, Israel is wrong and Donald Trump's a madman.
I mean...
It's more important to tell the stories of things that are just probably not real, probably not true, than the US and Israel are bad. That's more important than the US and Israel is bad. He's fucking CIA, man. I'm sorry. He's been psyoped. This guy's been fucking psyoped to shit. Or he has a literal handler and he knows that that's what's going on.
And what's being argued,
and he's getting a lot of money for it. Because let's face it, what's he fucking doing? He did the Riyadh fucking comedy thing, you know?
At the moment is what the balance is of people who think either thing. I mean, the regime supporters in Iran say the people who you're quoting are a tiny minority. Yes, there are people who are upset and angry and want to get rid of the regime, but they're a small group of people. And obviously the people on your side say, no, we are the majority. And it's very, very difficult because we're not there and we're not allowed in.
Yeah, I don't know, Christian. Number one, you are allowed there and you were allowed there, certainly before the war. And secondly, why don't you get better sources than Omid Djalili? I don't know, man. It feels like Omid Djalili is just not a credible source for you to be using for this information. If you're struggling to get this information, you could speak to someone like, I don't know, Trita Parsi, right? You could speak to someone like Trita Parsi, who will happily say, yes, there are things that the Iranian government does wrong, but unfortunately for you, he won't say the kind of fucking insane things that Omid Djalili says, which is just like they have frozen babies in freezers all up and down the country, so if something happens, they can trot them out or pretend that a travesty has happened. Yes, Omid, in brackets, impartial Djalili. Hello, Jamie says, I can't even imagine this man being funny. No, he's very much not funny. He's very much not funny, and most of the roles that he played back in the day were like, and this is not my word saying this is like people from the region saying it, he was like a minstrel show, but like as an Arab, right? He was doing an Arab minstrel show in a lot of his comedy and stuff. So-called really comedy in a lot of his roles,
Sense of where public opinion is now. I mean, what makes you sure that you speak for the majority?
This is great.
I don't speak for anyone. I'm just speaking for the people that I've seen. But, if you...
I don't speak for anyone. I'm just speaking for the people that I've seen. Oh! Fuck yeah!
Listen to the Islamic regime. All American Navy has been sunk.
Was he in an Indiana Jones film? Is that not Alexei Sale? I don't think he was in an Indiana Jones film. Is he in an Indiana Jones film? I gotta find out. You can see they darkened his skin in this film. This is when he was in The Gladiator. They literally put him in a bath of tea. The Infidel. Oh hell yeah, dude. The Infidel. This is so sick. I've never even heard of this. Written by David Baddiel. Mate. Written by David Baddiel. I can't believe it, man. That's fucking crazy. A comedy of ethnic proportions, written by David Baddiel. Wait, when is this from? Thank you for the live stream. Thank you for being here, Alyssa. Appreciate you. Oh, mate. It looks terrible. It looks so bad. 2010. Betrayal, deep cover, edge. Wait, hang on. Upcoming, previous. He's in 2 upcoming films, a TV miniseries, and About a Bell. What? Let's go all the way back. He's in Grand Theft Auto Online. I didn't know that. Alright, so he started off, okay, some really good fucking roles here. Dressing for breakfast as a Turkish man. He was in Alexei Sayle's Merry-Go-Round. Saturday Night Armistice, he was in The Bill. Warden from The Mummy. He was a racist caricature in this one for sure. Cashier at Coffee Shop, uncredited. Uncredited in Notting Hill. God, that's so cringe. Cleopatra, Storemaster. No, yeah, he wasn't in he wasn't in Indiana Jones. He plays Uncle Aman in Anita and Me. Now, Aman is like, I don't think I know enough about this to say it, so I'm not gonna. But it just feels like his entire unfortunate reality of his career has just been, like, you know, typecast as like brown guy. You know what I mean? Like Mahmoud Nasir sounds like an Arabic name. You know what I mean? It doesn't sound like a fucking an Iranian name. Mahmoud Nasir, particularly. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm getting into the weeds, and it's not for me to say. I don't know too much about that, but it's just, you know, he's been typecast as just like generic brown guy, right? This is on Amazon Prime. Wait, what? Yeah, totally. It's like he's being a token role. It's just so bad. Not Indiana Jones, but I enjoyed understanding how very mid he is. No. Yeah, it's Alexei Sayle. It's unfortunately Alexei Sayle in brownface. What you're thinking of is, there's like a scene where he gives a guy a car gift scene. Is it in the Temple of Doom or is it in the other one? Is it in fucking what's its face? Indiana Jones and the Ark of the Covenant. Last Crusade. Last Crusade is the third one. Last Crusade. Yes. Yes, unfortunately this is Alexei Sayle in brownface.
What have you brought? Bring Danish hats.
Precious valuables, Your Highness. Donated by some of the finest families in all of Germany.
Rolls-Royce Phantom 2.
It's bad. It's very bad.
Force has been shot
anyway, so that was not Omid Djalili.
up the sky Tel Aviv and Haifa are a barren wasteland. That is their regime.
Wait, what? Let's have a look at this.
Anyone, I'm just speaking for the people that I've seen. But
I don't speak for anyone, I'm just speaking for the people I've seen.
All American Navy has been sunk. The Air Force has been shot out the sky.
I don't think they're saying that.
Tel Aviv and Haifa are a barren wasteland.
I don't think they're saying that. I don't think the Iranian government have said any of that. I think they've portrayed a more realistic picture of the theater, but I don't think that they're saying that Tel Aviv is a barren wasteland. Yes, please provide a source, Omid.
That is their regime, and we've seen them lie about things. They have history with this. They have lied so much, and we're seeing it literally on television. I'm tweeting it. Go on my Twitter feed.
His source is Twitter. This is so sick. Should we go on his Twitter? This is so sick. Let's go on his Twitter. Omid Djalili. Here we go. Let's have a look. Right. So he retweets John Cleese, who's also quote tweeting Gad Saad. Imagine screaming death to America for 47 years, and then when no one hopefully notices, send your children to be educated by the great Satan. What is this in referring to? Children of Iran's regime leaders are educating American students at college. What are you talking about? A reminder of just a few of the tens of thousands of girls who lost their lives during the last 4 years? What? The women you see in this video were among those who were killed for fighting for freedom. I mean, that could be true about these, but tens of thousands? Tens of thousands. Okay. The longer this war goes on, the longer they remain in power, the longer these executions continue. Wait, what happened? Oh, that was a hashtag. I thought that was to read more. Even during a war, these are priorities of the regime in Iran, cutting short young lives who took part in national protests. Oh, he's retweeting CIA fucking psyop Masih Alinejad. Today, in Iran, in the middle of a war, the regime executed a 19-year-old national wrestling champion for the crime of joining the January protests. Okay, well, again, this is not backing up what he was saying. Official, the Arabs are done with the regime. That's a crazy way to be saying that. Kuwaiti political analysis publicly stated what many in the region know but rarely say openly. For many Arab states, it's the most immediate and dangerous threat in the region is not Israel, it's Iran. Why is he's going so hard for Israel? He's going so hard for Israel right now. What the fuck, man? While the internet and landlines are shut down in Iran, know that little bits get shared by those who make it to the borders and cross over. Timely then to reiterate this share from the regime's own words that was shared 2 weeks ago. Believers, when we keep telling you the regime wants to kill everyone in Iran. What? Hang on a minute. Okay, I'll read apparently what this has been translated to. Those who, for whatever reason, do not listen to our media. Parents, if your son or daughter doesn't listen, it's not our fault. Anyone in Iran today who utters a word that aligns with the enemy, they have Tel Aviv under their feet, and in their minds they are like Netanyahu. The order for his execution has been issued. No one has ever spoken to you this directly before. We don't want your child to be killed because your child is ignorant and unaware. I believe entirely that that's what they're saying. That's 100%, and it's definitely not out of context, and it's definitely not been fudged to say what it was. And that guy is definitely a representative of the Iranian regime. Payday delays hit Iran. There's nothing here about them saying that they're saying that Haifa and Tel Aviv have been destroyed. There's nothing here. There's nothing. This is he's tweeting clips from his thing. Oh my god, he's quote tweeting Owen Jones. Britain must end all involvement in the illegal US-Israeli war in Iran. And he says, the point is we can't allow this to happen ever again, and the world has to work out how regimes like this are stopped in the future, or even be allowed to come into being, and listen to indigenous populations, not patronizing them or belittling their fight to freedom to make it fit your own personal narrative. Yeah, I wonder why you're saying that. Thanks for the follow. Hundreds of American soldiers captured across the... Oh, okay, so he is... Right. Hundreds of American soldiers captured across the Persian Gulf. U.S. military bases in ruins. Benjamin Netanyahu dead or gravely wounded. Washington betting for a ceasefire while the U.S. loses control of a war that will not end until Iran say so. This is the war as seen and heard on Iranian state media. My source is The Telegraph. That's his source. His source is The Telegraph. His source is The Telegraph. There's nothing else about this. Whoa, 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 whoa. A word on my bots. Replies are getting more real, which I appreciate, though Fat Zio has always made me smile. The likelihood that these replies are not AI generated, but in fact a single Pakistani bloke running 31 accounts in his pants, living rent-free in his mother's basement in Milton Keynes, tweeting from a chair draped in a now colourful towel laden in weeks of secretions next to a vat of putrescent undergarments remains high. And he's retweeting someone with a Palestinian flag in their fucking profile picture, calling him scum, you know, for saying some insane shit. Okay, well, I'm really glad that we looked at his Twitter page. Thanks for encouraging us to do that, Omid. You definitely made yourself seem more hinged and more reliable as a source.
I'm tweeting it as a comedy thing because they say, yes, we've hit the USS Abraham Lincoln. And then Mullah goes, everyone together, Mad America. And then other people just go, Mad America. It fizzles before it even starts.
And AI videos of crowds.
They cut him off. They cut him off then because he was just like fucking blabbering incoherently. That's funny as fuck. That's funny as fuck.
They go, Mad America. It fizzles before it even starts.
And AI videos of crowds.
Yeah. Also, AI videos of crowds. All this stuff that we see is complete and utter, very easily, understood lies. So
very, very easily understood lies.
As far as Iranians are concerned, we don't believe anything they say. And when the people of Iran are saying we are the majority, that's what we believe.
Now, I mean, you talked about sort of a rescue mission. It is looking like anything but, because at the moment, the regime is in place. They've replaced, one Ayatollah with a Nepo baby Ayatollah.
He's going to say, we just have to keep taking out the different guys. That's going to be it. He's going to say, it's like a Hydra. You just have to keep cutting the heads off.
That's a very deliberate message they have sent.
Yeah, Nepo baby is crazy. It just doesn't apply.
That the people are being abandoned for geopolitical interests and economic interests.
He's raging that Bassem Youssef is playing the Albert Hall. That actually is what it is, probably. Yeah,
abandoned or not, but
he's like, this guy that's got more, more nuanced and impressive takes than me is getting fucking, a lot more attention and shit.
Even it was so funny that this Congress of experts who got together and they unanimously voted Mojtaba Khamenei as the new supreme leader, having known that he was very badly injured, and there are rumors that he's in hospital, he's lost a leg, and he's not even aware that he's the new
Yeah, mate, this is so good. This is so good.
Supreme leader. And they're saying, good, let him stay there, because while he's a supreme leader, we can still stay alive. I mean, in one sense, if this wasn't so sad, it would be funny.
Krishna Gurumurthy there trying hard not to smile.
Of Iran, because even if the IRGC being killed, and also we don't know when they give out numbers of people being killed, to me it doesn't matter if it's, majority IRGC. These are still human beings.
Interesting. If this wasn't so sad, it doesn't matter if they're IRGC because they're still human beings. There's something fucking going on here, man.
It would be funny, but I am sad for the people of Iran, because even if the IRGC being killed, and also we don't know when they give out numbers of people being killed, to me it doesn't matter if it's, majority IRGC. These are still human beings. They're still compatriots. They're still people who could be playing a role in a future Iran.
Okay, that's why he's saying it. He's like, these are people who could have done a coup. These are people who could have done a coup. I was like, why is he sympathetic to the IRGC? Oh, that's why.
That people are being killed. I've always been anti-war. I can't stand war. I think it's a terrible thing. And the fog of war means we don't even know what's going on. But people are being killed. There are civilian casualties as well, and deaths. How many? We don't know. But as I just read to you now, this is this cancer they're trying to lance. It's not just a boil. It's like a mafia cartel. It's many, many different levels. And if the way to get rid of them is to
many different levels.
First, I don't want to sound like a warmonger, but this is on the Islamic regime. Everyone's saying, "Oh, this is all America and Israel," but these people are it
is on America and Israel, though. Like, what he's really trying to turn Iran into Israel. Yeah, famously, lancing a cancer works. Did you see how he changed his descriptor there to talk about, like, oh, it's a boil, actually? Triple metaphor.
Actually glorified death, that they love death. That's the thing. It's all about martyrdom. It's all about dying. So it doesn't matter.
Well, this is just racism. Well, not technically racism, because he's Iranian. This is just Islamophobia, because I don't think this guy's a Muslim. He's talking about Shia Muslims, and they do have an interesting relationship to death, and it's just a different relationship to death and a different way of thinking about death in terms of martyrdom, and shit like that. It's like, you can't just sit there and be like, these people are crazy, they're obsessed with death, they think that it's cool to just like run into a building. Like, he's reinforcing the idea that Muslims are crazy, and that's why they are suicide bombers, and they'll run into a fucking building with a suicide vest on and blow up everyone inside because they think they're going to get met with 32 virgins and shit. Like, that's the trope that he's like playing into here, you know what I mean? Where it's like, you could absolutely say that Shia Muslims are obviously like less afraid of death than other kinds of cultures and other kinds of religions and shit like that. And it's like, whatever, like, good for them. I think it's good to not be afraid of death, like, especially when you're being threatened with death all the time by the USA and Israel,
If you're a martyr, you're getting close to God. So that whole
what does he think of Buddhists?
Mentality means you can kill us. You can kill the third rung of military command. After that, kill the fourth rung. We were joking about right now, the Islamic regime leadership is basically 3 Mossad agents who don't even know about each other. I mean, they shouldn't really be joking about it, but that is the situation right now.
We were joking about right now when we said
the Islamic regime leadership is basically 3 Mossad agents who don't even know about each other.
What?
I mean, they shouldn't really be joking about it, but that is the situation right now. And what do you do about it?
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you do with this regime that doesn't mind being killed, because they think the more we get killed, the more we get some kind of sympathy in the West, and there's more chance of us staying in power.
But so are you left as somebody who is anti-war and feels for all victims of war, wanting this war to continue?
Yes, could his shit jokes at least make sense?
Until it achieves the end of the regime.
If someone told me during World War II about, and I don't think many people actually knew what Adolf Hitler was capable of, but if that was something I knew that would remove Hitler and the Nazis eventually, because you can't discuss things with these people. We talk about sanctions with Iran, and I've always said, giving them sanctions, you're expecting behavioral change, and they haven't changed for 47 years. It would be like being attacked by a bunch of zombies and asking them politely to consider a vegan diet.
So he's saying that Iran is the Nazis and also zombies. They're also zombies. They're Nazi zombies. Iran is Nazi zombies.
This is a group of people who will not change. But so to answer your question, yes.
Brother, that's crazy. I think he steered away from the Hitler analogy because he knew that was just a step too insane.
If someone told me during World War II about, and I don't think many people actually knew what Adolf Hitler was capable of, but if that was something I knew that would remove Hitler.
But this is the thing, like his fucking kind of, the thing that he's doing here is he's trying to imply that he knows that the Iranian regime are going to commit some kind of like big genocide that is likable to the Holocaust, right? He's trying to imply that that's what's happening. And then he also trips himself up by saying that actually there was no way to know what Hitler would have done. And it's like, well, yes, you're trying to do like the Minority Report of like future crime. You're like, yes, I can see that this guy is going to commit a genocide. What are we doing, man? Are we just going around being like, this guy's going to do a genocide, let's get rid of him? Like, what are we doing? This guy could do a genocide, let's get rid of him. What do you mean? What do you mean? If you just do anything like that, it's like, well, yeah, sure, that just, of course that confirms your fucking insane arguments from before, if you're just not using logic and pretending that everyone's going to do a genocide. What do you mean? Yeah, him and Trump just had a feeling that it was going to happen. Like, what do you mean? Also, hey, Soundkiller, what's up?
And the Nazis eventually, because you can't discuss things with these people. We talk about sanctions with Iran, and I've always said, giving them sanctions, you're expecting behavioral change. And
I don't think that's what sanctions are.
It would be like being attacked.
That's not what sanctions are supposed to do.
By a bunch of zombies and asking them politely to consider a vegan diet. This is a group of people who will not change. But so to answer your question, yes.
So he's essentializing. He is essentializing the people in charge of Iran. He's essentializing the Iranian government. But at the same time, these are just Iranian people, right? So, he's essentializing a lot of Iranians by saying this. Like, these people will not change. These people won't change. They're ontologically evil, and that's just how it is.
If it meant getting rid of them, the people of Iran, not me, the people of Iran saying, it's a cancer, and if it's painful, and we've got to go through it, we're prepared to go through it.
And how do you feel about, all of these messages we're getting from both the Americans and the Israelis, saying, well, it's up to the Iranian people to rise up and to get rid of their rulers when, we know what they're facing if they do that, because we've seen tens of thousands of people killed earlier this year just in normal protest. And we've seen the lessons of history as well.
Did Krishna Gurumurthy just say tens of thousands? Tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. Yeah, tens of thousands. This is why Krishna Gurumurthy is not pushing back on this. Because Krishna Gurumurthy is also doing apology for Western imperialist fucking propaganda. Yeah, man, tens of thousands of people died. No, unfortunately for liberals, the most reliable source for them is H. Rana, who are saying it was 3,000 people. Sorry, they're saying that what the Iranian regime that you hate and that they also don't like and probably hate is closer to what you're claiming. Closer than what you're claiming. So, do with that what you want.
Just in normal protest.
Normal protests
as well, when America called on the Kurds to take on Saddam Hussein, and then
who's saying 3,000? It's these guys, H. Rana. We've been through them on the stream. They are unfortunately based in Virginia, and they do not, present things in a unbiased or neutral fashion. They do talk about things in a much better way, to be honest, than a lot of the commentators that you see. But it is definitely, it's an anti-Iranian government organization. And some people have said that it has been totally ideologically captured by the CIA. What makes them the most reliable? No, they are the most reliable for liberal propaganda. For Western liberal media takes, they are the most reliable for that. Because these people are anti-Iran, they are anti-Islamic Republic, and that means that they will present things in an extremely biased way. But probably the most biased way that you could, while adhering to some level of reality. You know what I mean? In terms of reporting on this. And, the numbers that they're saying, I think, are close to what the Iranian government was saying, which is surprising because, they're being like, well, yeah, actually, what we've estimated also lines up with what the Iranian government is saying, CIA is in Langley, Virginia. Hey, check this out. Not Langley, Virginia, but Fairfax, Virginia. Not quite Langley. It's certainly Virginia. Anyway, I know it's a big state, but people are always sus of things that are, in Virginia.
Abandoned them.
I am also based in Virginia. Well, you're obviously CIA.
And how they were...
That's how it works.
Massacred as a result. I mean, so where does that leave you in terms of what you want people or think people should do in Iran?
When they talk about, what will the future Iran be, the Americans, the Israelis are very, very clear that they cannot, under any circumstance, enforce regime change. I think that's something the people of Iran have always said. Just one thing we ask: do not.
And also, to be clear, by the way, I don't think the proximity between, a particular place to Washington D.C. I do not think that makes them CIA. I think that if there is any organization in the USA, there is a possibility that they have been, co-opted by the CIA. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that just because, this is in Virginia or whatever, or yada, yada, yada. Anyway. I think that if you have an organization that is to do with human rights in, Palestine, even if that's in bumfuck Idaho, there is going to be a CIA guy there, doing the dishes, making the tea and stuff, right?
Who will lead us and how we will be governed? That'll be
because they did before. That's why there's that deep suspicion, isn't there?
Christian, Iranians have real agency now. We're talking about a very, very intelligent...
The most recent report is saying 6,500 dead. Yeah, I mean, that is closer to... the Iranian government are saying 3,000, right? If we think relatively, compared to what the why has this happened? Why has this happened?
30.
Oh, okay. You know, based on fucking what other people are saying, like tens of thousands, 100,000, shit like that, it is far closer to what the Iranian government is saying. You know what I mean? Even though they could have doubled it. Like, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say that even they will have, like, inflated their fucking numbers. You know. Has anyone said 100,000? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I've not heard that, but that's wild. Who do you think would say something like that about Iran? Who do you think would say something like that about Iran? What kind of a person? No. No. Close, but no. Not really close. No. No. Well, some Persian diaspora have said like crazy things like 80,000 and stuff like that. Well, think about, you know, Persian diaspora is closer. Who's behind? Yes, you're right. That's it. It's Israelis, yes. Israeli news channels have been saying 100,000. 90,000 from MAGA, yeah. Yeah, I believe that. It's just nuts. It's just fucking nuts.
They're all educated and they seem to know what they want. Now, what I'm seeing and what I'm saying is that they believe that the boots on the ground will not be Israeli troops or American troops. It will be the IRGC and the Artesh. The Artesh is the military, which has nothing to do with the IRGC. And when both sets of people come on the side, both groups come on the side.
I thought it was 9 billion. You're right. Everyone is dead. Everyone in Iran is just dead.
Other people that will basically secure the country. Now, the people seem to be calling
100,000 will be mass graves visible on Google Earth. Well, what was that? Yeah, when the RSF massacred the Sudanese in where was it? I'm trying to find out where it was. El Fasher. When the RSF massacred 150,000 Sudanese, you could see the bloodstains on the ground from that. And it's like, you would just be able to see something like that in Iran. It's not like they stop satellites from going overhead and scanning their terrain and shit, you know? Like, that happens in Iran. You could see something like that, and it just isn't possible. You know? Was it really 150,000? Oh, yeah. Yeah. The UAE is an evil fucking... Like, look, you know, I've said it on the stream before, right? The reason that you don't hear about the genocides happening in Africa is because anti-black racism is just way more prominent. You know what I mean? And I hate to say it, like, I'm not trying to say that, like, people aren't racist to Palestinians or whatever, but it's just like people find it easier to not talk about because anti-black racism is just so prominent. It's just so prevalent in our society. You know what I mean? Like, these are you know, black, dark-skinned Africans who are, you know, being fucking genocided and shit. You know what I mean? America hates black people. Fucking the UK hates black people. The Imperial Corps hates black people. You know what I mean? And yeah, you know, we are just, again, like, you know, you want to talk about fucking Sudan, and what Iran is doing right now. What Iran is doing right fucking now is actually stopping these fucking genocides from happening, because the RSF is funded and supported by the UAE. Also, the shit that's happening in Congo is supported by Israel and the UAE. And Iran is successfully stopping these fucking fascist groups in Africa from operating because it's attacking the UAE and it's making their fucking economy shit. And it's disrupting their supply lines and shit. Do you know what I mean? It's like, You know, what was the recent thing? I mean, it's just fantastic news when you hear like the Sudanese army are like retaking these centers that were taken from them by the RSF. Sudanese army retakes. Let's have a look. Yes, this was the 6th of March. So this was like fucking 5 days into the fucking war. Sudanese army retakes Bara, secures El Obeid in North Kordofan. They fucking took back these 2 places, destroyed 32 RSF combat vehicles, killed dozens of RSF fighters in clashes. They don't have the supply lines anymore. You know, Iran is fucking helping Africa. They're fucking helping every fucking country. They're helping the, Southwest Asian region and shit. You know, it's just like absolutely like they're doing far more for decolonialization than or decolonization, I should say, rather than any fucking Western protest movement. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't go out and protest. I'm just saying that, you know, they are a fucking sovereign state that is just like, you know, doing a bunch of good fucking shit. What was I going to say? Does he trying to have people on the ground doing this research? I'm just getting my facts straight so whenever you use this in an argument. No. Listen, I think the best way to understand Trana is that they are a left-wing, not a left-wing, they are a Western organization made by people in the diaspora. They are absolutely going to overwhelmingly be, there are going to be CIA operatives who are either trying to agitate or infiltrate, or they have infiltrated, and it's going to affect their work, and it is going to affect their opinions on this stuff. Do you know what I mean? They're not a reliable source. They will inflate numbers that, you know, make the government in Iran look bad, especially like, you know, anyone related to the IRGC, anyone related to the the mullahs or the Islamic Republic, you know, or anything like that. And they're not going to represent what the people of Iran actually want in terms of, is there a broad consensus that the Islamic Republic is the sovereign leader of the country? Yes. You know. It's one of them. Looking at Wikipedia, it's saying at least 60,000 dead in El Fasher, 50,000 in Janina, and more than 45,000 infants from malnutrition. Yeah, I believe that. But I also believe it's 150,000. I mean, that's probably what that adds up to, right? 60,000, 40,000, roughly 150,000. Yeah, fucked up. Completely fucked up. Just absolutely staggering evil. So yeah, Trana are not a reliable source if you want actual information from Iran. They're just not. And to be honest, like, I would genuinely argue that the official Iranian figures are more reliable than what you get from Trana. But, you know, if you're speaking to someone who is like totally fucking pilled on the idea that, you know, every single Iranian is desperate for freedom and desperate to be like clawing out of the regime and shit like that, then you can use Trana and just be like, well, Trana are saying this and they support what you say. You know, and that's 6,500. That's what they're saying. So, I guess that's the way that you could use that in an argument.
As a Pahlavi who's coming in not as a leader, but as a kind of custodian.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, let's go. Now the people are calling for Reza Pahlavi. Fuck yeah. Bringing it home.
Country. Now, the people seem to be calling for the former Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, who's coming in not as a leader, but as a kind of custodian of transition.
He's just a custodian of transition.
He has a whole group of people. And there is a feeling that if there is reciprocity with the Artesh, the military, and the IRGC, they will be the ones who will protect him. Now, obviously, you can't just think that's going to happen overnight. That's a process.
It's also never going to happen. It just isn't going to happen.
And it's not something that will happen overnight. And it's something that has to be from the people of Iran. They have to do that themselves, or whoever. We actually believe a lot of the leaders...
Yes, surprisingly, there does need to be a broad mandate from the public for some kind of massive transition of power to occur, where like a totally different government is installed and also looks after all the different state apparatus and shit like that. Yes, famously, that is what needs to be there, Omid. That is what needs to be there. And this fantasy reality that you're talking about is just simply not going to materialize in any fashion.
Prisons. So they need to be released and have fair democratic, secular democracy and fair elections.
Listen, it's just... whatever, man.
Yeah, I mean, you see, I want to talk to you about Reza Pahlavi because, I mean, you say that people seem to be calling for him. That's not very clear to me. I mean, he's been, for a long time, sort of been ridiculed by a lot of Iranians as somebody who is, you know, nothing to do with the country and out of touch and part of a bygone monarchical dynasty that nobody wants to bring back. You know, why do you think he might be the answer? Is it just because he's the only name that people recognize and could rally around for now?
Yes, I think that at the end of the day, that's the only name I'm hearing. That's very, very clear. Of course, there are certain people who don't like monarchy. I've even some people who are actually working day and night to get rid of this regime. I was even speaking to someone who, even in Canada, who worked specifically to get the IRGC on the terrorist list. He's someone who's very anti-regime, but then he put out a post that said he didn't support Pahlavi because he's just not a monarchist. He's never liked monarchy, never liked British monarchy. Yeah, there's some...
So good, man. I know, the deep state is fully washed.
People just don't like monarchists, you know, and I think that that's their right. People can say whatever they want, but at the moment, I don't see any...
People can say whatever they want, but they should be saying what I'm saying. And I don't speak for anyone, but I just speak from the people that I've heard. This is just utterly incoherent fucking nonsense, man. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's out of his depth. I don't know, like, it's so hard to tell, but it just really feels like he's either been massively fucking psyoped and he doesn't know it, or he is just on the CIA payroll. I just don't know. It's so difficult to tell. It's so difficult to tell. Because these feel like half-baked arguments that maybe a totally doged up CIA would be giving someone in order to, like, you know, do these fucking kinds of interviews and shit like that, you know?
Else, and there are certain elements of Iranians who are speaking up, and we've got to be careful about who they are as well. Bear in mind, Krishnan, geopolitically...
We got to be careful about those Iranians who are speaking up, and he went like this, Iranians. Yeah, man, okay.
What's happening here? There's a narrative going on that if the regime goes, it causes a problem with the United Nations, because a proper paid up full member of the United Nations will be no longer there because of other countries who've taken them down, other UN countries. And that's a problem. That's the first problem. The second problem is, if the Islamic regime goes, it smashes the narrative of a lot of people who believe there are some evil Western imperialism. That is the thing that should be brought down. And I've always said, when you're looking at imperialism, who is more imperialist than the Islamic regime of Iran?
Who is more imperialist than Iran? This is so good, mate. This is so good.
The current supreme leader has properties in London, and during the Ukraine...
He is a comedian. Imperialism is when you have properties in different countries. He's not Mossad, he's just really stupid. Yeah, it's gotta be. I think he is. I think he's psyoped. I think he's totally psyoped. I think he's fallen for the psyop, which is, there is a current psyop happening where, there are powers in our fucking imperial country that are trying to get people to believe the things that he's saying, which is that, like, no, in fact, Iran is the imperialist, and also Israel and the USA are just little guys. We're just freedom fighters, just trying to fight for the freedom of the people of Iran. And he's just been totally psyoped. He spent way too much time on Twitter, it's mobilized him to go out and be like, I can speak to Channel 4. I can speak to Channel 4. I'm an expert. I'm Iranian. I've never been, but I've heard about it.
We froze those assets of Russian oligarchs. So why aren't we doing it with them as well? So if the regime goes, it is a massive change in the whole world, and we won't see change until they go.
That was a really good explanation as to why Iran is imperialist, by the way. He just said the current supreme leader has properties in London. What you're talking about is landlordism. That's all you're referring to there.
Again,
and also, is that even true? Does Mujtaba Khomeini have properties in London? What do you mean?
This is not me. It's what the people of Iran are saying. If they go, it will also smash the narrative of a lot of people who do hold on to the fact that Israel is evil and Donald Trump is a madman.
I mean, the suspicion.
Why are those bad things to think, Omid? Why is it bad to think that Israel is evil and Donald Trump is a madman? Riddle me this one, King.
For a lot of people, though, with Pahlavi is, that it was the Americans and the British who installed his father, and that he becomes a sort of another Western stooge.
Which is imperialism, by the way. What Krishnan Gurumurthy is saying here is imperialism. He's describing an imperialist thing that happened to Iran.
Yes. Well, we've had this. We've had interference all the time. There's been interference in Iranian politics for God knows how long, and what as long.
And now you are a willing fucking participant in that.
As long as Iran has had
completely embarrassing.
Oil. So the Brits and the Americans have been very, very involved. Even when Ayatollah Khomeini came in 1979.
No. Go back. You could go back further than that. You could talk about Mossadegh. You could talk about the coup in 53 where they replaced Mossadegh. You could talk about that. That's the big thing. That's what Krishnan Gurumurthy is referring to,
A lot of people believe that was a kind of Islamist Marxist alliance that.
Okay. There was a Islamic Republic and a Marxist coalition, and unfortunately, the Islamic Republic remembered that there was a Soviet element with regards to overthrowing Mossadegh and shit like that. However, he's not even remotely coming close to the actual history here, because he's trying to do the Islamo-Gauchisme, Islamo-Marxism shit that everybody in the world is fucking doing right now, which is just Judeo-Bolshevism, but for 2026.
Toppled the Shah. And one of the main things, when we talk about lies, one of the main things was the awful Cinema Rex disaster of August of 1978, where people were locked into a cinema, 300 people were burned alive, and everybody said, oh my God, how can the Shah do that? How awful. But then you realize afterwards it was Islamic extremists who were about to come into power. So these...
By the way, the Shah was Muslim, The Shah was Muslim. Just so you know, by the way. The Shah was Muslim. They love to be like Islamic extremists who are about to come into power, and it's like the Shah was not an Islamic extremist, but he was a Muslim, and he was also an extremist, but he wasn't extremist in his Muslim faith. He was just an extremist dictator. But they love to just be like, yeah, man, these crazy Muslims, these crazy fucking Muslims, man. The majority of Iran was still Muslim. The Shah was Muslim. He prayed every fucking day. Come on, man. Like, it's just such a betrayal of, his position to just be there and just like focus on this like Muslim element. Why is this guy the guy to interview about this? I don't understand this choice at all. Is it just because he'll back up the Western narrative? Yes, he's a willing stooge. That, like, you know, Krishnan Gurumurthy is talking about, you know, Western stooges. And Omid Djalili is like commenting on this shit. You know what I mean? He's just going on and on and on and just being like, yeah, you know, well, Western stooges, yeah, there's been so much interference in Iran, and like, you know, the Shah was really bad, but remember the Muslims, they were so bad. And it's like, bro, you're being a stooge. That's what's happening.
These kind of media tricks we're aware of, we've seen, and you know, when we talk about interference, you know, when we talk about Islamic regime interference, they brought in militias from outside. There's always interference. They brought in Iraqi and Afghan militias to kill their own people. So
what? What's he on about?
That we always see, but regarding
so interference is fine when we do it because they do it. What? But also they don't. What do you mean? What's he on about?
Stooge. That's something I can't really speak about. All I know is that
because you don't know anything. Good night, network. Thank you for being here. It's also funny when Erdogan exists and is a member of NATO. Yes, exactly. Turkey is a fucking massively Muslim country. Yes. Just, you know. Oh, God. It's just, oh, Jesus.
We trust this guy to come in as a custodian of transition and to help us govern ourselves. And I think that's the thing right now. The people of Iran feel that they've been basically hostages. They've been taken hostage by an Islamic regime that they don't agree with and certainly don't want to stay.
And so what do you think has happened to this argument? Because obviously this has been sort of fed in to the, you know, the sort of the protest and social media division around Gaza and Israel. And it comes off the back of that. And so, you know, what are you saying and what kind of reaction, you know, I presume you're being attacked as well as somebody who is effectively supporting Israel. You know, what do you say about this debate and the way it's going?
He does. He just supports Israel. He just supports Israel. Like, that's the fact.
I think it's disgraceful. There's all kinds of comments that, oh dear, what's happened to you, Omid? We thought you didn't like Trump. We thought you were calling out the terrible things happening in Israel, which I was, you know, from day one. But people didn't listen to my tweets. From day one, I've been saying this is on the Islamic regime. They are the fun.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, mate. It's the Palestinians' fault for being funded by the only people that would fund them to have some kind of a resistance to their occupying power. It's the Palestinians' fault that they were genocided. Cool. That's a cool position to have, Omid. I wonder how you got there.
Because of the terrorism. And I've said
the terrorism, the Palestinian terrorists, right?
This whole humanitarian disaster in Iran and in Gaza.
What's the humanitarian disaster in Iran? What is it? You can't compare Iran to Gaza. You just can't. I'm sorry. It's completely insane to say that.
Connected. And the people of Iran saying, if you want to save the people of Palestine, we've got to save the people of Iran, because there is a connection. We're now seeing so many voices, at least on my feed. It may not be on your feed. It may not.
He's just talking about Twitter. He has been psyoped. That's what's happened.
Be on your algorithms. I've made this point that everyone has different algorithms, but we're seeing a lot of Lebanese people saying we've had enough of Hezbollah. We've seen a lot of Palestinians saying that we've had enough of the Islamic regime interfering in our lives. Can we just get rid of them? If you get rid of them?
No. That's all wrong. All of that is wrong. Everything that you said is wrong.
Then at least we have a chance to have peace. So that's, and then the fact that you're even amplifying those voices makes you a Zionist. And I think that is absolutely...
Yes, because those aren't real voices. They're not real voices. They're made up voices. It does make you a Zionist because you're a stooge. You're being a fucking stooge. It's as simple as that, dude.
Graceful. I've always been a humanist, and
No, you've not. No, you're not. This is a fantasy that you've created for yourself.
Put my oar in straight away when you're seeing people being massacred and you're thinking, how can we help them? And at the moment, the only way to help them is to, take away the machinery of repression that's been killing these people.
And what about...
The only way to do that is to bomb them. That's what he's saying. The only way to do it is to bomb them. I know that people, he said before, I know that people are getting killed. I know that civilians are getting killed, and it's horrible. But the only way to get rid of this is to bomb them.
You've spent your career, as pricking the bubble and the pomposity and the seriousness of all these things that you oppose. Are you able to still do that, or is this now?
Okay, what he's referring to is his IMDb page that we just looked at, where we found out that Omid Djalili's entire career is just being racist. Like, it's just racist caricatures. That's all it is. That's all that he does.
Beyond comedy.
It's kind of beyond comedy. I'll tell you something I said in my show, that the day they killed Ayatollah Khamenei, and you don't want people to die.
He has a show?
In fact, I was actually even saying, I actually have a post with my discussion with Matt Fry on this very podcast. I had a post saying, please do not kill the mullahs. Some of these people are enlightened. Some of these people could be very helpful to the future of Iran because they're intelligent and they're educated. And they're also stuck in a system where if they put their head above the parapet and say what we're doing is wrong.
This is what I mean by he's psyops, because there's bits where he's like, yeah, no, he's right. These people are incredibly fucking intelligent. There's like a broad selection of fucking people in the upper echelons of Iranian governance that are poets, scholars, thought leaders, just like incredibly intelligent, wonderful people. And he's just like, he says these things come out and he's like, yeah, they could be really helpful to a transition and shit like that. And it's like, bro, you are forgetting that these people, you hate everything about them. You're saying these like, these are some really intelligent, like smart people. And it's like, yeah, but they're also like, we should have our country run like this. So it's this like huge, like fucking ridiculous juxtaposition, where he's simultaneously trying to be like, no, there's some really smart and intelligent people there, but we gotta get rid of them. We gotta kill them because they support the regime. It's like, what do you mean?
They will get killed. So I don't want to see anyone die. But I was making jokes, which even if I say this now, you're going to get 100 emails saying, oh my God, how can he joke about that? I said,
I'm going to trigger all the libs.
They killed Ayatollah Khamenei. I got an email today declaring me the new supreme leader of Iran. And I turned it down because I wasn't happy with their workplace security arrangements.
Maybe it just didn't land right. I don't know. Maybe it just didn't land right, chat. Maybe I didn't hear it right, and maybe it didn't trigger me enough. Let's try again. Maybe I can get triggered this time.
Joke about that. I said they killed Ayatollah Khamenei. I got an email today declaring me the new supreme leader of Iran, and I turned it down because I wasn't happy with their workplace security arrangements.
I'm still not triggered. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just the way that Channel 4 has portrayed it. I don't know.
It's not a very confidence boosting thing when you walk into an office and there's a sign on the wall saying 0 days since our last assassination.
I didn't know there was going to be more, to be honest. And I thought, oh, this will be it. This will be the bit that triggers me. This will be the bit that triggers me, and I'm going to send an email to Channel 4 and be like, how dare you? How dare you? Does he have a child who could disconnect his internet service? I hope so. That's got to happen, hasn't it?
And people are laughing in the context of a comedy show. In the context of a podcast with you, you're going to get a lot of pushback. Because...
It's so funny that he really thinks that's going to happen. Bro, what do you mean?
We see these people as getting what they deserve. People will celebrate. I didn't celebrate at all. I actually was quite concerned. And I thought that's not a good thing. because whatever you say, him and Sistani in Iraq, they are the leaders of Shia Islam, and you don't go around just killing the leaders of Shia Islam because there's going to be some kind of blowback. So I didn't think that was a clever thing to
see. This is crazy. This is what I mean. This is just more and more. I'm getting it now. He doesn't have a handler. He's just completely psyoped, like
at all.
Because he's just right about this stuff. He's right about
when
this.
You're doing jokes in the context of a comedy show. I think it's fair game. And can I just say, stop shouting over, not you, Christian, because you're great. Stop shouting over Iranian voices. We're sick.
Yes, that's happening a lot, isn't it?
To this woman, a British white woman, telling Iranian it's all lies. You've been given lies. Journalists ring me up, basically asking me to do this. You really should and everyone should put their hatred of Donald Trump and their hatred of Israel before whatever is happening to the people of Iran. And
put it before whatever's happening to the people of Iran. No, that's what everyone's doing. That's what everyone's doing, buddy.
That's something, I'm sorry, we just won't do. This whole thing is not about being right or wrong. Human rights is human rights. And we cannot politicize this. At the end of the day, okay, they pull out and there's no regime change. Let's find out how many people are going to die. And we sit back and we allow this to happen. People were crying at the Sydney airport when they were filming the police, and they were saying, oh my God, they're just going to let these girls die. In the end, they didn't. They went on and took off 2 more. But the feeling was that the people couldn't do anything because the authorities were not pro-human life. And we're looking at a regime that are absolutely not, they have no value for human life. So yes, I don't celebrate anyone dying. I really don't. I would never do that. But if this regime are gone and we have something else for the people of Iran, which they deserve, then yes, I will be celebrating.
Omid Djalili, thank you very much.
Omid Djalili, thank you very much. Well, that's a good stream, isn't it, chat? It's always a good stream when we finish with Omid Djalili. Good, that, innit? It's great stuff. Right. Listen, chat, that's it for today. As a trans woman in the UK, my life and rights feel very respected right now. Yeah, especially when Omid Djalili says something like, Glinner was right. That was a funny bit. You should get him on more often. Okay, I will. I'll do it. Chat, don't forget to check out my socials. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channels. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel if you want to catch up on some streams that you haven't seen. The VOD for Tuesday has been uploaded tonight, so go check that out. Excuse me. Or it was uploaded yesterday. Can't remember. It's out. It's up there. It's up there. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the subs. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for all the follows. The big raid as well. That was really cool. Thank you for following from the raid and hanging out if you've been remaining hanging out. And thanks just for being in the chat and being here and hanging out. And, you know, I appreciate you. We're growing. Things are going very well. It's the last stream of the week today. So we are going to be, seeing each other again on either Red Planet on Sunday. Make sure you go check out Red Planet. It's really good. We have conversations about organizing, conversations about geopolitics, all that kind of business, from a Marxist-Leninist, anarchist, Maoist, Stalinist perspective. We mix it all in. We go crazy with it. And, obviously, we're talking about a pragmatist perspective. Focusing on organizing. So, end up, please consider coming to that. I will be back on Monday. Same mule time, same mule place. We're going to go ahead and raid Rhizome right now. Rhizome is taking a look at diamonds and silk. They look like they're taking the piss out of Eminem. So that's fun. Rhizome streams are always fun. Please join me for the raid. It'll be very fun. It'll be very funny. I promise you. Copy and paste the first raid message if you've got a sub, and the second one if you don't. And like I said, I'll see you in the next stream. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace. Good night, good night, good night.